Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 81. Vyasa said, hearing these words of his brothers as also of Krishna, all of whom were anxious on account of Dhananjaya, King Yudhishthira, the just, became melancholy. And at that time he saw, before him, the celestial Rishi Narada blazing with Brahmi beauty and like unto a fire flaming up in consequence of sacrificial libation. And beholding him come, King Yudhishthira with his brothers stood up and duly worshipped the illustrious one. And endued with blazing energy, the handsome chief of the Kuru race, surrounded by his brothers, shone like the god of 100 sacrifices encircled by the celestials. And Yajnasini, in obedience to the dictates of morality, adhered to her lords, the sons of Pritha, like Savitri to the Vedas or the rays of the sun to the peak of Meru. And the illustrious Rishi Narada, accepting that worship, comforted the son of Dharma in proper terms. And, O sinless one, addressing the high-souled King Yudhishthira, the just, the Rishi said, tell me, O foremost of virtuous men, what it is that thou seekest and what I can do for thee. At this, the royal son of Dharma, bowing with his brothers unto Narada, who was the revered of the celestials, told him with joined hands, O thou that art highly blessed and worshipped by all the worlds, when thou art gratified with me, I regard all my wishes in consequence of thy grace, as already fulfilled, O thou of excellent vows. If, O sinless one, I with my brothers deserve thy favor, it behoveth thee, O best of Munis, to dispel the doubt that is in my mind. It behoveth thee to tell me in detail what merit is his that goeth round the worlds, desirous of beholding the sacred waters and shrines that are on it. Narada said, listen, O king, with attention, to what the intelligent Bhishma had heard before from Pulasatya. Once, O blessed one, that foremost of virtuous men, Bhishma, while in the observance of the Pitriya vow, lived, O king, in the company of Munis in a delightful and sacred region, near the source of the Ganga, that is resorted to by the celestial rishis and Gandharvas and the celestials themselves. And while living there, the resplendent one gratified with his oblations the Pitris, the gods and the rishis, according to the rites inculcated in the scriptures. And once on a time, while the illustrious one was engaged in his silent recitations, he beheld Pulasatya, that best of rishis, of wonderful appearance. And beholding that austere ascetic blazing with beauty, he was filled with great delight and exceeding wonder. And, O Bharata, that foremost of virtuous men, Bhishma, then worshipped that blessed rishi according to the rites of the ordinance. And purifying himself, and with rapt attention, he approached that best of Brahmarshis, with the aragya on his head. And uttering aloud his name, he said, O thou of excellent vow, blessed be thou, I am Bhishma, thy slave. At sight of thee, I am freed from all my sins. And saying this, that foremost of virtuous men, Bhishma, restraining speeches stood, O Yudhishthira, in silence and with joined hands. And beholding Bhishma, that foremost of the Kurus, reduced and emaciated by the observance of vows and the study of the Vedas, the Muni became filled with joy. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 82. Pulasatya said, O thou of excellent vows, I have been much gratified with thy humility, thy self-control, and thy truth, thou blessed one versed in morality. O sinless one, it is for this virtue of thine which thou hast acquired from regard to thy ancestors, that I have been gratified with thee, and thou hast, O son, obtained a sight of my person. O Bhishma, my eyes can penetrate into everything. Tell me what I may do for thee. O sinless one, O thou foremost of the Kuru race, I will grant thee whatever thou mayst ask me. Bhishma said, O highly blessed one, when thou who art worshipped by the three worlds hast been gratified with me, and when I have obtained a sight of thy exalted self, I regard myself as already crowned with success. But, O thou foremost of virtuous persons, if I have deserved thy favor, I will tell thee my doubts, and it behoveth thee to dispel them. O holy one, I have some religious doubts in respect of Tirthas. Speak of those to me in detail, I desire to hear thee. O thou that resemblest a celestial himself, what is his merit, O regenerate Rishi, who goeth round the whole earth, visiting shrines? O tell me this with certainty. Pulasatya said, O son, listen with attention. I will tell thee of the merit which attacheth to Tirthas, and which constituteth the refuge of the Rishis. He whose hands and feet and mind and knowledge and asceticism and acts are under wholesome control, enjoyeth the fruits of Tirthas. He who has ceased to accept gifts, he that is contented, he that is free from pride enjoys the fruits of tirthas. He that is without sin, he that acts without purpose, he that eats light, he that has his senses under control, he that is free from every sin, enjoys the fruits of tirthas. O king, he that is free from anger, he that adhereth to truth, he that is firm in vows, he that regardeth all creatures as his own self, enjoyeth the fruits of tirthas. In the Vedas the rishis have declared in due order the sacrifices and also their fruits here and hereafter truly. O Lord of earth, those sacrifices cannot be accomplished by him that is poor, for those sacrifices require various materials and diverse things in large measures. These, therefore, can be performed by kings or sometimes by other men of prosperity and wealth. O Lord of men, that right, however, which men without wealth, without allies, singly, without wife and children, and destitute of means, are capable of accomplishing in the merit of which is equal unto the sacred fruits of sacrifices, I will now declare unto thee, thou best of warriors. O thou best of the Bharata race, sojourns in tirthas which are meritorious and which constitute one of the high mysteries of the rishis, are even superior to sacrifices. He is a poor man who having gone to a tirtha hath not fasted for 3 nights, who hath not given away gold, and who hath not distributed kine. Indeed, one acquireth not, by the performance of the agnishtoma and other sacrifices distinguished by large gifts, that merit which one requireth by a sojourn to a tirtha. In the world of men, there is that tirtha of the god of gods, celebrated over the 3 worlds by the name of Pushkara. One that sojourneth there becometh equal unto that deity. O high-souled son of the Kuru race, during the 2 twilights and midday there is the presence of 100,000 millions of tirthas in Pushkara. The Adityas, the Vasus, the Rudras, the Sathyas, the Maruts, the Gandharvas, and the Apsaras are ever present, O exalted one, in Pushkara. It was there, O king, that the gods, the Daityas and Brahmarshis, having performed ascetic devotions there, obtained great merit and finally attained to godhood. Men of self-control, by even thinking mentally of Pushkara, are cleansed from their sins and regarded in heaven. O king, the illustrious grandsire having the lotus for his seat, had dwelt with great pleasure in this tirtha. O blessed one, it was in Pushkara that the gods with the rishis having acquired of old great merit, finally obtained the highest success. The person who, devoted to the worship of the gods and the Pitris, batheth in this tirtha, obtaineth, it hath been said by the wise, merit that is equal to 10 times that of the horse sacrifice. Having gone to the Pushkara woods, he that feedeth even one Brahmana, becometh happy here and hereafter, O Bhishma, for that act. He that supporteth himself on vegetables and roots and fruits, may with pious regard and without disrespect, give even such fare to a Brahmana. And, O best of kings, the man of wisdom, even by such a gift, will acquire the merit of a horse sacrifice. Those illustrious persons among Brahmanas or Kshatriyas or Vaishyas or Sudras that bathe in Pushkara are freed from the obligation of rebirth. That man in special who visits Pushkara on the full moon of the month of Kartika acquireth everlasting regions in the abode of Brahma. He that thinketh with joined hands morning and evening of the Pushkara practically batheth, O Bharata, in every tirtha. Whether a male or a female, whatever sins one may commit since birth, are all destroyed as soon as one batheth in Pushkara. As the slayer of Madhu is the foremost of all the celestials, so is Pushkara, O king, the foremost of all tirthas. A man by residing with purity and regulated vows for 12 years in Pushkara acquireth the merit of all the sacrifices, and goeth to the abode of Brahma. The merit of one who performeth the Agnihotra for full 100 years is equal to that of him who resideth for the single month of Kartika in Pushkara. There are 3 white hillocks and 3 springs known from the remotest times, we do not know why, by the name of the Pushkara. It is difficult to go to Pushkara, it is difficult to undergo ascetic austerities at Pushkara, it is difficult to give away at Pushkara, and it is difficult to live at Pushkara. Having dwelt for 12 nights at Pushkara with regulated diet and vows, and having walked round the place, one must go to Jamvamarga. One that goeth to Jamvamarga, which is resorted to by the celestials, the rishis, and the pitris, acquireth the merit of the horse sacrifice and the fruition of all his wishes. The man that resideth there for 5 nights hath his soul cleansed from all sins. He never sinketh into hell, but acquireth high success. Leaving Jamvamarga, one must go to Tandulakasrama. He that goeth there never sinketh into hell, but ascendeth to the abode of Brahma. He that goeth to the lake of Agastya and occupieth himself with the worship of the Pitris and Celestials, fasting for 3 nights, acquireth, O king, the fruit of the Agnishtoma. Going thither, he that liveth on vegetables or fruits acquireth the status called Kaumara. One should next proceed to the beautiful asylum of Kanwa, which is worshipped by the whole world. That sacred wood characterized by holiness existeth, O bull of the Bharata race, from very remote times. As soon as one entereth it, he is freed from all his sins. He who with regulated diet and vows worshipeth the Pitris and the gods there, obtaineth the fruit of a sacrifice that is capable of bestowing the fruition of all one's desires. Having walked round this asylum, one must then go to the spot where Yayati fell from heaven. He that goeth thither acquireth the merit of a horse sacrifice. One must then go to Mahakala with regulated diet and senses subdued. And having bathed in the tirtha called Koti, one obtaineth the merit of a horse sacrifice. A virtuous man should next proceed to the tirtha of Stanu, the husband of Uma, known over the 3 worlds by the name of Bhadravata. That best of men who goeth to Bhadravata beholdeth Isana and obtaineth the fruit of a gift of 1,000 kine. And through the grace of Mahadeva, he acquireth the status of Ganapesha, blessed with prosperity and peace and high grace. Having arrived then at the Narmada, that river celebrated over the 3 worlds, and given oblations of water to the Pitris and the gods, one acquireth the fruit of the horse sacrifice. He that goeth into the southern ocean, practicing the Brahmacharya mode of life, and with senses subdued, acquireth the fruit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice and ascendeth to heaven. Having arrived at Charmanwadi, with regulated diet and senses subdued, one acquireth, at the command of Rantadeva, the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. One must then go, O virtuous chief of warriors, to Arvuda, the son of Himavat, where there was a hole through the earth in days of yore. There is the asylum of Vasistha, celebrated over the 3 worlds. Having resided for 1 night, one obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. He that, leading a Brahmacharya mode of life, batheth in the tirtha called Pinga, obtaineth, O tiger among kings, the merit of the gift of 100 kapila kine. One must next go, O king, to that excellent tirtha called Prabhasa. Their Hudasana is always present in his own person. He, the friend of Pavna, O hero, is the mouth of all the gods. The man that with subdued and sanctified soul batheth in that tirtha obtaineth merit greater than that of the Agnishtoma or Adoratra sacrifices. Proceeding next to the spot where the Sarasvati mingleth with the sea, one obtaineth the fruit of the gift of 1,000 kine and heaven also besides, O bull of the Bharata race, blazing forth for all time like Agni himself. He that with subdued soul batheth in the tirtha of the King of Waters, and giveth oblations of water unto the Pitris and the gods, living there for 3 nights, blazeth forth like the moon, and obtaineth also the fruit of the horse sacrifice. One should next proceed, O best of the Bharata, unto the tirtha known by the name of Varadana, where the Rishi, Durvasa, had given a boon unto Vishnu. A man by bathing in Varadana obtaineth the fruit of the gift of 1,000 kine. One should next proceed with subdued senses and regulated diet to Dwaravati, where by bathing in Pindaraka, one obtaineth the fruit of the gift of gold in abundance. O blessed one, it is wonderful to relate that in that tirtha, to this day, coins with the mark of the lotus and lotuses also with the mark of the trident are seen. O repressor of heroes! And O bull among men, the presence of Mahadeva is there. Arriving then, O Bharata, at the spot where the Sindhu mingleth with the sea, one should with subdued soul bathe in that tirtha of Varana. And bathing there and giving oblations of water to the Pitris, the Rishis, and the gods, one acquireth, O bull of the Bharata race, the region of Varana, and blazeth forth in effulgence of his own. Men of wisdom say that, by worshipping the god known by the name of Shankukarnaswara, one acquireth 10 times the merit of the horse sacrifice. O bull of the Bharata race, having walked round that tirtha, one should, O thou foremost of the Kurus, go to that tirtha celebrated over the 3 worlds and known by the name of Draimi. That tirtha cleanseth from every sin, and it is there that the gods, including Brahma, worship Mahesvara. Having bathed there and worshipped Rudra surrounded by the other gods, one is freed from all sins since birth. It was there, O best of men, that Drami was adored by all the gods. Bathing there, O best of men, one obtaineth the fruit of the horse sacrifice. O thou of great intelligence, Vishnu, the creator of the universe, after slaying the Daityas and Danavas, went thither to purify himself. O virtuous one should next proceed to Vasudhara, adored by all. The moment one arrives at that tirtha, one acquireth the fruit of the horse sacrifice. And, O thou best of the Kurus, by bathing there with subdued soul and rapt attention, and giving oblations of water unto the gods and the Pitris, one ascendeth unto the region of Vishnu and is adored there. In that tirtha, O bull of the Bharata race, there is a sacred lake of the Vasus. By bathing there and drinking of its water, one becometh regarded of the Vasus. There is a celebrated tirtha of the name of Sandetama, which destroyeth every sin. O best of men, by bathing there, one acquireth the fruit of the gift of gold in abundance. By arriving at Bhadratunga with sanctified soul and purity of conduct, one acquireth the region of Brahma and a high state of blessedness. There is then the tirtha of the Kumarikas of Indra, that is much resorted to by the Siddhas. O best of men, by bathing there, one obtaineth the region of Indra. In Kumarika there is another tirtha called Renuka, which is also resorted to by the Siddhas. A Brahmana by bathing there would become as bright as the moon. Proceeding next to the tirtha called the Panchananda, with subdued sense and regulated diet, one obtaineth the fruit of the 5 sacrifices that have been mentioned one after another in the scriptures. Then, O king, one should go to the excellent region of Bhima. O best of the Bharatas, by bathing in the tirtha there, that is called Yoni, a man, in his next birth, becometh, O king, the son of a goddess, bearing earrings decked with pearls, and obtaineth also the merit of the gift of 100,000 kine. Proceeding next to Srikunda, celebrated over the 3 worlds and worshipping the grandsire, one obtaineth the fruit of the gift of 1,000 kine. O virtuous one should then go to the excellent tirtha called Vimla, where to this day may be seen fishes of golden and silver hues. By bathing there, one soon acquireth the region of Vasva, and his soul being cleansed from every sin, he attaineth to a high state of blessedness. Proceeding next to Vitasta and giving oblations of water unto the Pitris and the gods, a man, O Bharata, obtaineth the fruit of the Vajapaya sacrifice. That sin-destroying tirtha known by the name of Vitasta is situate in the country of the Kashmiras and is the abode of the Nagatakshaka. Bathing there, a man certainly obtaineth the fruit of the Vajapaya sacrifice, and his soul cleansed from every sin, he attaineth to a high state of blessedness. One should next proceed to Vadava, celebrated over the 3 worlds. Bathing there with due rites in the evening, one should offer rice boiled in butter and milk, according to the best of his might, unto the deity of 7 flames. Men of wisdom say that a gift made here in honor of the Pitris becometh inexhaustible. The Rishis, the Pitris, the gods, the Gandharvas, several tribes of Apsaras, the Guhyakas, the Kinnaras, the Yakshas, the Siddhas, the Vidyadharas, the Rakshasas, Daityas, Rudras, and Brahma himself, O king, having with subdued senses, accepted a course of austerities for 1,000 years in order to move Vishnu to grace, cooked rice and milk and butter and gratified Kesva with oblations, each offered with 7 riks. And, O king, the gratified Kesva thereupon conferred on them the 8-fold attributes called Ashvarya and other objects that they desired. And having bestowed upon them these, that god disappeared in their sight like lightning in the clouds. And it is for this, O Bharata, that tirtha became known by the name of Saptakaru, and if one offereth charu there to the 7-flamed deity, he obtaineth merit superior to that of the gift of 100,000 kine, to that of 100 Rajasuya sacrifices, as also of 100 horse sacrifices. Leaving Vadava, O king, one should then proceed to Raudrapada, and beholding Mahadeva there one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice. Proceeding then, with subdued soul and leading a Brahmacharya mode of life, to Manamat, and residing there for 1 night, one acquireth, O king, the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. One should then go, O king, to Devika, celebrated over the whole world. It was there, O bull of Bharata race, that, as heard by us, the Brahmanas first sprang into existence. There also is the region of the holder of the trident, a region that is celebrated over the world. Having bathed in Devika and worshipped Mahesvara by offering him, to the best of one's might, rice boiled in milk and butter, a man obtaineth, O bull of the Bharata race, the merit of a sacrifice that is capable of filling every desire. There also is another tirtha of Rudra called Kamakya, which is much resorted to by the gods. Bathing there, a man speedily obtaineth success. By touching also the water of Yajna, Brahmavaluka, and Pushpamva, one becometh free from sorrow in afterlife. The learned have said that the sacred tirtha of Devika, the resort of the gods and the rishis, is 5 yojanas in length and half a yojana in breadth. One should then, in due order, proceed, O king, to Durgasatra. There the gods with Brahma at their head, the Siddhas, and the greatest rishis, with regulated vows and the recitation and acceptance of the preliminary pledge, perform the long-extending sacrifice. O king, by going only to Durgasatra, O repressor of foes, one obtaineth merit that is superior, O Bharata, to that of the Rajasuya or the horse sacrifice. One should next proceed with subdued senses and regulated diet to Venasana, where Sarasvati disappearing on the breast of Meru, reappeareth at Kamasa, Shivabhita, and Nagadbita. Bathing in Kamasadbita, one obtaineth the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. Bathing in Shivabhita, one acquireth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. And bathing in Nagadbita, one obtaineth the region of the Nagas. One should proceed, next, to the inaccessible tirtha of Shisayana, where the cranes, O Bharata, disappearing in the form of sasas, reappear every year in the month of Kartika, and bathe, O blessed chief of the Bharata race, in the Sarsawati. Bathing there, O tiger among men, one blazeth forth like the moon, and obtaineth, O bull of the Bharata race, the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. One should next proceed, O thou of the Kuru race, to Kumrakoti, with subdued senses, and bathing there, worship the gods and the Puris. By doing this, one obtaineth the merit of the gift of 10,000 kine, and riseth all his ancestors to higher regions. One should next, O virtuous one, proceed with subdued soul to Rudrakoti, where in olden days, O king, 10 millions of munis had assembled. And, O king, filled with great joy at the prospect of beholding Mahadeva, the rishis assembled there, each saying, I will first behold the god. I will first behold the god. And, O king, in order to prevent disputes amongst those rishis of subdued souls, the Lord of Yoga, by the help of his yoga power, multiplied himself into 10 million forms, and stood before every one of them. And every one of these rishis said, I have seen him first. And gratified, O king, with the deep devotion of those munis of subdued souls, Mahadeva granted them a boon, saying, From this day your righteousness shall grow. And, O tiger among men, one that bathes, with a pure mind, and Rudrakoti obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice and delivereth his ancestors. One should next proceed, O king, to that highly sacred and celebrated region where the Sarasvati mingles with the sea. Thither, O king, the gods with Brahma at their head and rishis with wealth of asceticism repair for adoring Kesva on the 14th day of the lighted fortnight of the month of Chatra. Bathing there, O tiger among men, one obtaineth the merit of giving away gold in abundance, and his soul being cleansed from every sin, he ascendeth to the region of Brahma. It is there, O king, that the rishis have completed many a sacrifice. By a trip to that spot one obtaineth the merit of the gifts of 1,000 kine. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 83. Pulasatya said, One should next proceed, O king, to the adored Kurukshetra, at sight of which all creatures are freed from their sins. He is freed from all sins who constantly saith, I will live in Kurukshetra. The very dust of Kurukshetra, conveyed by the wind, leadeth a sinful man to a blessed course, and after life. They that dwell in Kurukshetra, which leath to the south of the Sarasvati and the north of the Drishadwati, are said to dwell in heaven. O hero, one should reside there, O thou foremost of warriors, for a month. There, O Lord of earth, the gods with Brahma at their head, the rishis, the siddhas, the charanas, the gandharvas, the apsaras, the yakshas, and the nagas, often repair, O Bharata, to the highly sacred Brahmakshetra. O foremost of warriors, the sins of one that desireth to repair to Kurukshetra even mentally are all destroyed, and he finally goeth into the region of Brahma. O son of the Kuru race, by repairing to Kurukshetra in a pious frame of mind, one obtaineth the fruit of the Rajasuya and horse sacrifices. By saluting next the Yaksha called Menkanaka, that mighty gatekeeper of Kuvara, Q obtaineth the fruit of giving away 1,000 kine. O virtuous king, one should next repair to the excellent region of Vishnu, where Hari is always present. Bathing there and bowing down unto Hari, the creator of the three worlds, one obtaineth the fruit of the horse sacrifice and repaireth to the abode of Vishnu. One should next repair to Paraplava, that Tirtha celebrated over the three worlds, and, bathing there, O Bharata, one obtaineth merit that is greater than that of the Agnishtoma and the Adaratra sacrifices. Repairing next to the Tirtha called Prithvi, one obtaineth the fruit of the gift of 1,000 kine. The pilgrim should next, O king, proceed to Shalakini, and bathing there in the Dasaswainto, one obtaineth the merit of 10 horse sacrifices. Proceeding next to Sarpadevi, that excellent Tirtha of the Nagas, one obtaineth the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice and attaineth to the region of the Nagas. O virtuous one should next proceed to Tarantika, the gatekeeper, and residing there for one night one obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Proceeding next with subdued senses and regulated diet to Panchananda and bathing in the Tirtha there, called Koti, one obtaineth the fruit of the horse sacrifice. Proceeding then to the Tirtha of the twin Ashwins, one obtaineth personal beauty. O virtuous one should next proceed to the excellent Tirtha called Varha, where Vishnu formerly stood in the form of a boar. Bathing there one obtaineth, O foremost of men, the merit of the horse sacrifice. One should next, O king, repair to the Tirtha called Sama in Jayanti. Bathing there one obtaineth the merit of Rajasuya sacrifice. By bathing in Ekahansa, a man obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. O king, a pilgrim repairing to Kritasacha obtaineth the lotus-eyed deity, Vishnu, and perfect purity of soul. One should next proceed to Manjavata, that spot sacred to the illustrious Stanu. Residing there without food for one night, one obtaineth the status called Ganapesha. There, O king, is the celebrated Tirtha called Yakshini. O king, repairing to that Tirtha and bathing there, one obtaineth fruition of all his desires. O bull of the Bharata race, that Tirtha is regarded as the gate of Kurukshetra. The pilgrim should with concentrated soul walk round it. Equal unto the Pushkaras, it was created by the high-souled Rama, the son of Jamadagni. Bathing there and worshipping the Pitris and the gods, one obtaineth, O king, the merit of the horse sacrifice and becometh successful in everything. The pilgrim should next repair with concentrated soul to the Ramarata. There, O king, the heroic Rama of resplendent energy, exterminating the Kshatriyas by his might, dug 5 lakes and filled them, O tiger among men, with the blood of his victims, as heard by us. And having filled those lakes with Kshatriya blood, Rama offered oblations of blood to his sires and grandsires. Gratified with the oblations, those rishis then addressed Rama and said, O Rama, O thou of great good fortune, we have been gratified with thee, O thou of the Briga race, for this thy regard for the Pitris, and thy prowess, O exalted one. Blessed be thou, and ask thou the boon thou choosest. What is that thou desirest, O thou of great splendor? Thus addressed, by them, Rama, that foremost of smiters, said with joined hands these words unto the Pitris, stationed in the firmament, If ye have been gratified with me, if I have deserved your favor, I desire this favor of the Pitris, viz., that I may have pleasure again in ascetic austerities. Let me also, through your power, be freed from the sin I have committed by exterminating, from wrath, the Kshatriya race. Let also my lakes become Tirthas celebrated over the world. The Pitris, hearing these blessed words of Rama, were highly gratified, and filled with joy they answered him, saying, Let thy asceticism increase in consequence of thy regard for the Pitris. Thou hast exterminated the Kshatriyas from wrath. Freed art thou already from that sin, for they have perished as a consequence of their own misdeeds. Without doubt, these lakes of thine will become Tirthas. And if one, bathing in these lakes, offereth oblations of the water thereof to the Pitris, the latter gratified with him will grant him desire, difficult of fulfillment in the world as also eternal heaven. O king, having granted him these boons, the Pitris joyfully saluted Rama of the Brigger race and disappeared there and then. It was thus that the lakes of the illustrious Rama of the Brigger race became sacred. Leading a Brahmacharya mode of life and observing sacred vows, one should bathe in the lakes of Rama. Bathing therein and worshipping Rama, one obtaineth, O king, the merit of gift of gold in abundance. Proceeding next, O son of the Kuru race, to Vansamalaka, a pilgrim by bathing there, riseth, O king, his own race. O best of the Bharatas, arriving next at the Tirtha called Kayasadana, and bathing there, one purifieth, without doubt, his body, and proceeded with purified body to the blessed region of unrivaled excellence. One should next repair, O virtuous one, to that Tirtha, celebrated over the three worlds, called Lokadara, where formerly Vishnu of great prowess had created the worlds. Arriving at that Tirtha which is adored by the three worlds, one earneth, O king, by bathing there, numerous worlds for himself. Repairing next with subdued soul to the Tirtha called Shri, one acquires, by bathing there and worshipping the Pitris and the gods, high prosperity. Leading a Brahmacharya mode of life and with concentrated soul, one should proceed next to the Tirtha called Kapila. Bathing there and worshipping one's own Pitris and the gods, a man earneth the fruit of the gift of 1,000 Kapila kine. Repairing next to the Tirtha called Surya and bathing there with subdued soul and worshipping the Pitris and the gods, fasting all the while, one obtaineth the fruit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice and goeth, finally, to the region of the sun. The pilgrim by proceeding next to Gabhavana and bathing there obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. O son of the Kuru race, a pilgrim by repairing then to the Tirtha called Shankini and bathing in the Devi Tirtha that is there, obtaineth high prowess. O king, one should then proceed to the Tirtha called Tarandika situated in the Sarasvati and belonging to the illustrious chief of the Ikshas who is one of the gatekeepers of Kuvara. O king, bathing there one obtaineth the fruit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. O virtuous king, one should next repair to the Tirtha called Brahmavarta. Bathing in Brahmavarta, one ascendeth to the abode of Brahma. O king, one should then repair to the excellent Tirtha called Satirtha. There the Pitris are ever present along with the gods. One should bathe there and worship the Pitris and the gods. By so doing, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice and goeth, finally, into the region of the Pitris. It is for this, O virtuous one, that Satirtha situate in Amvyamati is regarded as so excellent. And, O thou best of the Bharata race, having bathed in the Tirtha of Kasaswara, one becometh freed from all diseases and is adored in the abode of Brahma. There, in that Tirtha, is another called Matri. One that bathes in Matri Tirtha hath a large progeny and obtaineth, O king, great prosperity. One should next proceed with subdued sense and regulated diet to the Tirtha called Shitavana. And, O great king, it hath been seen that one merit of that Tirtha which rarely belongs to any other, is that one only going thither obtaineth holiness. By casting off his hair in that Tirtha one acquireth, O Bharata, great sanctity. There, in that Tirtha, is another called Shwavalomapaha, where, O tiger among men, and chief of the Bharata race, learned Brahmanas that go to Tirthas obtain great satisfaction by a dip into its waters. Good Brahmanas, O king, by casting off their hair in that Tirtha acquire holiness by pranayama and finally attain to a high state. There, O king, in that Tirtha is also another called Dasaswamadhyaka. Bathing there, O tiger among men, one attains to a high state. One should next proceed, O king, to the celebrated Tirtha called Manusha where, O king, a number of black antelopes afflicted by the hunter's arrows, plunging into its waters, were transformed into human beings. Bathing in that Tirtha, leading a Brahmacharya mode of life and with concentrated soul, a man becomes freed from all his sins and is adored in heaven. Distant by Akrosa, O king, to the east of Manusha there is a river celebrated by the name of Apaga that is restored to by the Siddhas. The man that offereth there the Sayamaka grain in honor of the gods and the Pitris acquireth great religious merit. And if one Brahmana is fed there, it becomes equivalent to feeding 10 millions of Brahmanas. Having bathed in that Tirtha and worshipped the gods and the Pitris and resided there for one night, a man obtaineth the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. One should then repair, O king, to that excellent region of Brahma which, O Bharata, is known on earth by the name of Brahmadamvara. Bathing in the tank of the 7 rishis that is there, O bull among men, with pure mind and subdued soul, as also in the tirtha called Kedara of the high-souled Kapila, and beholding Brahma who is there, one's soul being purified from all sins, one goeth to the abode of Brahma. Proceeding next to the inaccessible tirtha called Kedara of Kapila, and burning one's sins there by ascetic penances, one acquireth the power of disappearance at will. One should next proceed, O king, to the celebrated tirtha called Saraka, and beholding Mahadeva there on the 14th day of the dark fortnight, one obtaineth all his wishes and goeth also into heaven. O son of the Kuru race, and Saraka and Rudrakoti is also in the well and the lakes that are there, 30 millions of tirthas are present. There in that tirtha, O chief of the Bharatas, is another called Alaspada. Bathing there and worshipping the gods and the Pitris, one never sinketh into hell, but obtaineth the fruit of the Vajapaya sacrifice. Repairing next to Kindana and Kinjapaya, one acquireth, O Bharata, the merit of giving away in measureless abundance and the infinite recitation of prayers. Repairing next to the tirtha called Kalasi and bathing there devoutly and with the senses under control, a man obtaineth the fruit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. To the east of Saraka, O chief of the Kurus, there is an auspicious tirtha known by the name of Anajanma, of the high-souled Narada. He that bathes there, O Bharata, obtaineth, after death, at the command of Narada various unrivaled regions. One should next proceed, on the 10th day of the lighted fortnight, to the tirtha called Pundarika. Bathing there, O king, one obtaineth the merit of the Pundarika sacrifice. One should next proceed to the tirtha called Tripishtapa that is known over the 3 worlds. There in that tirtha is the sacred and sin-destroying river called Vedarani. Bathing there and adoring the god known by the mark of the bull and holding the trident in his hand, one's soul being purified from every sin, one attaineth to the highest state. One should next proceed, O king, to the excellent tirtha called Phalakavana. There in that tirtha the gods, O monarch, having been present, performed their ascetic austerities extending for many thousand years. One should then proceed to the Drishadwati. Bathing there and worshipping the gods, one obtaineth, O Bharata, merit that is superior to that of both the Agnishtoma and the Adaratra sacrifices. O chief of the Bharatas, bathing in that tirtha called Sarvadeva, a man obtaineth, O king, the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Bathing next in the tirtha called Panikata and worshipping all the gods, a man obtaineth merit that is superior to that of both the Agnishtoma and the Adaratra sacrifices, besides acquiring that of the Rajasuya sacrifice and finally going into the region of the Rishis. One should next proceed, O virtuous one, to that excellent tirtha called Misraka. There, O tiger among kings, it hath been heard by us that the high-souled Vyasa, for the sake of the Brahmanas, hath mixed all the tirthas. He, therefore, that bathes in Misraka really bathes in all the tirtha. One should next proceed with subdued senses and regulated diet to the tirtha called Vyasavana. Bathing in the tirtha called Manojava that is there, one obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. Proceeding next to the Devi tirtha that is in Madhuvati, one that bathes there and worships the gods and the Pitris obtains at the command of the goddess the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. Proceeding with regulated diet, he that bathes in the confluence of the Kausaki and the Drishadwati becometh free from all his sins. One should next proceed to Vyasastali where Vyasa of great intelligence, burning with grief for his son, had resolved to cast off his body but was cheered again by the gods. Proceeding to that spot of Vyasa, one obtaineth the merit of 1,000 kine. O son of the Kuru race, proceeding next to the well called Kindata, he that throweth into it a measure of sesame is freed from all his debts and obtaineth his success. Bathing in the tirtha called Vedi, one obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. There are 2 other celebrated tirthas called Ahas and Sudina. Bathing there, O tiger among men, one goeth to the region of the sun. One should next proceed to the tirtha called Mrigaduma that is celebrated throughout the 3 worlds. One should bathe there, O king, in Ganga. Bathing there and worshipping Mahadeva, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice. Bathing next in the Devi tirtha, one obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. One should then proceed to Vamanaka, celebrated over the three worlds. Bathing there in Vishnupada and worshipping Vamana, one's soul being purified from every sin, one goeth to the abode of Vishnu. Bathing next in Kulampuna, one sanctifieth his own race. Proceeding then to the Pavnarata, that excellent Tirtha of the Marutas, and bathing there, O king and tiger among men, one becometh adored in the region of the wind god. Bathing in the Amararata and worshipping with devotion the chief of the celestials, one becometh adored in heaven, and Kurukshetra, seated on an excellent car, in the company of the immortals. O best of great men, bathing mixed with due rites in the Tirtha called Sali Surya, of Salahotra, one obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. O best of the Bharatas, there is a Tirtha called Srikunja in the Sarasvati. Bathing there, O best of men, one obtaineth the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. O son of the Kuru race, one should next repair to Naimishikunja. O king, the rishis engaged in ascetic austerities in the woods of Naimisha had, in days of old, taking the vow of pilgrimage, gone to Kurukshetra. There, on the banks of the Sarasvati, O chief of the Bharatas, a grove was made, which might serve for a resting spot for themselves, and which was highly gratifying to them. Bathing in the Sarasvati there, one obtaineth the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. One should next proceed, O virtuous one, to the excellent Tirtha called Kanya. Bathing there one obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. One should next proceed to the excellent Tirtha of Brahma. Bathing there, a person, of the 3 inferior orders, obtaineth the status of a Brahmana, and if one be a Brahmana, his soul being purified from every sin, he attaineth to the highest state. One should then, O best of men, proceed to the excellent Tirtha called Soma. Bathing there, O king, one obtaineth the region of Soma. One should next proceed, O king, to the Tirtha called Saptasaraswata, where the celebrated Rishi, Mankanaka, had obtained ascetic success. O king, it hath been heard by us that in days of old Mankanaka, having cut his hand with the pointed blade of the kusa grass, there flowed from his wound vegetable juice, instead of blood. And beholding vegetable juice flow from his wound, the Rishi began to dance with wonder-expanded eyes. And as the Rishi danced, all the mobile and immobile creatures also, overwhelmed with his prowess, began to dance with him. Then, O king, the gods with Brahma at their head and Rishis endued with the wealth of asceticism, moved by the act of Mankanaka, represented the matter to Mahadeva, saying, It behoveth thee, O God, to act in such a way that this Rishi may not dance. Thus addressed, Mahadeva, with heart filled with joy, approached the dancing Rishi, and moved by the desire of doing good to the gods, said, O great Rishi, O virtuous one, why dost thou dance? O bull among Munis, what can be the reason of this thy present joy? The Rishi answered, O best of Brahmanas, I am an ascetic that tread the path of virtue. Dost thou not behold, O Brahmana, that vegetable juice floweth from the wound in my hand? Filled with great joy at sight of this, I am dancing. Addressing the Rishi blinded by emotion, the god laughingly said, O Brahmana, I do not wonder at this. Behold me. Having said this, O best of men, Mahadeva, O sinless king, pressed his thumb by the tip of his own finger. And, lo, from the wound thus inflicted, there came out ashes white as snow. And beholding this, O king, that Muni became ashamed and fell at the feet of the god. And believing that there was nothing better and greater than the god Rudra, he began to adore him in these words. O holder of the trident, thou art the refuge of the celestials and the Asuras, of, indeed, the universe. By thee have been created the three worlds with their mobile and immobile beings. It is thou again that swallowest everything at the end of the yuga. Thou art incapable of being known by the gods themselves, far less by me. O sinless one, the gods with Brahma at their heads are all displayed in thee. Thou art all, the Creator himself and the ordainer of the worlds. It is by thy grace that all the gods sport without anxiety or fear. And adoring Mahadeva, thus the Rishi also said, O God of gods, grant me thy grace, so that my asceticism may not diminish. Then that god of cheerful soul answered the regenerate Rishi, saying, Let thy asceticism, O Brahmana, increase 1,000-fold through my grace. And, O great Muni, I shall dwell with thee in this thy asylum. Bathing in Saptasaraswata, they that will worship me shall be able to attain everything here and hereafter. And, without doubt, they shall all attain to the Saraswata region in the end. Having said this, Mahadeva disappeared then and there. After visiting Saraswata, one should proceed to Ausanasa celebrated over the three worlds. There, O Bharata, the gods with Brahma at their head, and rishis endued with wealth of asceticism, and the illustrious Kartikeya were ever present during 2 twilights and the midday, impelled by the desire of doing good to Bhargava. There in that tirtha is another called Kapalamakana, which cleanseth from every sin. O tiger among men, bathing there one is cleansed from every sin. One should then proceed to the tirtha called Agni. Bathing there, O bull among men, one obtaineth the regions of Agni and riseth his own race from lower regions. There in that tirtha is another, O chief of the Bharatas, that belongeth to Viswamitra. Bathing there, O best of men, one obtaineth the status of a Brahmana. Proceeding next to Brahmayoni in purity of body and with subdued soul, one obtaineth, O tiger among men, by bathing there, the abode of Brahma, and sanctifieth, without doubt, his own race to the 7th generation up and down. One should next proceed, O king, to the tirtha celebrated over the 3 worlds, which is called Prathudika, belonging to Kartikeya. One should bathe there and occupy oneself in the worship of the Pitris and the gods. Whatever evil hath been committed, knowingly or unknowingly, by man or woman, impelled by human motives, is all destroyed, O Bharata, by a bath in that tirtha. Bathing there one obtaineth, too, the merit of the horse sacrifice in heaven also. The learned have said that Kurukshetra is holy, that holier than Kurukshetra is the Sarasvati, that holier than the Sarasvati are all the tirthas together, and that holier than all the tirthas together is Prathudika. He that engaged in the recitation of prayers casteth off his body at Prathudika, which is the best of all tirthas, becometh an immortal. It hath been sung by Sanat Kumara and by the high-souled Vyasa, and it is in the Vedas also, that one should, O king, go to Prathudika with subdued soul. O son of Kuru race, there is no tirtha which is superior to Prathudika. Without doubt, that tirtha is purifying, holy, and sin-destroying. O best of men, it hath been said by learned persons that men, however sinful, by bathing in Prathudika, go to heaven. O best of the Bharatas, there in that tirtha is another called Madhusrava. Bathing there, O king, one obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. One should then proceed, O king, to that celebrated and sacred tirtha where the Sarasvati uniteth with the Aruna. One that batheth there, having fasted for 3 nights, is cleansed of even the sin of slaying a Brahmana, and obtaineth also merit that is superior to that of either the Agnishtoma or Adoratra sacrifice, and rescueth his race to the 7th generation up and down. There in that tirtha is another, O perpetuator of the Kuru race, that is called Arthakila. From compassion for the Brahmanas, that tirtha was made by Darby in days of old. Without doubt, by vows, by investiture of the sacred, by fasts, by rites and by mantras, one becometh a Brahmana. O bull among men, it hath been seen, however, by learned persons of old that even one destitute of rites and mantras, by only bathing in that tirtha becometh learned and endued with the merit of vows. Darby had also brought hither the 4 oceans. O best of men, one that batheth here, never meeteth with distress hereafter, and obtaineth also the merit of giving away 4,000 kine. One should next repair, O virtuous one, to the tirtha called Satasahasraka. Near to this is another called Sahasraka. Both are celebrated, and one that batheth in them obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Fasts and gifts there multiply 1,000-fold. One should next proceed, O king, to the excellent tirtha called Renuka. One should bathe there and worship the Pitris and the gods. By this, cleansed from every sin, he obtaineth the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. Bathing next in the tirtha called Vimakana with passions and senses under control, one is cleansed from all the sins generated by the acceptance of gifts. With senses under control and practicing the Brahmacharya mode of life, one should next repair to the woods of Panchavati. By a sojourn thither, one earneth much virtue and becometh adored in the regions of the virtuous. One should next go to the tirtha of Varuna called Taijasa, blazing in effulgence of its own. There in that tirtha is the Lord of Yoga, Stanu himself, having for his vehicle the bull. He that sojourneth there obtaineth success by worshipping the God of gods. It was there that the gods with Brahma at their head and rishis endued with wealth of asceticism installed Guha as the generalissimo of the celestials. To the east of that tirtha is another, O perpetuator of Kuru race, that is called Kuru tirtha. With senses under control and leading a Brahmacharya mode of life, he that bathes in Kuru tirtha becometh cleansed of all his sins and obtaineth the region of Brahma. With subdued senses and regulated diet one should next proceed to Svargadwara. Sojourning thither, one obtaineth the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice and goeth to the abode of Brahma. The pilgrim should then, O king, proceed to the tirtha called Anaraka. Bathing there, O king, one never meeteth with distress hereafter. There, O king, Brahma himself with the other gods having Narayana at their head, is ever present, O tiger among men. And, O royal son of the Kuru race, the wife also of Rudra is present there. Beholding the goddess, one never meeteth with distress hereafter. There in that tirtha, O king, is also an image of Visvesvara, the lord of Uma. Beholding the god of gods there, one is cleansed of all his sins. Beholding also the image of Narayana from whose navel had sprung the lotus, one blazeth forth, O royal repressor of all foes, and goeth to the abode of Vishnu. O bull among men, he that batheth in the tirthas of all the gods, is exempted from every sorrow and blazeth forth like the moon. The pilgrim should next proceed, O king, to Swastipura. By walking around that place, one obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Arriving next at the tirtha called Pavna, one should offer oblations to the Pitris and the gods. By this, he obtaineth, O Bharata, the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. Near to that is Gangarata, and another, O Bharata, called Kupa. 30 millions of tirthas, O king, are present in that Kupa. Bathing there, O king, a person obtaineth heaven. Bathing also in the Gambhirata and adoring Mahesvara, one obtaineth the status of Ganapesha and rescueth his own race. One should next proceed to Stanyavada, celebrated over the 3 worlds. Bathing there, O king, one obtaineth heaven. One should then proceed to Vidarapakana, the asylum of Vasishtha. Having tasted there for 3 nights, one should eat jujubes. He that liveth on jujubes for 12 years, and he that fasteth at the tirtha for 3 nights, acquireth merit that is eternal. Arriving then at Indramarga, O king, and fasting there for a day and night, the pilgrim becometh adored in the abode of Indra. Arriving next at the tirtha called Ekaratra, a person that stayeth there for 1 night, with regulated vows and refraining from untruth, becometh adored in the abode of Brahma. One should next go, O king, to the asylum of Aditya, that illustrious god, who is a mass of effulgence. Bathing in that tirtha celebrated over 3 worlds, and worshipping the god of light, one goeth to the region of Aditya and rescueth his own race. The pilgrim then, O king, bathing in the tirtha of Soma, obtaineth, without doubt, the region of Soma. One should next proceed, O virtuous one, to the most sacred tirtha of the illustrious Didhicha, that sanctifying tirtha which is celebrated over the whole world. It was here that Angiras, that ocean of ascetic austerities belonging to the Saraswata race, was born. Bathing in that tirtha, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice, and without doubt, gaineth also residence in the legion of Sarasvati. With subdued senses and leading a Brahmacharya mode of life, one should next proceed to Kanyashrama. Residing there for 3 nights, O king, with subdued senses and regulated diet, one obtaineth 100 celestial damsels and goeth also to the abode of Brahma. One should next, O virtuous one, proceed to the tirtha called Sanihati. Sojourning thither, the gods with Brahma at their head and rishis endued with wealth of asceticism earn much virtue. Bathing in the Sarasvati during a solar eclipse, one obtaineth the merit of 100 horse sacrifices, and any sacrifice that one may perform there produceth merit that is eternal. Whatever tirthas exist on earth or in the firmament, all the rivers, lakes, smaller lakes, springs, tanks, large and small, and spots sacred to particular gods, without doubt, all come, O tiger among men, month after month, and mingle with Sanihati, O king of men. And it is because that all other tirthas are united together here that this tirtha is so called. Bathing there and drinking of its water, one becometh adored in heaven. Listen now, O king, to the merit acquired by that mortal who performeth a shraddha on the day of the new moon during a solar eclipse. The person that performeth a shraddha there, after having bathed in that tirtha, obtaineth the merit that one earneth by properly celebrating 1,000 horse sacrifices. Whatever sins a man or woman committeth are, without doubt, all destroyed as soon as one batheth in that tirtha. Bathing there one also ascendeth to the abode of Brahma on the lotus-colored tar. Bathing next in Koti tirtha, after having worshipped the Yaksha doorkeeper, Machakruka, one obtaineth the merit of giving away gold in abundance. Near to this, O best of the Bharatas, is a tirtha called Gangarata. One should bathe there, O virtuous one, with subdued soul and leading a Brahmacharya mode of life. By this, one obtaineth merit that is greater than that of a Rajasuya and horse sacrifices. The tirtha called Naimisha is productive of good on earth. Pushkara is productive of good in the regions of the firmament. Kurukshetra, however, is productive of good in respect of all the three worlds. Even the dust of Kurukshetra, carried by the wind, leadeth sinful men to a highly blessed state. They that reside in Kurukshetra, which lieth to the north of the Drishadwadi and the south of the Sarasvati, really reside in heaven. I will go to Kurukshetra, I will dwell in Kurukshetra. He that uttereth those words even once, becometh cleansed of all sins. The sacred Kurukshetra, which is worshipped by Brahmarshis, is regarded as the sacrificial altar of the celestials. Those mortals that dwell there have nothing to grieve for at any time. That which lieth between Tarantika and Arantika and the lakes of Rama and Machakruka is Kurukshetra. It is also called Samantapanchaka and is said to be the northern sacrificial altar of the grandsire. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 84. Pulasatya said, Then, O great king, one should proceed to the excellent tirtha of Dharma, where the illustrious god of justice had practiced highly meritorious austerities. And it is for this that he made the spot a sacred tirtha and rendered it celebrated by his own name. Bathing there, O king, a virtuous man with concentrated soul certainly sanctifieth his family to the 7th generation. One should then repair, O king, to the excellent Jnanapavana. Sojourning thither, one obtaineth the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice, and goeth to the region of the Munis. Then, O monarch, a man should repair to the Saugandikavana. There dwell the celestials with Brahma at their head, rishis endued with wealth of asceticism, the Siddhas, the Charanas, the Gandharvas, the Kinnaras, and the serpents. As soon as one entereth these woods, he is cleansed of all his sins. Then, O king, should one repair to the sacred goddess Sarasvati, known there as the goddess Plaksha, that best of streams and foremost of rivers. There should one bathe in the water issuing from an anthill. Bathing there and, worshipping the Pitris and the gods, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice. There existeth a rare tirtha called Isanadhushita, lying from the anthill at the distance of 6 throws of a heavy stick. As seen in the Puranas, O tiger among men, bathing there a man obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kapila kine and of the horse sacrifice. Journeying next, O foremost of men, to Sugandha, and Sadakumbha and Panchayaksha, a man becometh adored in heaven. Repairing to another tirtha there called Trishulakata, one should bathe and set himself to worship the Pitris and the gods. Doing so, without doubt, one obtaineth, after death, the status of Ganapesha. One should next proceed, O king, to the excellent spot of the goddess celebrated over the 3 worlds by the name of Sakamvari. There, for the space of 1,000 celestial years, she of excellent vows, month after month, had subsisted upon herbs, O king of men. And attracted by their reverence for the goddess, many rishis with wealth of asceticism came thither, O Bharata, and were entertained by her with herbs. And it is for this that they bestowed on her the name of Sakamvari. O Bharata, the man who arriveth at Sakamvari, with rapt attention and leading a Brahmacharya mode of life and passeth 3 nights there in purity and subsisting on herbs alone, obtaineth, at the will of the goddess, the merit of him that liveth upon herbs for 12 years. Then should one proceed to the tirtha called Savarna, famed through the 3 worlds. There in days of old, Vishnu had paid his adorations to Rudra for his grace, and obtaineth also many boons difficult of acquisition even by the gods. And, O Bharata, the gratified destroyer of Tripura said, O Krishna, thou shalt, without doubt, be much beloved in the world, and the foremost of everything in the universe. Repairing thither, O king, and worshipping the deity having the bull for his mark, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice as also the status of Ganapesha. One should next proceed to the Tirtha of Dhumavati. Fasting there for 3 nights, one obtaineth, without doubt, all the wishes cherished by him. To the southern half of this spot of the goddess, there is, O king, a Tirtha called Rathavarta. One should, O virtuous one, go up to that place, with devout heart, and having his senses under control. By this, through the grace of Mahadeva, one attaineth to an exalted state. After walking round the place, one should, O bull of the Bharata race, proceed to the Tirtha named Dhara, which, O thou of great wisdom, washeth off all sins. Bathing there, O tiger among men, a man is freed from every sorrow. One should then repair, O virtuous one, after bowing to the great mountain, Himavat, to the source of the Ganges, which is, without doubt, like the gate of heaven. There should one, with concentrated soul, bathe in the Tirtha called Koti. By this, one obtaineth the merit of the Pundarika sacrifice, and delivereth his race. Residing 1 night there, one acquireth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. By offering oblations of water duly to the gods and the Pitris, at Saptaganga, Triganga, and Sakravarta, which are all there, becometh adored in the regions of the virtuous. Bathing next at Kanakala, and fasting there for 3 nights, a person reapeth the merit of the horse sacrifice and goeth to heaven. Then, O Lord of men, the pilgrim should repair to Kapilavada. Fasting for 1 night there, he obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. O king, there is a Tirtha of the illustrious Kapila, king of the Nagas, that is celebrated, O thou best of Kurus, over all the worlds. Bathing there at the Nagatirtha one obtaineth, O king, the merit of giving away 1,000 Kapila kine. One should next repair to the excellent Tirtha of Santanu, called Lalitika. Bathing there, O king, one never sinketh into distress, hereafter. The man that bathes at the confluence of the Ganga and the Yamuna obtains the merit of 10 horse sacrifices, and also rescues his race. One should next, O king, go to Sugamna, celebrated over the world. By this, cleansed of every sin, he becometh adored in the abode of Brahma. Then, O Lord of men, the pilgrim should repair to Rudravarta. Bathing there, one ascendeth to heaven. Bathing at the confluence of the Ganga and the Sarasvati, a person obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice and also ascendeth to heaven. Proceeding next to Bhadrakarnaswara and worshipping the gods duly, one, without sinking into distress, becometh adored in heaven. Then, O Lord of men, the pilgrim should proceed to the Tirtha called Kuvjamraka. By this he obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine, and heaven also. Then, O king, the pilgrim should go to the Aruntativada. Proceeding thither with concentrated soul and practicing the Brahmacharya vows, one that batheth in Samudraka and fasteth for 3 nights, obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice and of giving away 1,000 kine, and also rescueth his race. One should next proceed to Brahmavarta with concentrated soul and practicing the Brahmacharya vows. By this, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice, and goeth to the region of Soma. The man that proceedeth to the Yamunaprabhav, the source of the Yamuna, and batheth there, obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice, and is worshipped in heaven. Arriving at Darvasankramana, that Tirtha which is worshipped of the 3 worlds, a person obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice, and goeth to heaven. Repairing next to Sindhuprabhav, the source of the Indus, which is worshipped by Siddhas and Gandharvas, and staying there for 5 nights, one obtaineth the merit of giving away gold in abundance. Proceeding next to the inaccessible Tirtha called Vedi, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice and ascendeth to heaven. Then, O Bharata, should one proceed to Rishikuliya and Vasishtha. By visiting the latter, all orders attain to Brahmanhood. Repairing to Rishikuliya and bathing there, and living a month upon herbs, and worshipping the gods and Pitris, one is cleansed of all his sins, and obtaineth the region of the Rishis. Proceeding next to Brigatunga, a person acquireth the merit of the horse sacrifice. Repairing then to Vipramoksha, one is freed from every sin. Proceeding then to the Tirtha of Kritika and Magga, one, O Bharata, obtaineth the merit superior to that of the Agnishtoma and Adaratha sacrifices. The man who, repairing to the excellent Tirtha called Vidya, batheth there in the evening, obtaineth proficiency in every kind of knowledge. One should next reside for one night at Mahasrama capable of destroying every sin, taking a single meal. By this, one obtains many auspicious regions, and delivers 10 preceding and 10 succeeding generations of his race. Dwelling next for a month of Mahalaya, and fasting there for 3 nights, one's soul is cleansed of all sins, and one acquires the merit of giving away gold in abundance. Proceeding next to Vedasika worshipped by the grandsire, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice and the state of Usanas. Going next to the Tirtha called Sundarika, worshipped by the Siddhas, one obtaineth personal beauty as witnessed by the ancients. Proceeding next to Brahmani with subdued senses and observing the Brahmacharya vow, a person ascendeth to the region of Brahma on a lotus-hued car. One should repair next to the sacred Namisha, worshipped by the Siddhas. There dwelleth for I Brahma with the gods. By only purposing to go to Namisha, half one's sins are destroyed. By entering it, one is cleansed of all his sins. The pilgrim of subdued senses should stay at Naimisha for a month, for, O Bharata, all the Tirthas of the earth are at Naimisha. Bathing there, with restrained senses and regulated fare, one obtains, O Bharata, the merit of the cow sacrifice, and also sanctifies, O best of the Bharatas, his race for 7 generations both upwards and downwards. He who renounceth his life at Naimisha by fasting enjoyeth happiness in the heavenly regions. Even this is the opinion of the wise. O foremost of kings, Naimisha is ever sacred and holy. Proceeding next to Gangidbita and fasting there for 3 nights, a man obtaineth the merit of the Vajapaya sacrifice, and becometh like unto Brahma himself. Journeying to the Sarasvati, one should offer oblations unto the gods and the Pitris. By this, one certainly enjoyeth bliss in the regions called Saraswata. Then should one wend to Vahuta, with subdued soul and observing the Brahmacharya vow. Residing there for 1 night, one becometh adored in heaven, and obtaineth also, O Kaurava, the merit of the Devasatra sacrifice. Then should one repair to the holy Kshiravati, frequented by holier men. By worshipping the gods and the Pitris there, one obtains the merit of the Vajapaya sacrifice. Proceeding next to Vimalasoka, with subdued soul and observing the Brahmacharya vow, and residing there for 1 night, one is adored in heaven. One should next proceed to the excellent Gapratra in the Sarayu, whence Rama, O king, with all his attendants and animals, renouncing his body, ascended to heaven in consequence of the efficacy of the Tirtha alone. Bathing in that Tirtha, O Bharata, one's soul, through Rama's grace, and by virtue of his own deeds, being cleansed of all sins, one becometh adored in heaven. O Bharata! Proceeding next, O son of the Kuru race, to the Ramatirtha on the Gomathi, and bathing there, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice, and sanctifieth also his own race. There, O bull of the Bharata race, is another Tirtha called Satasahasrika. Bathing there, with restrained senses and regulated diet, a person reapeth, O bull of Bharata race, the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Then should one, O king, go to the unrivaled Tirtha called Bhartrasthana. By this, a person obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice. Bathing next in the Tirtha called Koti, and worshipping Kartikeya, a man reapeth, O king, the merit of giving away 1,000 kine, and acquireth great energy. Proceeding next to Varanasi, and worshipping the god having the bull for his mark, after a bath in the Kapilarata, one obtaineth the merit of the Rajasuya sacrifice. Repairing then, O perpetuator of the Kuru race, to the Tirtha called Avamukta, and beholding there the god of gods, the pilgrim, from such sight alone, is immediately cleansed of even the sin of slaying a Brahmana. By renouncing one's life there, one obtaineth deliverance. Arriving next, O king, at the rare Tirtha called Markandeya celebrated over the world and situated at the confluence of the Ganges, a person obtaineth the merit of Agnishtoma sacrifice, and delivereth his race. Sojourning next to Gaya, with subdued senses and observing the Brahmacharya vow, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice and also rescueth his race. There in that tirtha is the Akshayaveda, celebrated over the three worlds. Whatever is offered there to the Pitris is said to become inexhaustible. Bathing there at the Mahanadi, and offering oblations to the gods and the Pitris, a man acquireth eternal regions, and also rescueth his race. Proceeding then to Brahmasara that is adorned by the woods of Dharma, and passing one night there, a man attaineth to the region of Brahma. In that lake, Brahma had raised a sacrificial pillar. By walking round this pillar, a person acquireth the merit of the Vajapaya sacrifice. One should next, O mighty monarch, go to Dhanukas celebrated over the world. Staying there for one night and giving away sesame and kine, one's soul being cleansed from every sin, one ascendeth, without doubt, to the region of Soma. There, O king, on the mountains, the cow called Kapila used to range with her calf. There is little doubt of this, O Bharata, the hoof marks of that cow and her calf are seen there to this day. By bathing in those hoof prints, O foremost of monarchs, whatever sin a man may have incurred is, O Bharata, washed away. Then should one go to Gridravada, the spot consecrated to the trident-bearing god. Approaching the deity having the bull for his mark, one should rub himself with ashes. If a Brahmana, he obtains the merit of observing the 12 years' vow, and if belonging to any of the other orders, he is freed from all his sins. One should next proceed to the Udayanta mountains, resounding with melodious notes. There, O bull of the Bharata race, is still seen the footprint of Savitri. The Brahmana of rigid vows, who saith his morning, noon, and evening prayers there, obtaineth the merit of performing that service for 12 years. There, O bull of the Bharata race, is the famous Yanadwara. Repairing thither, a person becometh exempted from the pain of rebirth. The person that stayeth at Gaya during both the dark and lighted fortnights certainly sanctifieth, O king, his own race up and down to the 7th generation. One should wish for many sons so that even one may go to Gaya, or celebrate the horse sacrifice, or offer a Nila bull. Then, O king, the pilgrim should proceed to Falgu. By this, he obtains the merit of horse sacrifice and acquires great success. O king, one should repair then, with subdued soul, to Dharmaprishta. There, O foremost of warriors, dwelleth Dharma for aye. Drinking of the water of a well which is there, and purifying oneself by a bath, he that offereth oblations to the gods and the Pitris is cleansed of all his sins and ascendeth to heaven. There in that tirtha is the hermitage of the great Rishi Mathanga of soul under complete control. By entering that beautiful asylum capable of soothing fatigue and sorrow, one earneth the merit of the Gavayana sacrifice, and by touching the image of Dharma which is there, one obtaineth the fruit of the horse sacrifice. One should next go, O king, to the excellent tirtha called Brahmastana. Approaching Brahma, that bull among male beings, who is there, one acquireth, O mighty monarch, the merit of the Rajasuya and horse sacrifices. The pilgrim should then repair to Rajasuya, O king of men. Bathing there, one liveth, in heaven, as happily as the Rishi, Kakshiyan. After purifying himself, one should partake there of the offerings daily made unto the Akshini. By this, one is freed from the sin of even slaying a Brahmana through the Akshini's grace. Proceeding next to Menanaga, one obtains the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. O Bharata, he that eateth anything relating to the tirtha of Menanaga, if bitten by a venomous snake, doth not succumb to its poison. Residing there for one night, one is cleansed of one's sins. Then should one proceed to the favorite wood of the Brahmarshi Gautama. There bathing in the lake of Ahulya, one attaineth to an exalted state. Beholding next the image of Shri, one acquireth great prosperity. There in that tirtha is a well celebrated over the three worlds. Bathing in it, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice. There also existeth a well sacred to the royal Rishi Janaka, which is worshipped by the gods. Bathing in the well, one ascendeth to the region of Vishnu. Then should one repair to Venusana that destroys every sin. By a sojourn thither, one obtaineth the merit of the Vajapaya sacrifice, and goeth also to the region of Soma. Proceeding next to Gandaki, which is produced by the waters of every tirtha, a person acquireth the merit of the Vajapaya sacrifice, and ascendeth also to the solar region. Proceeding next to the Visala, that river celebrated over the three worlds, one obtaineth the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice and ascendeth also to heaven. Repairing then, O virtuous one, to the woody seat of ascetics that is called Adhivanga, one obtains, without doubt, great happiness amongst the Guhyakas. Proceeding next to the river Campana, visited by the Siddhas, one obtaineth the merit of the Pundarika sacrifice and ascendeth also to heaven. Arriving then, O Lord of earth, at the stream called Maheshwari, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice and also rescueth his own race. Repairing next to the tank of the celestials, one earneth immunity from misfortune and also the merit of the horse sacrifice. One should next go to Somapada, with subdued soul and leading a Brahmacharya mode of life. Bathing in Maheswarapada that is there, one reapeth the merit of the horse sacrifice. There in that Tirtha, O bull of the Bharata race, it is well known that 10 millions of Tirthas exist together. A wicked Asura in the shape of a tortoise had, O foremost of monarchs, been carrying it away when the powerful Vishnu recovered it from him. There in that Tirtha should one perform his ablutions, for by this he acquireth the merit of the Pundarika sacrifice and ascendeth also to the region of Vishnu. Then, O best of kings, should one proceed to the place of Narayana, where, O Bharata, Narayana is ever present and dwelleth for aye. There the gods with Brahma at their head, rishis endued with wealth of asceticism, the Adityas, the Vasus, and the Rudras, all adore Janardana, and that Tirtha, and Vishnu of wonderful deeds hath become known as Salagrama. Approaching the eternal Vishnu, that Lord of the three worlds, that giver of boons, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice, and goeth to the region of Vishnu. There in that place, O virtuous one, is a well, capable of destroying every sin. The four seas are ever present in that well. He that bathes in it, O king, will have immunity from misfortune. Beholding the image of the boon-giving, eternal, and fierce Mahadeva who is there, one shineth, O king, like the moon emerged from the cloud. Bathing then in Jatasmara, with pure mind and subdued senses, one acquireth, without doubt, the recollections of his former life. Proceeding then to Maheswarapura, and worshipping the god having the bull for his mark, fasting the while, one obtaineth, without doubt, the fruition of all his desires. Repairing then to Vamana that destroys every sin, and beholding the god Hari, one acquireth exemption from every misfortune. One should next go to the asylum of Kusika that is capable of removing every sin. Repairing then to the river Kausika that cleanseth from even great sins, one should bathe in it. By this one obtaineth the merit of Rajasuya sacrifice. One should next, O foremost of kings, proceed to the excellent woods of Champaka. By spending there one night, one acquireth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Arriving next at Jayashthala, that Tirtha of rare worth, and passing one night there, one reapeth the fruit of the gift of 1,000 kine. Beholding there the image of Visvesvara of great splendor, with his consort the goddess, a person obtaineth, O bull among men, the region of Mitravarana. By fasting there for 3 nights, a man acquireth the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. By visiting Kanyasamvadaya, with senses restrained and regulated fare, one acquireth, O bull among men, the region of Manu, the Lord of creation. Rishis of rigid vows have said that he that giveth away rice or mocketh any gift at the Tirtha called Kanya, rendereth such gift eternal. Arriving next at Niskairas celebrated over the three worlds, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice and goeth to the legion of Vishnu. O king, those that give away at the confluence of the Niskaira ascend to the blessed region of Brahma. There in that Tirtha is the asylum of Vasishta that is known over the three worlds. Bathing there, one obtaineth the merit of the Vajapaya sacrifice. Proceeding next to Devakuta that is resorted to by celestial rishis, one acquireth the merit of the horse sacrifice, and also delivereth his race. Then should one, O king, go to the lake of the Mini Kausika, where Kusika's son, Viswamitra, obtained high success. Bathing there, a person acquireth the merit of the Vajapaya sacrifice. There, O hero, at Kausika, should one reside for a month, O bull of the Bharata race. By a month's residence there, one reapeth the merit of the horse sacrifice. He that resideth at the best of tirthas called Mahabharata enjoys immunity from misfortune, and also obtains the merit of giving away gold in abundance. Beholding next Kartikeya who dwelleth at Virasrama, a man certainly reapeth the fruit of the horse sacrifice. Proceeding then to Agnidhara celebrated over the three worlds, and beholding there after a bath the eternal and boon-giving Vishnu, that God of gods, one obtaineth the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. Proceeding next to the grandsire's tank near the snow-capped of mountains, and bathing in it, a man obtains the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. Falling from the grandsire's tank is that world-sanctifying stream celebrated over the three worlds, called Kamardhara. Bathing there, one regardeth himself as having all his purposes fulfilled. Fasting in that tirtha for 3 days, one is even cleansed from the sin of slaying a Brahmana. The pilgrim should next, O virtuous one, proceed to the peak of the great goddess Gauri, famed over the three worlds. Ascending it, O best of men, one should approach Stanakunda. By touching the waters of Stanakunda, a person obtaineth the merit of the Vajapaya sacrifice. Bathing in that tirtha and worshipping the gods and pitris, one acquireth the merit of the horse sacrifice and also ascendeth to the region of Indra. Arriving next at the well of Tamaruna, that is frequented by the gods, one acquireth, O Lord of men, the merit that attaches to human sacrifice. Bathing next at the confluence of the Kirtika with the Kausaki and the Aruna, and fasting there for 3 nights, a man of learning is cleansed of all his sins. Proceeding next to the tirtha called Urvasi, and then to Somasrama, a wise man by bathing next at Kumbhakarnasrama becometh adored in the world. The ancients knew that by touching the waters of Kakamukha, with steady vows and leading Brahmacharya mode of life, the memory of one's former life is revived. Arriving next with speed to the river called Nanda, a regenerate one becometh freed from all his sins and ascendeth with soul under control to Indra's region. Proceeding next to the island called Rishabha, that is destructive of cranes, and bathing in the Sarasvati, an individual blazeth forth in heaven. Proceeding next to the tirtha called Audalaka frequented by Munis, and bathing there one is cleansed of all his sins. Repairing next to the sacred tirtha called Dharma that is visited by Brahmarshis, one acquireth the merit of the Vajapaya sacrifice and becometh respected in heaven. Proceeding next to Kampa and bathing in the Bhagirathi, he that sojourneth to Dandaparna acquireth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Then should one proceed to the sacred Lalitika that is graced by the presence of the virtuous. By this one acquireth the merit of the Rajasuya sacrifice and is regarded in heaven. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 85. Pulasatya said, arriving next at the excellent tirtha called Samvadaya in the evening, and touching its waters, one surely obtaineth knowledge. Created a tirtha in days of yore of by Rama's energy, he that proceedeth to Lohitya obtaineth the merit of giving away gold in abundance. Proceeding next to the river Karatoya, and fasting there for 3 nights, a man acquireth the merit of the horse sacrifice. Even this is the injunction of the Creator himself. It hath been said by the wise, O king, that if a person goeth to the spot where the Ganga mingleth with the sea, he reapeth merit which is 10 times that of the horse sacrifice. Crossing over to the opposite bank of the Ganga, he that batheth there having resided for 3 nights is, O king, cleansed from all his sins. One should next proceed to the Vedarani capable of destroying every sin. Arriving next at the tirtha named Viraja, one shineth like the moon, and sanctifying his race rescueth it and is himself cleansed of all his sins. He that bathes in Viraja further reapeth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine besides sanctifying his line. Residing with purity at the confluence of the Sona and the Jayotirathi, and offering oblations of water to the gods and the pitris, a man reapeth the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. Touching next the waters of the Vansagoma constituting the sources of both the Sona and the Nirmada, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice. Sojourning next to the tirtha called Rishabha in Kosala, O Lord of men, and fasting there for 3 nights, one earneth the merit of the Vajapaya sacrifice and of the gift of 1,000 kine, and also delivereth his race. Arriving at Kosala, a man should bathe in the tirtha named Kala. By this one surely obtaineth the merit of giving away 1 and 10 bulls. By bathing in Pushpavati and fasting there, O king, for 3 nights one sanctifieth his own race, besides earning the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. Then, O foremost of the Bharata race, by bathing in the tirtha called Vidaraka, one obtaineth long life, and also goeth to heaven. Arriving next at Kampa, and bathing in the Bhagirathi, and seeing Danda, one earneth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Then should one go to the sacred Lepedika, graced by the presence of the pious. By so doing one reapeth the merit of the Vajapaya sacrifice, and also becometh regarded by the gods. Proceeding next to the mountain called Mahendra, inhabited, of yore, by Jamadagnya, and bathing in Rama's tirtha, a person acquireth the merit of the horse sacrifice. Here is Mathinga's tirtha called Kadara, O son of the Kuru race. Bathing in it, O foremost of the Kurus, a man obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Going to the mountain Shri, one who toucheth the waters of the stream that is there by worshipping there the god having the bull for his mark obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice. On the mountain Shri dwelleth happily the effulgent Mahadeva with the goddess, as also Brahma with the other gods. By bathing in the lake of Deva, with purity and restrained mind, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice, and also attaineth to the highest success. Proceeding next to the mountain Rishabha in Pundya, worshipped by the gods, one obtains the merit of the Vajapaya sacrifice and rejoices in heaven. One should next proceed to the river Kaveri, frequented by Apsaras. Bathing there, O monarch, one obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Touching next the waters of the tirtha called Kenya on the shores of the sea, one is cleansed from every sin. Proceeding next to Gokarnath, celebrated over the 3 worlds, and which is situate, O best of kings, in the midst of the deep, and is reverenced by all the worlds, and were the gods headed by Brahma, and rishis endued with wealth of asceticism, and spirits, and yakshas and pisachas, and kinnaras and the great nagas, and siddhas and charanas and gandharvas, and men and panagas, and rivers, seas and mountains, worship the Lord of Uma. One should worship Isana, fasting there for 3 nights. By this, one acquireth the merit of the horse sacrifice and the status of Ganapesha. By staying there for 12 nights, one's soul is cleansed of all sins. One should next proceed to the tirtha known as Gayatri, celebrated over the 3 worlds. Staying there for 3 nights, one acquireth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. A strange phenomenon is seen to occur there in respect to Brahmanas, O Lord of men. If a Brahmana, whether born of a Brahmani or any other woman, reciteth the Gayatri there, the recitation becomes rhythmic and musical, while, O king, a person who is not a Brahmana cannot adequately hymn it at all. Proceeding next to the inaccessible tank of the Brahmana Rishi Samvarta, one acquireth personal beauty and prosperity. Repairing next to Vina, he that offers oblations of water to the gods and the Pitris, obtains a car drawn by peacocks and cranes. Going next to the Godavari, ever frequented by the Siddhas, one earneth the merit of the cow sacrifice, and goeth to the excellent region of Vasuki. Bathing next at the confluence of the Vina, one obtains the merit of the Vajapaya sacrifice. By a dip next at the confluence of Virata, one acquireth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Arriving next at Brahmastuna, one that stayeth there for 3 nights acquireth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine, and also ascendeth to heaven. Coming next to Kusaplavana, with subdued soul and leading a Brahmacharya mode of life, and staying there for 3 nights, he that bathes in it obtains the merit of the horse sacrifice. Bathing next at the romantic Devarata that is supplied by the waters of the Krishnavena, and also in the Jadasmara Rata, one acquireth the memory of one's former life. It was there that the chief of the celestials celebrated 100 sacrifices and ascended to heaven. By a visit only to that spot, one acquireth the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. Bathing next in the Sarvadivarata, a person obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Proceeding next to the highly sacred tank called Payashni, that best of waters, he that offers oblations of water to the gods and the Pitris acquires the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. Arriving next at the sacred forest of Dandaka, a person should bathe in the waters there. By this, O king, one at once obtains, O Bharata, the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Proceeding next to the asylum of Sarabanga and that of the illustrious Sukha, one acquireth immunity from misfortune, besides sanctifying his race. Then should one proceed to Serparaka, where Jamadagni's son had formerly dwelt. Bathing in that tirtha of Rama, one acquireth the merit of giving away gold in abundance. Bathing next in the Saptagadavara, with a subdued sense and regulated diet, one earneth great merit, and goeth also to the region of the celestials. Proceeding next to Devarata, with subdued sense and regulated diet, a man obtaineth the merit of the Devasatra sacrifice. One should proceed next to the forest of Tungaka, with subdued senses and leading a Brahmacharya mode of life. It was here that in olden days Muni Saraswata taught the Vedas to the ascetics. When the Vedas had been lost, in consequence of the Munis having forgotten them, Angirasa's son, seated at ease on the upper garments of the Munis, duly spread out, pronounced distinctly and with emphasis the syllable Om. And at this, the ascetics again recollected all that they had learnt before. It was there that the rishis and the gods Varuna, Agni, Prajapati, Narayana, also called Hari, Mahadeva, and the illustrious grandsire of great splendor, appointed the resplendent Bhrigu to officiate at a sacrifice. Gratifying Agni by libations of clarified butter poured according to the ordinance, the illustrious Bhrigu once performed the Agnyadana sacrifice for all those rishis, after which both they and the gods went away to their respective homes one after another. One who enters the forest of Tungaka is, O best of kings, male or female, cleansed of every sin. There in that tirtha, O hero, one should reside for a month, with subdued senses and regulated diet. By this, O king, one ascendeth to the region of Brahma, and delivereth also his race. Arriving next at Madhavika, one should offer oblations of water to the gods and the Pitris. By this, one acquires the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice, and also memory and intellect. There in that tirtha is the mountain known over the whole world and called Kalanjara. Bathing in the celestial lake that is there, one acquires the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. He that, O king, after a bath, offereth oblations to the gods and the Pitris on the Kalanjara mountain is, without doubt, regarded in heaven. Proceeding next, O monarch, to the river Mandakini capable of destroying all sins and which is on that best of mountains called Chitrakuta, he that bathes there and worships the gods and the Pitris obtains the merit of the horse sacrifice and attains to an exalted state. One should next, O virtuous one, proceed to the excellent tirtha called Bartrastana, where, O king, ever dwells the celestial generalissimo Kartikeya. By a journey only to that spot, a person, O foremost of kings, attaineth to success. Bathing next at the tirtha called Koti, one earneth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Having walked round Koti, one should proceed next to Jayasthastana. Beholding Mahadeva who is there, one shineth like the moon. There, O mighty monarch, is a celebrated well. O bull of the Bharata race! There in that well, O foremost of warriors, are the 4 seas. He that bathes there, O foremost of kings, and with subdued soul worships the gods and the Pitris, is cleansed of all his sins and attaineth to an exalted state. Then, O mighty king, should one proceed to the great Sringavarapura, where, O foremost of kings, formerly Rama, Dashratha's son, had crossed the Ganga. Bathing in that tirtha, one, O mighty armed one, is cleansed of all his sins. Bathing with subdued senses and leading a Brahmacharya mode of life in the Ganga, one is cleansed of every sin, and obtains also the merit of the Vajapaya sacrifice. One should next proceed to the place called Mayuravada, consecrated to Mahadeva of high intelligence. Beholding there the god, bowing down to him and walking round the spot, one acquireth, O Bharata, the Ganapesha status. Bathing in Ganga at that tirtha, one is cleansed of all his sins. Then, O king, should one proceed to Prayaga, whose praises have been sung by rishis and where dwell the gods with Brahma at their head, the directions with their presiding deities, the Lokapalas, the Siddhas, the Pitris adored by the worlds, the great rishis Sanatkumara and others, stainless Brahmarshis Angiras and others, the Nagas, the Suparnas, the Siddhas, the snakes, the rivers, the seas, the Gandharvas, the Apsaras, and the Lord Hari with Prajapati. There in that tirtha are 3 fiery caverns between which the Ganga, that foremost of tirthas, rolleth rapidly. There in that region also the world-purifying daughter of the sun, Yamuna, celebrated over the 3 worlds, uniteth with the Ganga. The country between the Ganga and the Yamuna is regarded as the Mons Veneris of the world, and Prayaga as the foremost point of that region. The Tirthas Prayaga, Pratistana, Kamvala, Aswatara, and Bhagavati are the sacrificial platforms of the Creator. They're in those places, O foremost of warriors, the Vedas and the sacrifices, and embodied forms, and the rishis endued with wealth of asceticism, adore Brahma, and there the gods and rulers of territories also celebrate their sacrifices. The learned, however, say that of all these tirthas, O exalted one, Prayaga is the most sacred, in fact, the foremost of all tirthas in the three worlds. By going to that tirtha, by singing its praises, or by taking a little earth from it, one is cleansed from every sin. He that bathes in that confluence celebrated over the world acquires all the merits of the Rajasuya and the horse sacrifices. This sacrificial place is worshipped by the gods themselves. If a man giveth there ever so little, it increaseth, O Bharata, 1,000-fold. O child, let not the texts of the Veda, nor the opinions of men dissuade thy mind from the desire of dying at Prayaga. O son of the Kuru race, the wise say that 600,010,000 tirthas exist at Prayaga. Bathing in the confluence of Ganga and Yamuna, one obtains the merit that attaches to the four kinds of knowledge and the merits also of those that are truthful. There at Prayaga is the excellent tirtha of Vasuki called Bhagavati. He that batheth in it obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice. There also in the Ganga is the tirtha famed over the three worlds, called Ramaprapatana, which conferreth the merit of 10 horse sacrifices. O son of the Kuru race! Wherever may a person bathe in the Ganga, he earneth merit equal to that of a trip to Kurukshetra. An exception, however, is made in favor of Kanakula, while the merit attaching to Prayaga is the greatest. Having committed 100 sins, he that bathes in the Ganga hath all his sins washed off by the waters thereof, even as fuel is consumed by fire. It hath been said that in the Satyayuga all the tirthas were sacred, in the Treta, Pushkara alone was such, in Dwapara, Kurukshetra, and in the Kali Yuga, the Ganga alone is sacred. In Pushkara, one should practice austerities, in Mahalaya, one should give away, in the Malaya mountains, one should ascend the funeral pyre, and in Brigatunga, one should renounce one's body by foregoing food. Bathing in Pushkara, in Kurukshetra, in the Ganga and in the confluence of the Ganga and the Yamuna, one sanctifieth 7 generations of one's race up and down. He that reciteth the name of the Ganga is purified, while he that beholdeth her receiveth prosperity, while he that bathes in her and drinks of her waters sanctifieth 7 generations of his race up and down. As long, O king, as one's bones lie in contact with the waters of the Ganga, so long doth he live regarded in heaven, even as one liveth in heaven in consequence of the merit he earneth by pious pilgrimages to sacred tirthas and holy spots. There is no tirtha that is like unto the Ganga, there is no god like unto Kesva, and there is none superior to Brahmanas. This hath been said even by the grandsire. O great king, the region through which the Ganga flows should be regarded as a sacred asylum, and a spot of land that is on the Ganga's banks should be regarded as one favorable to the attainment of ascetic success. This truthful description of the tirthas one should recite only unto the regenerate ones, unto those that are pious, unto one's son and friends and disciples and dependents. This narrative, without a rival, is blessed and holy and leadeth to heaven. Holy and entertaining and sanctifying, it is productive of merit and high worth. Destructive of every sin, it is a mystery that the great rishis cherish with care. By reciting it in the midst of Brahmanas, one is cleansed of every sin, and ascends to heaven. This description of tirthas is auspicious and heaven-giving and sacred, ever blessed as it is. It destroys one's enemies, foremost of all accounts, it sharpens the intellect. By reading this narrative the sonless obtains sons, the destitute obtains riches, a person of the royal order conquereth the whole earth, the Vaishya cometh by wealth, the Sudra obtaineth all his desires, and the Brahmana crosseth the ocean of the world. Purifying himself, he that listens daily to the merits of the different tirthas, recollects the incidents of many previous births and rejoices in heaven. Of the tirthas that have been recited here, some are easily accessible, while others are difficult of access. But he that is inspired with the desire of beholding all tirthas should visit them even in imagination. desirous of obtaining merit, the Vasus, and the Sathyas, the Adityas, the Maruts, the Ashwins, and the Rishis equal unto celestials, all bathed in these tirthas. Do thou also, O thou of the Kuru race, observing the ordinance as explained by me, visit, with subdued senses, these tirthas, increasing thy merit, O thou of excellent vows. Men of piety and learning are able to visit these tirthas, by reason of their purified senses, their belief in Godhead, and their acquaintance with the Vedas. He that doth not observe vows, he that hath not his soul under control, he that is impure, he that is a thief, and he that is of crooked mind, doth not, O Kauravya, bathe in tirthas. Thou art ever observant of virtue, and art of pure character. By thy virtue, O virtuous one, thou hast always gratified thy father and thy grandfather and great-grandfathers, and the gods with Brahma at their head, and the rishis also, O thou versed in virtue. Thou who resemblest Vasva, thou wilt, O Bhishma, attain to the region of the Vasus, and also eternal fame on earth. Narada continued, having cheerfully spoken thus, the illustrious Rishi Pulasatya, well pleased, bidding Bhishma farewell, disappeared there and then. And Bhishma also, O tiger among men, well understanding the true import of the Shastras, wandered over the world at the command of Pulasatya. Thus, O thou blessed one, did Bhishma end at Prayaga his highly meritorious journey to the tirthas capable of destroying all sins. The man that ranges the earth in accordance with these injunctions obtains the highest fruit of 100 horse sacrifices and earns salvation hereafter. Thou wilt, O son of Pritha, obtain merit consisting of the 8 attributes, even like that which Bhishma, the foremost of the Kurus, had obtained of yore. And as thou wilt lead these ascetics to those tirthas, thy merit will be much greater. Those tirthas are infested by Rakshasas, and no one, save thyself, O son of Kuru race, can go there. Rising early, he that reciteth this narrative by the celestial rishis on the subject of the tirthas, becometh free from all sins. Those foremost of rishis, Valmiki, and Kasyapa, and Atreya, and Kundajathara, and Viswamitra, and Gautama, and Asita, and Devala, and Markandeya, and Galeva, and Bharadvaja, and Vasishtha, and the Muni Uddalaka, and Sanaka with his son, and Vyasa, that best of ascetics, and Durvasas, that foremost of Munis, and Javali of great austerities, all these illustrious rishis endued with wealth of asceticism, are staying in expectation of thee. With these, O mighty king, do thou meet by visiting these tirthas. And, O illustrious monarch, a great rishi of immeasurable energy, Lomesa by name, will come to thee. Do thou follow him, and me, and by turns visit these tirthas, O thou virtuous one. By this, thou wilt acquire great fame, like King Mahabhisha. O tiger among kings, even as the virtuous Yayati and King Kauravas, dost thou blaze forth with thy own virtue. Like King Bhajaratha and the illustrious Rama, dost thou shine among kings even as the sun himself. And thou art, O great king, celebrated, in the world, even as Muni or Ikshwaku, or the highly famous Puru or Vainya. And as in days of yore the slayer of Vritra, after burning all his foes, ruled the 3 worlds, his mind freed from anxiety, so wilt thou rule thy subjects, after slaying all thy enemies. And, O thou of eyes like lotus leaves, having conquered the earth according to the customs of thy order, thou wilt obtain renown by thy virtue, even like Kartavirya. Vyasa continued, O great king, having comforted the monarch thus, the illustrious Rishi Narada, bidding farewell to the king, disappeared there and then. And the virtuous Yudhishthira, reflecting upon the subject, began to recite unto the ascetics the merit attaching to tirthas. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 86. Vyasa continued, having ascertained the opinion of his brothers, and of the intelligent Narada, King Yudhishthira, addressing Daumya, who was like unto the grandsire himself, said, I have for the acquisition of arms sent away that tiger among men, Jishnu, whose prowess is incapable of being baffled, and who is possessed of long arms and immeasurable intelligence. O thou of ascetic wealth, that hero is devoted to me, endued with ability, and well skilled in weapons, and like unto the exalted Vasudeva himself. I know them both, Krishna and Arjuna, those destroyers of enemies, O Brahmana, endued with prowess, even as the puissant Vyasa knoweth them. I know Vasudeva and Dhananjaya to be none else than Vishnu himself, possessed of the 6 attributes. And this is also what Narada knoweth, for he hath always spoken so unto me. I also know them to be rishis, Nara and Narayana. Knowing him to possess the ability, I have sent him on the mission. Not inferior unto Indra and fully competent for the task, I have sent that son of a god to see the Lord of the Celestials and obtain weapons from him. Bhishma and Drona are Adarathas. Kripa and the son of Drona are invincible. These mighty warriors have been installed by Dhritarashtra's son in the command of his army. All these are versed in the Vedas, are heroic, and possessed of the knowledge of every weapon. Endued with great strength, these always desire to encounter Arjuna in fight. And Karna, also of the Sudha caste, is a mighty warrior versed in celestial weapons. In respect of the impetus of his weapons, he is endued with the strength of the wind god. Himself like a flame of fire, the arrows, proceeding from him, constitute its tongues. The slaps of his left hand, cased in leathern fence, constitute the crackling of that flame. The dust of the battlefield is its smoke. Urged by the sons of Dhritarashtra, even as the wind urgeth the fire, Karna, like unto the all-consuming fire at the end of the yuga that is sent by death himself, will, without doubt, consume my troops like unto a heap of straw. Only that mighty mass of clouds called Arjuna, aided by Krishna like unto a powerful wind, with celestial weapon representing its fierce lightning, the white steeds, the rows of white cranes coursing underneath, and the unbearable Gandiva, the rainbow ahead, is capable of extinguishing the blazing flame represented by Karna by means of its arrowy showers let off with unflagging steadiness. That conqueror of hostile cities, Vibhatsu, will, without doubt, succeed in obtaining from Indra himself all the celestial weapons with their fullness and life. Alone he is equal, I think, unto them all. Otherwise it is impossible for us to vanquish and fight all those foes who have attained to eminent success in all their purposes. We shall behold Arjuna, that repressor of foes, fully equipped with celestial weapons, for Vibhatsu, having once undertaken a task, never droopeth under its weight. Without that hero, however, that best of men, ourselves, with Krishna, cannot be at rest in Kamayaka. Therefore, do thou mention some other wood that is sacred and delightful, and abounds in food and fruits, and that is inhabited by men of pious practices, where we may pass some time, expecting the warlike Arjuna of unbaffled prowess, like the Chataka in expectation of gathering clouds. Do thou tell us of some asylums open to the regenerate ones, and lakes and streams and beautiful mountains. O Brahmana, deprived of Arjuna, I do not like to stay in this wood of Kamayaka. We wish to go somewhere else. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 87. Vyasa said, beholding the Pandavas afflicted with anxiety and depressed in spirits, Daumya, who resembled Vrahaspati, spake thus, comforting them, O bull of the Bharata race, O sinless one, listen to me as I mention certain sacred asylums and regions and tirthas and mountains that are approved of by Brahmanas. O king, listen to me as I speak, thyself with the daughter of Drupada and thy brothers, wilt, O lord of men, be relieved from grief. And, O son of Pandu, by hearing only of these places, thou wilt acquire merit. And by visiting them thou wilt obtain merit 100 times greater, O best of men. First, O king, I will, so far as I recollect, speak of the beautiful eastern country, much regarded, O Yudhishthira, by royal rishis. In that direction, O Bharata, is a place called Nimisha, which is regarded by the celestials. There in that region are several sacred tirthas belonging to the gods. There also is the sacred and beautiful Gomathi, which is adored by celestial rishis, and there also possibly is, JBH, the sacrificial region of the gods and the sacrificial stake of Surya. In that quarter also is that best of hills called Gaya, which is sacred and much regarded by royal ascetics. There on that hill is the auspicious lake called Brahmasara, which is adored by celestial rishis. It is for this that the ancients say that one should wish for many sons, so that even one among them may visit Gaya, celebrate the horse sacrifice or give away a Nila bull, and thereby deliver 10 generations of his race up and down. There, O monarch, is a great river and spot called Gayasira. And Gayasira is a banyan, which is called by the Brahmanas the eternal banyan, for the food that is offered there to the Pitris becometh eternal, O exalted one. The great river that floweth by the place is known by the name of Falgu, and its waters are all sacred. And, O bull among the Bharatas, there also, in that place, is the Kausaki, whose basin abounds in various fruit and roots, and where Viswamitra endued with wealth of asceticism acquired Brahmanahood. Towards that direction also is the sacred Ganga, on whose banks Bhajaratha celebrated many sacrifices with profuse gifts to Brahmanas. They say that in the country of Panchala there is a wood called Utpul, where Viswamitra of Kusika's race had performed sacrifices with his son, and where beholding the relics of Viswamitra's superhuman power, Rama, the son of Jamadagni, recited the praises of his ancestry. At Kamayaka, Kusika's son had quaffed the soma juice with Indra. Then abandoning the Kshatriya order, he began to say, I am a Brahmana. In that quarter, O hero, is the sacred confluence of Ganga and Yamuna which is celebrated over the world. Holy and sin-destroying, that Tirtha is much regarded by the rishis. It is there that the soul of all things, the grandsire, had, in olden days, performed his sacrifice, and it is for this, O chief of the Bharata race, that the place hath come to be called Prayaga. In this direction, O foremost of kings, lieth the excellent asylum of Agastya, O monarch, and the forest called Tapasa, decked by many ascetics. And there also is the great Tirtha called Hiranyavinda on the Kalanjara hills, and that best of mountains called Agastya, which is beautiful, sacred, and auspicious. In that quarter, O descendant of the Kuru race, is the mountain called Mahendra, sacred to the illustrious Rama of the Bhrigu race. There, O son of Kunti, the grandsire performed sacrifices of yore. There, O Yudhishthira, the sacred Bhajaratha entereth a lake, and there also, O king, is that sacred river known by the name of the merit-bestowing Brahmasara, whose banks are inhabited by persons whose sins have been washed away, and whose sight alone produceth merit. In that direction also lieth the high-souled Mathanga's excellent asylum, called Kadara, which is sacred and auspicious and celebrated over the world. And there also is the mountain called Kundota, which is so delightful and abounding in fruits and roots and waters, and where the king of the Nishadas, Nala, had slaked his thirst and rested for a while. In that quarter also is the delightful Devavana, which is graced by ascetics. There also are the rivers Vahuta and Nanda on the mountain's crest. O mighty king, I have described unto thee all the tirthas and sacred spots in the eastern quarter. Do thou now hear of the sacred tirthas, and rivers, and mountains, and holy spots in the other 3 quarters. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 88. Daumya continued, Listen, O Bharata, I shall now narrate to thee in detail, according to my knowledge, the sacred tirthas of the south. In that quarter lieth the sacred and auspicious river Godavari, full of water, abounding in groves, and frequented by ascetics. In that direction also are the rivers Vena and Bhimarathi, both capable of destroying sin and fear, and abounding in birds and deer, and graced with abodes of ascetics. In that region also, O bull of the Bharata race, is the Tirtha of the royal ascetic, Nriga viz., the river Payashni, which is delightful and full of waters, and visited by Brahmanas. There the illustrious Markandeya, of high ascetic merit, sang the praises in verse of King Nriga's line. We have heard respecting the sacrificing King Nriga that which really took place while he was performing a sacrifice in the excellent Tirtha called Varha on the Payashni. In that sacrifice Indra became intoxicated with quaffing the soma, and the Brahmanas, with the gifts they received. The water of the Payashni, taken up, in vessel, or flowing along the ground, or conveyed by the wind, can cleanse a person from whatever sins he may commit till the day of his death. Higher than heaven itself, and pure, and created and bestowed by the trident-bearing God, there in that Tirtha is an image of Mahadeva beholding which a mortal goeth to the region of Shiva. Placing on one scale Ganga and the other rivers with their waters, and on the other, the Payashni, the latter, in my opinion, would be superior to all the Tirthas, together, in point of merit. Then, O foremost of the Bharata race, on the mountain called Varanasrotesa is the sacred and auspicious wood of Mathera, abounding in fruits and roots, and containing a sacrificial stake. Then, O king, it is said that in the region on the north of the Pravini, and about the sacred asylum of Kanwa, are many woody retreats of ascetics. And, O child, and the tirtha called Serparaka are two sacrificial platforms of the illustrious Jamadagni, called Pahana and Punaskandra, O Bharata. And, O son of Kunti, in that spot is the tirtha called Asoka, abounding in woody retreats of ascetics. And, O Yudhishthira, in the country of the Pundyas are the tirthas named Agastya and Varuna. And, O bull among men, there, amongst the Pandavas, is the tirtha called the Kumaris. Listen, O son of Kunti, I shall now describe Tamarparni. In that asylum the gods had undergone penances impelled by the desire of obtaining salvation. In that region also is the lake of Gokarna, which is celebrated over the three worlds, hath an abundance of cool waters, and is sacred, auspicious, and capable, O child, of producing great merit. That lake is extremely difficult of access to men of unpurified souls. Near to that tirtha is the sacred asylum of Agastya's disciple, the mountain Devasabha, which abounds in trees and grass, and fruits and roots. And there also is the Vaidurya mountain, which is delightful, abounding in gems, and capable of bestowing great merit. There on that mountain is the asylum of Agastya, abounding in fruits and roots and water. I shall now, O Lord of men, describe the sacred spots, and asylums, and rivers and lakes belonging to the Saurashtra country. O Yudhishthira, the Brahmanas say that on the seacoast is the Kamasadbita, and also Prabhasa, that tirtha which is much regarded by the gods. There also is the tirtha called Pindaraka, frequented by ascetics and capable of producing great merit. In that region is a mighty hill named Ajayanta, which conduceth to speedy success. Regarding it the celestial Rishi Narada of great intelligence hath recited an ancient sloka. Do thou listen to it, O Yudhishthira. By performing austerities on the sacred hill of Ajayanta in Saurashtra, that abounds in birds and animals, a person becometh regarded in heaven. There also is Dwaravati, producing great merit, where dwelleth the slayer of Madhu, who is the ancient one in embodied form, and eternal virtue. Brahmanas versed in the Vedas, and persons acquainted with the philosophy of the soul say that the illustrious Krishna is eternal virtue. Govinda is said to be the purest of all pure things, the righteous of the righteous, and the auspicious of the auspicious. In all the three worlds, he of eyes like lotus leaves is the God of gods, and is eternal. He is the pure soul and the active principle of life, is the supreme Brahma, and is the Lord of all. That slayer of Madhu, Hari of inconceivable soul, dwelleth there. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 89. Daumya continued, I shall describe to thee those sacred spots capable of producing merit that lie on the west, in the country of the Anartas, O Bharata. There flows in a westward course the sacred river Narmada, graced by priyangu and mango trees, and engarlanded with thickest of canes. All the tirthas and sacred spots, and rivers and woods and foremost of mountains that are in the three worlds, all the gods with the grandsire, along with the Siddhas, the Rishis and the Charanas, O best of the Kurus, always come, O Bharata, to bathe in the sacred waters of the Narmada. And it hath been heard by us that the sacred asylum of the Muni Visravas had stood there, and that there was born the Lord of Treasures, Kuvara, having men for his vehicles. There also is that foremost of hills, the sacred and auspicious Vaidurya peak, abounding with trees that are green and which are always graced with fruit and flowers. O Lord of the earth, on the top of that mountain is a sacred tank decked with full-blown lotus and resorted to by the gods and the Gandharvas. Many are the wonders, O mighty monarch, that may be seen on that sacred mountain which is like unto heaven itself and which is visited by celestial rishis. There, O subjugator of hostile cities, is the sacred river called Viswamitra, belonging to the royal sage of that name, and which abounds, O king, in many sacred tirthas. It was on the banks of this river that Yayati, the son of Nahusha, fell from heaven among the virtuous, and obtained once more the eternal regions of the righteous. Here also are the well-known lake called Punya, the mountain called Menaka, and that other mountain called Asita, abounding in fruits and roots. And here also is the sacred asylum of Kakshasena, and O Yudhishthira, the asylum of Chayavana also, which is famed over every country, O son of Pandu. In that spot, O exalted one, men attain to ascetic success without severe austerities. Here also, O mighty king, is the region called Jamvamarga, inhabited by birds and deer, and which constitutes the retreat of ascetics with souls under control, O thou foremost of those that have subdued their senses. Next lie the exceedingly sacred Katumala, and Medya ever graced with ascetics, and, O Lord of Earth, Gangadwara, and the well-known woods of Saint Hava, which are sacred and inhabited by the regenerate ones. There also is the celebrated tank of the grandsire, called Pushkara, the favorite abode of the Vaikanasas, and Siddhas and Rishis. Moved by the desire of obtaining its protection, the creator sang this verse at Pushkara, O chief of the Kurus and foremost of virtuous men. If a person of pure soul purposes a pilgrimage to the Pushkaras in imagination even, he becometh purged from all his sins and rejoiceth in heaven. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 90. Daumya continued, O tiger among kings, I shall now describe those tirthas and sacred spots that lie to the north. Do thou, O exalted one, listen to me attentively. By hearing this narration, O hero, one acquireth a reverential frame of mind, which conduceth to much good. In that region is the highly sacred Sarasvati abounding in tirthas and with banks easy of descent. There also, O son of Pandu, is the ocean-going and impetuous Yamuna, and the tirtha called Plakshavatarana, productive of high merit and prosperity. It was there that the regenerate ones, having performed the Saraswata sacrifice, bathed on the completion thereof. O sinless one, is the well-known celestial tirtha called Agnisairas, which is productive of great merit. Their king Sadeva had celebrated a sacrifice measuring out the ground by a throw of the Samaya. It is for this reason, O Yudhishthira, that Indra sang the praises of Sadeva in verse. Those verses are still current in this world, being recited by the regenerate ones, e.g., on the Yamuna Sadeva worshipped the sacrificial fire, with gifts in 100,000s to Brahmanas. There the illustrious king, the imperial Bharata, performed 35 horse sacrifices. O child, we have heard that Sarabanga of you used to fully gratify the desires of the regenerate ones. There in this region is his celebrated asylum productive of great merit. In that region also, O son of Pritha, is the river Sarasvati, which is ever worshipped by the god, where, in days of yore, the Valakilyas, O great king, performed sacrifices. In that region also, O Yudhishthira, is the well-known river Drisadwati, which is productive of great merit. Then, O chief of men, are Nayagradakya, and Panchalia, and Panyaka and Dalbyagosha, and Dalbya, which are, O son of Kunti, the sacred asylum in the world of illustrious Anandiases of excellent vows and great energy, and which are celebrated over the three worlds. Here also, O Lord of men, the illustrious Etavarna and Avavarana, versed in the Vedas, learned in Vedic lore, and proficient in the knowledge of Vedic rites, performed meritorious sacrifices, O chief of the Bharata race. There also is Visakayupa, to which, in days of yore, came the gods with Varuna and Indra, and practiced ascetic austerities. And therefore is that spot so eminently sacred. Here also is Palasaka, where the great and illustrious and highly blessed Rishi Jamadagni performed sacrifices. There all the principal rivers in their embodied forms taking their respective waters stood surrounding that best of sages. And there also, O monarch, Vibhavasu, fire, himself, beholding that high-souled one's initiation, sang the following sloka, the river coming to the illustrious Jamadagni while sacrificing unto the gods gratified the Brahmanas with offerings of honey. O Yudhishthira, the spot where Ganga rusheth past, cleaving the foremost of mountains, which is frequented by Gandharvas and Yakshas and Rakshasas and Apsaras, and inhabited by hunters and Kinnaras, is called Gangadwara. O king, Sanat Kumara regardeth that spot visited by Brahmarshis, as also the Tirtha Kanakula, that is near to it, as sacred. There also is the mountain named Puru, which is resorted to by great rishis, and where Kauravas was born, and Bhrigu practiced ascetic austerities. For this it is, O king, that asylum hath become known as the great peak of Brigatunga. Near that peak is the sacred and extensive Vidari, that highly meritorious asylum, famed over the three worlds, of him, O bull of the Bharata race, who is the present, the past, and the future, who is called Narayana, and the Lord Vishnu, who is eternal and the best of male beings, and who is preeminently illustrious. Near Vidari, the cool current of Ganga was formerly warm, and the banks there were overspread with golden sands. They're the gods and rishis of high fortune and exceeding effulgence, approaching the divine Lord Narayana, always worship him. The entire universe with all its tirthas and holy spots is there where dwelleth the divine and eternal Narayana, the supreme soul, for he is merit, he is the supreme Brahma, he is tirtha, he is the ascetic retreat, he is the first, he is the foremost of gods, and he is the great Lord of all creatures. He is eternal, he is the great creator, and he is the highest state of blessedness. Learned persons versed in the scriptures attain to great happiness by knowing him. In that spot are the celestial rishis, the siddhas, and, indeed, all the rishis, where dwelleth the slayer of Madhu, that primeval deity and mighty yogin. Let no doubt enter thy heart that that spot is the foremost of all holy spots. These, O Lord of earth, are the tirthas and sacred spots on earth that I have recited, O best of men. These all are visited by the Vasus, the Sathyas, the Adityas, the Marutas, the Ashwins, and the illustrious rishis resembling the celestials themselves. By journeying, O son of Kunti, to those places, with the Brahmanas and ascetics that are with thee and with thy blessed brothers, thou wilt be freed from anxiety. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 91. Vyasa continued, O son of the Kuru race, while Daumya was speaking thus, there arrived at the spot the Rishi Lomesa of great energy. And the king, who was the eldest of Pandu's sons, with his followers and those Brahmanas sat round the highly righteous one, like celestials in heaven sitting round Sakra. And having received him duly, Yudhishthira the just inquired after the reason of his arrival, and the object also of his wanderings. Thus asked by Pandu's son, the illustrious ascetic, well pleased, replied in sweet words delighting the Pandavas, traveling at will, O Kante, over all the regions, I came to Sakra's abode, and saw there the Lord of the Celestials. There, I saw thy heroic brother capable of wielding the bow with his left hand, seated on the same seat with Sakra. And beholding Partha on that seat, I was greatly astonished, O tiger among men. And the Lord of the Celestials then said unto me, Go thou unto the sons of Pandu. At the request, therefore, of Indra as also of the high-souled son of Pritha have I come hither with speed, desiring to see thee with thy younger brothers. O child, I will relate what will please thee highly, O son of Pandu. Do thou listen to it, O king, with Krishna and the rishis that are with thee. O bull of the Bharata race, Partha hath obtained from Rudra that incomparable weapon for the acquisition of which thou hadst sent him to heaven. That fierce weapon, known by the name of Brahmasura, which arose after Amrita, and which Rudra had obtained by means of ascetic austerities, hath been acquired by Arjuna together with the mantras for hurling and withdrawing it, and the rites of expiation and revival. And, O Yudhishthira, Arjuna of immeasurable prowess hath also acquired Vajras and Dandas and other celestial weapons from Yama and Kuvara and Varuna and Indra, O son of the Kuru race. And he hath also thoroughly learnt music, both vocal and instrumental, and dancing and proper recitation of the Saman, Veda, from Vishwavasu's son. And having thus acquired weapons and mastered the Gandharva Veda, thy third brother Vibhatsu liveth happily in heaven. Listen to me, O Yudhishthira, for I shall now deliver to thee the message of that foremost of celestials. He hath commanded me, saying, Thou wilt, no doubt, go to the world of men. O best of Brahmanas, tell thou Yudhishthira these words of mine. Soon will thy brother Arjuna come to thee, having acquired arms and accomplished a great deed for the celestials that is incapable of being accomplished by themselves. Do thou meanwhile devote thyself to ascetic austerities with thy brothers. There is nothing superior to asceticism, and it is by asceticism that a person achieveth great results. And, O bull of the Bharata race, well do I know that Karna is endued with great ardor and energy and strength and prowess that is incapable of being baffled. Well do I know that, skilled in fierce conflict, he hath not his rival in battle, that he is a mighty bowman, a hero deft in the use of fierce weapons and cased in the best of mail. Well do I know that exalted son of Aditya resembleth the son of Mahesvara himself. Well do I also know the high natural prowess of the broad-shouldered Arjuna. In battle Karna is not equal unto even a 16th part of Pritha's son. And as for the fear of Karna which is in thy heart, O repressor of foes, I shall dispel when Savyasakan will have left heaven. And as regards thy purpose, O hero, to set out on a pilgrimage to Tirthas, the great Rishi Lomesa will, without doubt, speak unto thee. And whatever that regenerate Rishi will relate unto thee touching the merits of asceticism and Tirthas, thou shouldst receive with respect and not otherwise. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 92. Lomesa continued, Listen now, O Yudhishthira, to what Dhananjaya hath said, cause my brother Yudhishthira to attend to the practice of virtue which leadeth to prosperity. Endued with wealth of asceticism, thou art conversant with the highest morality, with ascetic austerities of every kind, with the eternal duties of kings blessed with prosperity, and the high and sanctifying merit that men obtain from Tirthas. Persuade thou the sons of Pandu to acquire the merit attaching to Tirthas. Do thou with thy whole soul persuade the king to visit the Tirthas and give away kine. This is what Arjuna said unto me. Indeed he also said, Let him visit all the Tirthas protected by thee. Thou wilt also protect him from Rakshasas, and watch over him in inaccessible regions and rugged mountain breasts. And as Dadichi had protected Indra, and Angiras had protected the sun, so do thou, O best of regenerate ones, protect the sons of Kunti from Rakshasas. Along the way are many Rakshasas, huge as mountain cliffs. But protected by thee these will not be able to approach the sons of Kunti. Obedient to the words of Indra, and at the request of Arjuna, also protecting thee from dangers, I shall wander with thee. Before this, O son of the Kuru race, I have twice visited the Tirthas. With thee I shall repair to them for the third time. O Yudhishthira, Manu, and other royal rishis of meritorious deeds had undertaken journeys to Tirthas. Indeed, a trip to them is capable of dispelling all fear, O king. They that are crooked-minded, they that have not their souls under control, they that are illiterate and perverse, do not, O Kauravya, bathe in Tirthas. But thou art ever of a virtuous disposition and conversant with morality and firm in thy promises. Thou wilt surely be able to free thyself from the world. For, O son of Pandu, thou art even as King Bhajaratha, or Gaya, or Yayati, or any one, O son of Kunti, that is like them. Yudhishthira answered, I am so overwhelmed with delight, O Brahmana, that I cannot find words to answer thee. Who can be more fortunate than he who is remembered even by the Lord of the Celestials? Who can be more fortunate than he who hath been favored with thy company, who hath Dhananjaya for a brother, and who is thought of by Vyasa himself? As to thy words, O illustrious one, in respect of a trip to the Tirthas, my mind had already been made up at the words of Daumya. O Brahmana, I shall start, at whatever hour thou mayst be pleased to appoint, on the proposed journey to Tirthas. Even this is my firm resolve. Vaisampayana continued, Lomesa then said unto Yudhishthira, who had made up his mind to start on the proposed journey, O mighty king, be thou light as regards thy retinue, for by this thou wilt be able to go more easily. Yudhishthira then said, Let those mendicants and brahmanas and yogis that are incapable of bearing hunger and thirst, the fatigues of travel and toil, and the severity of winter, desist. Let those brahmanas also desist that live on sweetmeats, and they also that desire cooked viands and food that is sucked or drunk as well as meat. And let those also remain behind that are dependent on cooks. Let those citizens that have followed me from motives of loyalty, and whom I have hitherto kept on proper stipends, repair to King Dhritarashtra. He will give them their allowances in due time. If, however, that king refuses to grant them proper allowances, the king of the Panchalas will, for our satisfaction and welfare, give them these. Vaisampayana continued, and thereupon oppressed with grief, the citizens and the principal brahmanas and yatis set out for Hastinapura. And out of affection for Yudhishthira the just, the royal son of Ambika received them properly, and gratified them with proper allowances. And the royal son of Kunti, with only a small number of brahmanas, abode for 3 nights at Kamayaka, cheered by Lomesa. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 93. Vaisampayana said, Those brahmanas then, that had been dwelling, with him, in the woods, beholding the son of Kunti about to set out, on the pious pilgrimage, approached him, O king, and said, Thou art about to set out, O king, on thy journey to the sacred Tirthas, along with thy brothers and accompanied by the illustrious Rishi Lomesa. O king, it behoveth thee, O son of Pandu, to take us with thee. Without thee, we shall not be able, O son of the Kuru race, to visit them at any time. Surrounded by dangers and difficult of access, they are infested by beasts of prey. Those tirthas, O Lord of men, are inaccessible to persons in small parties. Foremost of all wielders of the bow, thy brothers are ever brave. Protected by your heroic selves, we also would proceed to them. Permit us to acquire, O Lord of earth, through thy grace the blessed fruit of tirthas. Protected by thy energy, let us, O King, be cleansed of all our sins by visiting those tirthas and purified by baths therein. Bathing in those tirthas, thou also, O Bharata, wilt acquire without doubt the regions difficult of acquisition that Kartavirya and Ashtaka, the royal sage Lomapada and the imperial and heroic Bharata only had earned. In thy company, O King, we desire to behold Prabhasa and other tirthas, Mahendra and other hills, Ganga and other rivers, and Plaksha and other gigantic trees. If, O Lord of men, thou hast any regard for the Brahmanas, do thou our bidding. Thou wilt surely have prosperity from this. O thou of mighty arms, the tirthas are infested by Rakshasas that ever obstruct ascetic penances. It behoveth thee to protect us from them. Protected by Lomesa and taking us with thee, go thou to all the tirthas spoken of by Daumya and the intelligent Narada, as also all those that have been spoken of by the celestial Rishi Lomesa, endued with great ascetic wealth, and be thou, by this, cleansed of all thy sins. Thus addressed respectfully by them, the king that bull amongst the sons of Pandu surrounded by his heroic brothers headed by Bhima, with tears of joy in his eyes, said unto all those ascetics, Let it be so. With the permission then of Lomesa, as also of his priest Daumya, that foremost of Pandu's sons with soul under complete control, resolved, along with his brothers and Drupada's daughter of faultless features, to set out. Just at this time, the blessed Vyasa, as also Pravata and Narada, all endued with high intelligence, came to Kamayaka foreseeing the son of Pandu. Beholding them, King Yudhishthira worshipped them with due rites. And worshipped by the monarch thus, those blessed ones, addressing Yudhishthira, said, O Yudhishthira, O Bhima, and ye twins, banish all evil thoughts from your minds. Purify your hearts and then set out for the tirthas. The Brahmanas have said that the observance of regulations in respect of the body are called earthly vows, while efforts to purify the heart, so that it may be free from evil thoughts, are called spiritual vows. O King, the mind that is free from all evil thoughts is highly pure. Purifying yourselves, therefore, harboring only friendly feelings for all, behold ye the tirthas. Observing earthly vows in respect of your bodies and purifying your minds by spiritual vows, obtain ye the fruits as recited of pilgrimages. Saying, so be it, the Pandavas with Krishna caused those celestial and human rishis to perform the usual propitiatory ceremonies. And those heroes, having worshipped the feet of Lomesa and Dwapayana and Narada and the celestial Rishi Pravata, O King, and accompanied by Daumya as also the ascetics that had been residing with them in the woods, set out on the day following the full moon of Agrahayana in which the constellation Pushya was ascendant. Dressed in barks and hides, and with matted lock on head, they were all cased in impenetrable mail and armed with swords. And O Janamejaya, the heroic sons of Pandu with quivers and arrows and scimitars and other weapons, and accompanied by Indrasena and other attendants with 14 and 1 cars, a number of cooks and servants of other classes, set out with faces turned towards the east. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 94. Yudhishthira said, O best of celestial rishis, I do not think that I am without merits. Yet am I afflicted with so much sorrow that there never was a king like me. I think, however, that my enemies are destitute of good qualities and even destitute of morality. Yet why, O Lomesa, do they prosper in this world? Lomesa said, Grieve not ever, O King, O son of Pritha, that sinful men should often prosper in consequence of the sins they commit. A man may be seen to prosper by his sins, obtain good therefrom, and vanquish his foes. Destruction, however, overtakes him to the roots. O King, I have seen many Daityas and Danavas prosper by sin, but I have also seen destruction overtake them. O Exalted One, I have seen all this in the righteous age of yore. The gods practiced virtue, while the Asuras abandoned it. The gods visited the Tirthas, while the Asuras did not visit them. And at first the sinful Asuras were possessed with pride. And pride begot vanity, and vanity begot wrath. And from wrath arose every kind of evil propensities, and from these latter sprang shamelessness. And in consequence of shamelessness, good behavior disappeared from among them. And because they had become shameless and destitute of virtuous propensities and good conduct and virtuous vows, forgiveness and prosperity and morality forsook them in no time. And prosperity then, O king, sought the gods, while adversity sought the Asuras. And when the Daityas and the Danavas, deprived of sense by pride, were possessed by adversity and covered with infamy, the Daityas were soon exterminated. The gods, however, who were virtuous in their practices, going to the seas, the rivers, the lakes, and the holy spots, cleansed themselves of all sins, O son of Pandu, by means of ascetic penances and sacrifices and gifts and blessings, and obtained prosperity in the consequence. And because the gods always performed sacrifices and holy deeds, abandoning every practice that was evil, and visited the Tirthas, as the consequence thereof they acquired great good fortune. Guided by this, O king, do thou also, with thy brothers, bathe in Tirthas, for then thou wilt obtain prosperity once more. Even this is the eternal road. And, O monarch, as King Raga and Shivi and Azanara and Bhajaratha and Vasamanas and Gaya and Puru and Kauravas, by practicing ascetic penances and visiting Tirthas and touching sacred waters and beholding illustrious ascetics, obtained fame and sanctity and merit and wealth, so wilt thou also obtain prosperity that is great. And as Ikshwaku with his sons, friends, and followers, as Muchakunda and Mendathri and King Maruta, as the gods through power of asceticism and the celestial rishis also, had all obtained fame, so wilt thou also obtain great celebrity. The sons of Dhritarashtra, on the other hand, enslaved by sinfulness and ignorance, will, without doubt, be soon exterminated like the Daityas. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 95. Vyasa said, the heroic sons of Pandu, accompanied by their followers, proceeding from place to place, at last arrived at Naimisha. O king, reaching the Gomathi, the Pandavas bathed in the sacred Tirtha of that stream, and having performed their ablutions there, they gave away, O Bharata, both kine and wealth. And repeatedly offering oblations of water, O Bharata, to the gods, the Pitris, and the Brahmanas, and the Tirthas called Kanya, Aswa, and Go and Stang, as directed, and Kalikoti and the Vishaprastha hills, the Kauravas then, O king, reached Vahuta and performed their ablution in that stream. Proceeding next, O Lord of Earth, to the sacrificial region of the gods known by the name Prayaga, they bathed in the confluence of Ganga and Yamuna, and residing there practiced ascetic penances of great merit. And the Pandavas, of truthful promises, bathing in the Tirtha, cleansed themselves of every sin. The sons of Pandu then, O king of the Bharata race, accompanied by those Brahmanas, proceeded to the Tirtha called Vedi, sacred to the Creator and adored by the ascetics. Residing there for some time and gratifying the Brahmanas with the fruit and roots of the wilderness and clarified butter, those heroes began to practice ascetic penances of great merit. They then proceeded to Mahidhara, consecrated by that virtuous royal sage Gaya of unrivaled splendor. In that region is the hill called Gayasira, as well as the delightful river called Mahanadi, with fine banks graced by bushes of canes. On that celestial hill of holy peaks is a sacred Tirtha called Brahmasara, which is much adored by ascetics. There on the banks of that lake had dwelt of yore the eternal God himself of justice, and it was thither that the illustrious Rishi Agastya had repaired to behold that deity. It is from that lake that all the rivers take their rise, and there in that Tirtha, Mahadeva the wielder of the Panaka, is present for aye. Arriving at that spot, the heroic sons of Pandu practiced the vow that is known by the name of the Chaturmasya according to all the rites and ordinances of the great sacrifice called Rishiyajna. It is there that that mighty tree called the eternal banyan stands. Any sacrifice performed there produces merit that is eternal. In that sacrificial platform of the gods producing eternal merit, the Pandavas began to fast with concentrated souls. And there came unto them Brahmanas by hundreds endued with wealth of asceticism. And those Brahmanas also all performed the Chaturmasya sacrifice according to the rites inculcated by the rishis. And there in that Tirtha, those Brahmanas old in knowledge and ascetic merit and fully versed in the Vedas, that constituted the court of the illustrious sons of Pandu, talked in their presence upon various subjects of sacred import. And it was in that place that the learned vow-observing and sacred Shamatha, leading, besides, a life of celibacy, spake unto them, O king, of Gaya, the son of Amritareya. And Shamatha said, Gaya, the son of Amritareya, was one of the foremost of royal sages. Listen to me, O Bharata, as I recite his meritorious deeds. It was here, O king, that Gaya had performed many sacrifices distinguished by the enormous quantities of food that were distributed and the profuse gifts that were given away unto Brahmanas. Those sacrifices, O king, were distinguished by mountains and hundreds and thousands of cooked rice, lakes of clarified butter and rivers of curds in many hundreds, and streams of richly dressed curries in thousands. Day after day were these got ready and distributed amongst all comers, while, over and above this, Brahmanas and others, O king, received food that was clean and pure. During the conclusion also of every sacrifice, when gifts were dedicated to the Brahmanas, the chanting of the Vedas reached the heavens. And so loud, indeed, was the sound of the Vedic mantras that nothing else, O Bharata, could be heard there. Thus sacred sounds, O king, filled the earth, the points of the horizon, the sky, and heaven itself. Even these were the wonders that persons noticed on those occasions. And gratified with the excellent viands and drinks that the illustrious Gaya provided, men, O bull of the Bharata race, went about singing these verses. In Gaya's great sacrifice, who is there today, amongst creatures, that still desireth to eat? There are yet 25 mountains of food there after all have been fed. What the royal sage Gaya of immense splendor hath achieved in his sacrifice was never achieved by men before, nor will be by any in future. The gods have been so surfeited by Gaya with clarified butter that they are not able to take anything that anybody else may offer. As sand grains on earth, as stars in the firmament, as drops showered by rain-charged clouds, cannot ever be counted by anybody, so can none count the gifts in Gaya's sacrifice. O son of the Kuru race, many times did King Gaya perform sacrifices of this description, here, by the side of this Brahmasara. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 96. Vyasa said, After this the royal son of Kunti, who was ever distinguished for his profuse gifts unto Brahmanas, proceeded to the asylum of Agastya and took up his abode in Dajaya. It was here that foremost of speakers, King Yudhishthira, asked Lomesa as to why Agastya had slain Vatapi there. And the king also inquired after the extent of that man-destroying Daitya's prowess, and the reason also of the illustrious Agastya's wrath being excited against that Asura. Thus questioned, Lomesa said, O son of Kuru race, there was in the city called Manamati, in days of yore, a Daitya named Ilwala, whose younger brother was Vatapi. One day that son of Dithi addressed the Brahmana endued with ascetic merit, saying, O Holy One, grant me a son equal unto Indra. The Brahmana, however, did not grant the Asura a son like Indra. And at this, the Asura was inflamed with wrath against the Brahmana. And from that day, O king, the Asura Ilwala became a destroyer of Brahmanas. And endued with power of illusion, the angry Asura transformed his brother into a ram. And Vatapi, also capable of assuming any form at will, would immediately assume the shape of a ram. And the flesh of that ram, after being properly dressed, was offered to Brahmanas as food. And after they had eaten of it, they were slain. For whomsoever Ilwala summoned with his voice, he would come back to Ilwala even if he had gone to the abode of Yama, in re-embodied form endued with life, and show himself to Ilwala. And so having transformed the Asura Vatapi into a ram and properly cooked his flesh and feeding Brahmanas therewith, he would summon Vatapi. And the mighty Asura Vatapi, that foe of Brahmanas, endued with great strength and power of illusion, hearing, O king, those sounds uttered with a loud voice by Ilwala, and ripping open the flanks of the Brahmana would come laughingly out, O Lord of earth. And it was thus, O monarch, that the wicked-hearted Daitya Ilwala, having fed Brahmanas, frequently took away their lives. Meanwhile, the illustrious Agastya beheld his deceased ancestors hanging in a pit with heads downwards. And he asked those personages thus suspended in that hole, saying, What is the matter with you? Thus questioned those utterers of Brahma replied, "It is even for offspring." And they also told him, "We are your ancestors. It is even for offspring that we stay suspended in this pit. If, O Agastya, thou canst beget us a good son, we may then be saved from this hell, and thou also wilt obtain thy blessed state of those having offspring." Endued with great energy and observant of truth and morality, Agastya replied, saying, "Ye Pitris, I will accomplish your desire. Let this anxiety of yours be dispelled." And the illustrious Rishi then began to think of perpetuating his race. But he saw not a wife worthy of him on whom he himself could take his birth in the form of a son. The Rishi accordingly, taking those parts that were regarded as highly beautiful from creatures possessing them, created therewith an excellent woman. And the Muni, endued with great ascetic merit, thereupon gave that girl created for himself to the king of the Vidarbhas, who was then undergoing ascetic penances for obtaining offspring. And that blessed girl of sweet face, thus disposed of, then took her birth, and Vidarbha's royal line, and, beautiful as the effulgent lightning, her limbs began to grow day by day. And as soon as that lord of earth, the ruler of the Vidarbha, saw her ushered into life, he joyfully communicated the intelligence, O Bharata, unto the Brahmanas. And the Brahmanas thereupon, O Lord of earth, blessed the girl, and they bestowed upon her the name Lopamudra. And possessed of great beauty, she began, O monarch, to grow quickly like unto a lotus in the midst of water or the effulgent flame of a fire. And when the girl grew and attained to puberty, 100 virgins decked in ornaments and 100 maids waited in obedience upon her blessed self. And surrounded by those 100 maids and virgins, she shone in their midst, endued as she was with bright effulgence, like Rohini in the firmament amid an inferior multitude of stars. And possessed as she was of good behavior and excellent manners, none dared ask for her hand even when she attained to puberty, through fear of her father, the king of the Vidarbhas. And Lopamudra, devoted to truth, surpassing the Apsaras even in beauty, gratified her father and relatives by means of her conduct. And her father, beholding his daughter the princess of Vidarbha attained to puberty, began to reflect in his mind, saying, "To whom should I give this daughter of mine?" Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 97. Lomesa continued, when Agastya thought that girl to be competent for the duties of domesticity, he approached that lord of earth, the ruler of Vidarbhas, and, addressing him, said, "I solicit thee, O king, to bestow thy daughter Lopamudra on me." Thus addressed by the Muni, the king of the Vidarbhas swooned away. And though unwilling to give the Muni his daughter, he dared not refuse. And that lord of earth then, approaching his queen, said, "This Rishi is endued with great energy. If angry, he may consume me with the fire of his curse. O thou of sweet face, tell me what is thy wish." Hearing these words of the king, she uttered not a word. And beholding the king along with the queen afflicted with sorrow, Lopamudra approached them in due time and said, "O monarch, it behoveth thee not to grieve on my account. Bestow me on Agastya, and, O father, save thyself, by giving me away." And at these words of his daughter, O monarch, the king gave away Lopamudra unto the illustrious Agastya with due rights. And obtaining her as wife, Agastya addressed Lopamudra, saying, "Cast thou away these costly robes and ornaments." And at these words of her lord, that large-eyed damsel of thighs tapering as the stem of the plantain tree cast away her handsome and costly robes of fine texture. And casting them away, she dressed herself in rags and barks and deerskins, and became her husband's equal in vows and acts. And proceeding then to Gangadwara, that illustrious and best of rishis began to practice the severest penances along with his helpful wife. And Lopamudra herself, well pleased, began to serve her lord from the deep respect that she bore him. And the exalted Agastya also began to manifest great love for his wife. After a considerable time, O king, the illustrious Rishi one day beheld Lopamudra, blazing in ascetic splendor, come up after the bath in her season. And pleased with the girl, for her services, her purity, and self-control, as also with her grace and beauty, he summoned her for marital intercourse. The girl, however, joining her hands, bashfully but lovingly addressed the Rishi, saying, "The husband, without doubt, weddeth the wife for offspring. But it behoveth thee, O Rishi, to show that love to me which I have for thee. And it behoveth thee, O regenerate one, to approach me on a bed like to that which I had in the palace of my father." I also desire that thou shouldst be decked in garlands of flowers and other ornaments, and that I should approach thee adorned in those celestial ornaments that I like. Otherwise, I cannot approach thee, dressed in these rags dyed in red. Nor, O regenerate Rishi, it is sinful to wear ornaments on such an occasion. Hearing these words of his wife, Agastya replied, O blessed girl, O thou of slender waist, I have not wealth like what thy father hath, O Lopamudra. She answered, saying, Thou who art endued with wealth of asceticism, art certainly able to bring hither within a moment, by ascetic power, everything that exists in the world of men. Agastya said, It is even so as thou hast said. That, however, would waste my ascetic merit. O bid me do that which may not loosen my ascetic merit. Lopamudra then said, O thou endued with wealth of asceticism, my season will not last long. I do not desire, however, to approach thee otherwise. Nor do I desire to diminish thy ascetic merit in any way. It behoveth thee, however, to do as I desire, without injuring thy virtue. Agastya then said, O blessed girl, if this be the resolve that thou hast settled in thy heart, I will go out in quest of wealth. Meanwhile, stay thou here as it pleaseth thee. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 98. Lomesa continued, Agastya then, O son of the Kuru race, went to King Shrutarvan, who was regarded as richer than other kings, to beg for wealth. And that monarch, learning of the arrival of the pot-born rishi on the frontiers of his kingdoms, went out with his ministers and received the holy man with respect. And the king, duly offering the aragya in the first instance, submissively and with joined hands, inquired then after the reason of the rishi's arrival. And Agastya answered, saying, O Lord of the earth, know that I have come to thee, desirous of wealth. Give me a portion according to thy ability and without doing injury to others. Lomesa continued, the king, then, representing unto the rishi the equality of his expenditure and income, said, O learned one, take thou from my possessions the wealth thou pleasest. Beholding, however, the equality of that monarch's expenditure with income, the rishi, who always saw both sides with equal eyes, thought that if he took anything under the circumstances, his act would result in injury to creatures. Taking, therefore, Shrutarvan with him, the rishi went to Vrednaswa. The latter, hearing of their arrival on his frontiers, received them duly. And Vrednaswa also offered them the aragyas and water to wash their feet. And the monarch, with their permission, then inquired after the reason of their coming. And Agastya said, O Lord of earth, know that we have come to thee desirous of wealth. Give us what thou canst, without doing injury to others. Lomesa continued, that monarch then represented unto them the equality of his expenditure and income, and said, knowing this, take ye what ye desire. The rishi, however, who saw both sides with equal eyes, beholding the equality of that monarch's income with expenditure, thought that if he took anything under the circumstances, his act would result in injury to all creatures. Agastya and Shrutarvan, with King Vrednaswa, then went to Purukutsa's son, Trasadasyu, of enormous wealth. The high-souled Trasadasyu, learning of their arrival on the confines of his kingdom, went out, O king, and received them well. And that best of monarchs in Ikshvaku's line, having worshipped all of them duly, inquired after the reason of their arrival. And Agastya answered, O Lord of earth, know that we have all come to thee, desirous of wealth. Give us what you can, without injuring others. Lomesa continued, that monarch then, represented unto them the equality of his income with expenditure, and said, knowing this, take ye what ye desire. Beholding, however, the equality of that monarch's expenditure with income, the rishi, who saw both sides with equal eyes, thought that if he took anything under the circumstances, his act would result in injury to all creatures. Then, O monarch, all those kings looking at one another, together spoke unto the rishi, saying, O Brahmana, there is a Danava of the name Ulwala, who of all persons on earth is possessed of enormous wealth. Let us all approach him today and beg wealth of him. Lomesa continued, this suggestion, O king, of begging wealth of Ulwala appeared to them to be proper. And, O monarch, all of them went together to Ulwala after this. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 99. Lomesa said, when Ulwala learnt that those kings along with the great rishi had arrived on the confines of his domain, he went out with his ministers and worshipped them duly. And that prince of Asuras received them hospitably, entertaining them, O son of the Kuru race, with well-dressed meat supplied by his brother Vatapi, transformed into a ram. Then all those royal sages, beholding the mighty Asura Vatapi, who had been transformed into a ram thus cooked for them, became sad and cheerless and were nearly deprived of themselves. But that best of rishis, Agastya, addressing those royal sages, said, Yield ye not to grief, I will eat up the great Asura. And the mighty rishi then sat himself down on an excellent seat, and the prince of Asuras, Ilwala, began to distribute the food smilingly. And Agastya ate up the whole of the meat supplied by Vatapi, transformed into a ram. And after the dinner was over, Ilwala began to summon his brother. But thereupon a quantity of air alone came out of the illustrious rishi's stomach, with a sound that was as loud, O child, as the roar of the clouds. And Ilwala repeatedly said, Come out, O Vatapi. Then that best of Munisagastya, bursting out in laughter, said, How can he come out? I have already digested that great Asura. And beholding his brother already digested, Ilwala became sad and cheerless, and joining his hands, along with his ministers, addressing the rishi and his companions, said, What for have ye come hither, and what can I do for you? And Agastya smilingly answered Ilwala, saying, We know thee, O Asura, to be possessed of great power and also enormous wealth. These kings are not very wealthy, while my need also of wealth is great. Give us what thou canst, without injuring others. Thus addressed Ilwala saluted the rishi and said, If thou say what it is that I mean to give, then will I give you wealth. Hearing this, Agastya said, O great Asura, thou hast even purposed to give unto each of these kings 10,000 kine and as many gold coins. And unto me thou hast purposed to give twice as much, as also a car of gold and a couple of horses fleet as thought. If thou inquirest now, thou wilt soon learn that your car is made of gold. Thereupon, O son of Kunti, Ilwala made inquiries and learnt that the car he had intended to give away was really a golden one. And the Daitya then, with a sad heart, gave away much wealth and that car, unto which were yoked 2 steeds called Virava and Sarava. And those steeds, O Bharata, took those kings and Agastya and all that wealth to the asylum of Agastya within the twinkling of an eye. And those royal sages, then obtaining Agastya's permission, went away to their respective cities. And Agastya also, with that wealth, did all that his wife Lopamudra had desired. And Lopamudra then said, O illustrious one, thou hast now accomplished all my wishes. Beget thou a child on me that shall be possessed of great energy. And Agastya replied unto her, saying, O blessed and beauteous one, I have been much gratified with thy conduct. Listen thou unto me as regards the proposal I make in respect of thy offspring. Wouldst thou have 1,000 sons, or a century of sons each equal to 10, or 10 sons equal each to 100, or only 1 son who may vanquish 1,000? Lopamudra answered, Let me have 1 son equal unto 1,000, O thou endued with wealth of asceticism. 1 good and learned son is preferable to many evil ones. Lomesa continued, saying, So be it. That pious Muni thereupon knew his devout wife of equal behavior. And after she had conceived, he retired into the forest. And after the Muni had gone away, the fetus began to grow for 7 years. And after the 7th year had expired, there came out of the womb the highly learned Dridhasyu, blazing, O Bharata, in his own splendor. And the great Brahmana and illustrious ascetic, endued with mighty energy, took his birth as the Rishi's son, coming out of the womb, as if repeating the Vedas with the Upanishads and the Angas. Endued with great energy while yet a child, he used to carry loads of sacrificial fuel into the asylum of his father, and was thence called Idmavaha, carrier of sacrificial wood. And the Muni, beholding his son possessed of such virtues, became highly glad. And it was thus, O Bharata, that Agastya begot an excellent son, in consequence of which his ancestors, O king, obtained the regions they desired. And it is from that time that this spot hath become known on the earth as the asylum of Agastya. Indeed, O king, this is the asylum graced with numerous beauties, of that Agastya who had slain Vatapi of Parata's race. The sacred Bhagirathi, adored by gods and Gandharvas, gently runneth by, like a breeze-shaken pennon in the welkin. Yonder also she floweth over craggy crests descending lower and lower, and looketh like an affrighted she-snake lying along the hilly slopes. Issuing out of the matted locks of Mahadeva, she passeth along, flooding the southern country and benefiting it like a mother, and ultimately mingleth with the ocean as if she were his favorite bride. Bathe ye as ye like in this sacred river, ye son of Pandu. And behold there, O Yudhishthir, the Tirtha of Bhrigu that is celebrated over the three worlds and adored, O king, by great rishis. Bathing here, Rama, of Bhrigu's race, regained his might, which had been taken away from him by Dasaratha's son. Bathing here, O son of Pandu, with thy brothers and Krishna, thou wilt certainly regain that energy of thine that hath been taken away by Duryodhana, even as Rama regained his that had been taken away by Dasaratha's son in hostile encounter. Vaisampayana continued, at these words of Lomesa, Yudhishthira bathed there with his brothers and Krishna, and offered oblations of water, O Bharata, to the gods and the Pitris. And, O bull among men, after Yudhishthira had bathed in that Tirtha, his body blazed forth in brighter effulgence, and he became invisible in respect of all foes. The son of Pandu then, O king, asked Lomesa, saying, O illustrious one, why had Rama's energy and might been taken away? And how also did he regain it? O exalted one, I ask thee, tell me everything. Lomesa said, listen, O king, to the history of Rama, the son of Dasaratha, and Rama of Bhrigu's line gifted with intelligence. For the destruction of Ravana, O king, Vishnu, in his own body, took his birth as the son of illustrious Dasaratha. We saw in Ayodhya that son of Dasaratha after he had been born. It was then that Rama of Bhrigu's line, the son of Richika by Renuka, hearing of Rama the son of Dasaratha of spotless deeds, went to Ayodhya, impelled by curiosity, and taking with him that celestial bow so fatal to the Kshatriyas, for ascertaining the prowess of Dasaratha's son. And Dasaratha, hearing that Rama of Bhrigu's race had arrived on the confines of his domains, set his own son Rama to receive the hero with respect. And beholding Dasaratha's son approach and stand before him with ready weapons, Rama of Bhrigu's line smilingly addressed him, O son of Kunti, saying, O king, O exalted one, string, if thou canst, with all thy mighty, this bow which in my hands was made the instrument of destroying the Kshatriya race. Thus addressed, Dasaratha's son answered, O illustrious one, it behoveth thee not to insult me thus. Nor am I, amongst the regenerate classes, deficient in the virtues of the Kshatriya order. The descendants of Ikshwaku in special never boast of the prowess of their arms. Then unto Dasaratha's son, who said so, Rama of Bhrigu's line replied, a truce to all crafty speech, O king. Take this bow. At this, Rama the son of Dasaratha took in anger from the hands of Rama of Bhrigu's line that celestial bow that had dealt death to the foremost of Kshatriyas. And, O Bharata, the mighty hero smilingly strung that bow without the least exertion, and with its twang loud as the thunder rattle, affrighted all creatures. And Rama, the son of Dasaratha, then, addressing Rama of Bhrigu, said, Here, I have strung this bow. What else, O Brahmana, shall I do for thee? Then Rama, the son of Jamadagni, gave unto the illustrious son of Dasaratha a celestial arrow, and said, placing this on the bowstring, Draw to thy ear, O hero. Lomesa continued, hearing this, Dasaratha's son blazed up in wrath, and said, I have heard what thou hast said, and even pardoned thee. O son of Bhrigu's race, thou art full of vanity. Through the grandsire's grace thou hast obtained energy that is superior to that of the Kshatriyas. And it is for this that thou insultest me. Behold me now in my native form, I give thee sight. Then Rama of Bhrigu's race beheld in the body of Dasaratha's son the Adityas with the Vasus, the Rudras, the Sathyas with the Marutas, the Pitris, Hudasana, the stellar constellations and the planets, the Gandharvas, the Rakshasas, the Yakshas, the rivers, the Tirthas, those eternal rishis identified with Brahma and called the Valkylias, the celestial rishis, the seas and mountains, the Vedas with the Upanishads and Vashits and the sacrifices, the Samans in their living form, the science of weapons, O Bharata, and the clouds with rain and lightning, O Yudhishthira. And the illustrious Vishnu then shot that shaft. And at this the earth was filled with sounds of thunder and burning meteors. O Bharata, began to flash through the welkin. and showers of dust and rain fell upon the surface of the earth. And whirlwinds and frightful sounds convulsed everything, and the earth herself began to quake. And shot by the hand of Rama, that shout, confounding by its energy the other Rama, came back blazing into Rama's hands. And Bhargava, who had thus been deprived of his senses, regaining consciousness and life, bowed unto Rama, that manifestation of Vishnu's power. And commanded by Vishnu, he proceeded to the mountains of Mahendra. And thenceforth that great ascetic began to dwell there, in terror and shame. And after the expiration of a year, the Pitris, beholding Rama dwelling there deprived of energy, his pride quelled, and himself sunk in affliction, said unto him, O son, having approached Vishnu, thy behavior towards him was not proper. He deserveth for our worship and respect in the three worlds. Go, O son, to that sacred river which goeth by name of Vidhusara. Bathing in all the tirthas of that stream, thou wilt regain thy energy. There in that river is the tirthas called Diptoda, where thy grandsire Bhrigu, O Rama, in the celestial age had practiced ascetic penances of great merit. Thus addressed by them, Rama, O son of Kunti, did what the Pitris bade him, and obtained back at this tirtha, O son of Pandu, the energy he had lost. Even this, O child, was what befell Rama of spotless deeds in days in of yore, after he had, O king, met Vishnu, in the form of Dasaratha's son. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 100. Yudhishthira said, O best of regenerate ones, I desire again to hear of the achievements in detail of Agastya, that illustrious rishi endued with great intelligence. Lomesa said, Listen now, O king, to the excellent and wonderful and extraordinary history of Agastya, as also, O monarch, about the prowess of that rishi of immeasurable energy. There were in the Krita age certain tribes of fierce Danavas that were invincible in battle. And they were known by the name of Kalakiyas and were endued with terrible prowess. Placing themselves under Vritra and arming themselves with diverse weapons, they pursued the celestials with Indra at their head in all directions. The gods then all resolved upon the destruction of Vritra, and went with Indra at their head to Brahma. And beholding them standing before him with joined hands, Parameshtai addressed them all and said, Everything is known to me, ye gods, about what ye seek. I shall indicate now the means by which ye may slay Vritra. There is a high-souled and great rishi known by the name of Didhicha. Go ye all together unto him and solicit of him a boon. With well-pleased heart, that rishi of virtuous soul will even grant you the boon. Desirous as ye are of victory, go ye all together unto him and tell him, for the good of the three worlds, give us thy bones. Renouncing his body, he will give you his bones. With these bones of his, make ye a fierce and powerful weapon to be called Vajra, endued with 6 sides and terrible roar and capable of destroying even the most powerful enemies. With that weapon will he of 100 sacrifices slay Vrisha. I have now told you all. See that all this is done speedily. Thus addressed by him, the gods with the grandsire's leave, came away, and with Narayana at their head proceeded to the asylum of Didhicha. That asylum was on the other bank of the river Sarasvati and covered with diverse trees and creepers. And it resounded with the hum of bees as if they were reciting samans. And it also echoed with the melodious notes of the male kokila and the chakora. And buffaloes and boars and deer and chamaras wandered there at pleasure, freed from the fear of tigers. And elephants with the juice trickling down from rent temples, plunging in the stream, sported with the she-elephants and made the entire region resound with their roars. And the place also echoed with the loud roars of lions and tigers, while at intervals might be seen those grisly monarchs of the forest lying stretched in caves and glens and beautifying them with their presence, and such was the asylum, like unto heaven itself, of Didhicha, that the gods entered. And there they beheld Didhicha looking like the sun himself in splendor and blazing in grace of person like the grandsire himself. And the celestials saluted the feet of the rishi and bowed unto him and begged of him the boon that the grandsire had bade them do. Then Didhicha, well pleased, addressing those foremost of celestials, said, Ye celestials, I will do what is for your benefit. I will even renounce this body of mine myself. And that foremost of men with soul under control, having said this, suddenly renounced his life. The gods then took the bones of the deceased rishi as directed. And the celestials, glad at heart, went to Twashtri, the celestial artificer, and spake to him of the means of victory. And Twashtri, hearing those words of theirs, became filled with joy, and constructed, out of those bones, with great attention and care the fierce weapons called Vajra. And having manufactured it, he joyfully addressed Indra, saying, With this foremost of weapons, O exalted one, reduce that fierce foe of the gods to ashes. And having slain the foe, rule thou happily the entire domain of heaven, O chief of the celestials, with those that follow thee. And thus addressed by Twashtri, Purandara took the Vajra from his hand, joyfully and with proper respect. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 101. Lomesa said, armed with the Vajra then, and supported by celestials endued with great might, Indra then approached Vritra, who was then occupying the entire earth and the heaven. And he was guarded on all sides by huge-bodied Kalakiyas with upraised weapons resembling gigantic mountains with towering peaks. And the encounter that took place between the gods and the Danavas lasted for a short while and was, O chief of the Bharatas, terrific in the extreme, appalling as it did the three worlds. And loud was the clash of swords and scimitars upraised and warded off by heroic hands in course of those fierce encounters. And heads, severed from trunks, began to roll from the firmament to the earth like fruits of the palmyra palm falling upon the ground, loosened from their stalks. And the Kalakiyas armed with iron-mounted bludgeons and cased in golden mail ran against the gods, like moving mountains on conflagration. And the gods, unable to stand the shock of that impetuous and proudly advancing host, broke and fled from fear. Purandara of 1,000 eyes, beholding the gods flying in fear and Vritra growing in boldness, became deeply dejected. And the foremost of gods Purandara, himself, agitated with the fear of the Kalakiyas, without losing a moment, sought the exalted Narayana's refuge. And the eternal Vishnu, beholding Indra so depressed, enhanced his might by imparting unto him a portion of his own energy. And when the celestials beheld that Sakra was thus protected by Vishnu, each of them imparted unto him his own energy. And the spotless Brahmarshis also imparted their energies unto the chief of the celestials. And favored thus by Vishnu and all the gods, and by the high-blessed rishis also, Sakra became mightier than before. And when Vritra learnt that the chief of the celestials had been filled with might of others, he sent forth some terrific roars. And at these roars of his, the earth, the directions, the firmament, heaven, and the mountains all began to tremble. And the chief of the celestials, deeply agitated on hearing that fierce and loud roar, was filled with fear, and desiring to slay the Asura soon, hurled, O king, the mighty Vajra. And struck with Indra's Vajra the great Asura decked in gold and garlands fell headlong, like the great mountain Mandara hurled of yore from Vishnu's hands, and although the prince of Daityas was slain, yet Sakra in panic ran from the field, desiring to take shelter in a lake, thinking that the Vajra itself had not been hurled from his hands and regarding that Vritra himself was still alive. The celestials, however, and the great rishis became filled with joy, and all of them began to cheerfully chant the praise of Indra. And mustering together, the celestials began to slay the Danavas, who were dejected at the death of their leader. And struck with panic at sight of the assembled celestial host, the afflicted Danavas fled to the depths of the sea. And having entered the fathomless deep, teeming with fishes and crocodiles, the Danavas assembled together and began to proudly conspire for the destruction of the three worlds. And some amongst them that were wise in inferences suggested courses of action, each according to his judgment. In course of time, however, the dreadful resolution arrived at those conspiring sons of Dithi was that they should, first of all, compass the destruction of all persons possessed of knowledge and ascetic virtue. The worlds are all supported by asceticism. Therefore, they said, lose no time for the destruction of asceticism. Compass ye without delay the destruction of those on earth that are possessed of ascetic virtues, that are conversant with duties and the ways of morality, and that have a knowledge of Brahma, for when these are destroyed, the universe itself will be destroyed. And all the Danavas, having arrived at this resolution for the destruction of the universe, became highly glad. And thenceforth they made the ocean that abode of Varuna with billows high as hills, their fort, from which to make their sallies. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 102. Lomesa said, the Kalakiyas then having recourse to that receptacle of waters, which is the abode of Varuna, began their operations for the destruction of the universe. And during the darkness of the night those angry Daityas began to devour the munis they found in woody retreats and sacred spots. And those wicked wretches devoured in the asylum of Vasishtha Brahmanas to the number of 180, besides 9 other ascetics. And, proceeding to the asylum of Chayavana that was inhabited by many Brahmacharis, they devoured a century of Brahmanas that lived upon fruit and roots alone. And they began to do all this during the darkness of the night, while they entered the depths of the sea by day. And they slew a full score of Brahmanas of subdued souls, and leading a Brahmacharya mode of life and living upon air and water alone, in the retreat of Bharadvaja. And it was thus that those Danavas the Kalakiyas, intoxicated with prowess of arms and their lives nearly run out, gradually invaded all the asylums of the rishis during the darkness of the night, slaughtering numerous Brahmanas. And, O best of men, although the Danavas behaved in this way towards the ascetics in woody retreats, yet men failed to discover anything of them. And every morning people saw the dead bodies of munis emaciated with frugal diet, lying on the ground. And many of those bodies were without flesh and without blood, without marrow, without entrails, and with limbs separated from one another. And here and there lay on the ground heaps of bones like masses of conch shells. And the earth was scattered over with the sacrificial contents of broken jars and shattered ladles for pouring libations of clarified butter, and with the sacred fires kept with care by the ascetics. And the universe, afflicted with the terror of the Kalakiyas, being destitute of Vedic studies and Vashits and sacrificial festivals and religious rites, became entirely cheerless. And, O king, when men began to perish in this way, the survivors, afflicted with fear, fled for their lives in all directions. And some fled to caverns, and some behind mountain streams and springs, and some through fear of death, died without much ado. And some who were brave and mighty bowmen cheerfully went out and took great trouble in tracking the Danavas. Unable, however, to find them out, for the Asuras had sought refuge in the depths of the sea, these brave men came back to their homes gratified with the search. And, O Lord of men, when the universe was being thus destroyed, and when sacrificial festivals and religious rites had been suspended, the gods became deeply afflicted. And gathering together with Indra in their midst they began, from fear, to take counsel of one another. And repairing unto the exalted and uncreate Narayana, that unvanquished god of Vaikuntha, the celestials sought his protection. And bowing unto the slayer of Madhu, the gods addressed him, saying, O Lord, thou art the creator, the protector, and the slayer of ourselves as well as of the universe. It is thou who hast created this universe with its mobile and immobile creatures. O thou of eyes like lotus leaves, it was thou who in days of yore hatched for the benefit of all creatures raised from the sea the sunken earth, assuming also the form of a boar. And, O best of male beings, assuming also the form of half man and half lion, thou hadst slain in days of yore that ancient Daitya of mighty prowess known by the name of Hiranyakasipu. And that other great Asura also, Valley by name, was incapable of being slain by any one. Assuming the form of a dwarf, thou exiledst him from the 3 worlds. O Lord, it was by thee that wicked Asura, Jamba by name, who was a mighty bowman and who always obstructed sacrifices, was slain. Achievements like these, which cannot be counted, are thine. O slayer of Madhu, we who have been afflicted with fear, have thee for our refuge. It is for this, O God of gods, that we inform thee of our present troubles. Protect the worlds, the gods, and Sakra also, from a terrible fear. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 103. The celestials said, Through thy favor it is that all born beings of the 4 kinds increase. And they being created, propitiate the dwellers of heaven by offerings made to the gods and the names of departed forefathers. Thus it is that people, protected by thee and free from trouble, live depending on one another, and, so, increase. Now this peril hath befallen the people. We do not know by whom are Brahmanas being killed during the night. If the Brahmanas are destroyed, the earth itself will meet with destruction, and if the earth cometh to an end, heaven also will cease to exist. O mighty armed one, O Lord of the universe! We beseech thee, to act so, that all the worlds, protected by thee, may not come to an end, so it may please thee. Vishnu said, Ye gods, to me is known the reason of the destruction of the born beings. I shall speak of it to you. Listen with minds free from tribulation. There exists an exceedingly fierce host, known by the name of Kalakiyas. They, under the lead of Vritra, were devastating the whole universe. And when they saw that Vritra was slain by the sagacious Indra endued with 1,000 eyes, they, to preserve their lives, entered into the ocean, that abode of Varuna. And having entered the ocean, abounding with sharks and crocodiles, they at night killed the saints at this spot with the view of exterminating the people. But they cannot be slain, as they have taken shelter within the sea. Ye should, therefore, think of some expedient to dry up the ocean. Who save Agastya is capable of drying up the sea. And without drying up the ocean, these demons cannot be assailed by any other means. Hearing these words of Vishnu, the gods took the permission of Brahma, who lives at the best of all regions, and went to the hermitage of Agastya. Then they beheld the high-souled Agastya, the son of Varuna, of resplendent mien, and waited upon by saints, even as Brahma is waited upon by celestials. And approaching him, they addressed the son of Mitra and Varuna at the hermitage, magnanimous and unswerving, and looking like an embodiment of pious works piled together, and glorified him by reciting his deeds. The deities said, Thou wert formerly the refuge of the gods when they were oppressed by Nahusha. Thorn of the world that he was thrown down from his throne of heaven from the celestial regions. Vindhya, the foremost of all mountains, suddenly began to increase his height, from a wrathful competition with the sun, i.e., to rival him in altitude. But he hath ceased to increase, as he was unable to disobey thy command. And when darkness hath covered the world, the born beings were harassed by death, but having obtained thee for a protector, they attained the utmost security. Whenever we are beset by perils, thy reverence is always our refuge. For this reason it is that we solicit a boon from thee, as thou ever grantest the boon solicited of thee. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 104. Yudhishthira said, O great saint, I am desirous of hearing in detail why it was that Vindhya, made senseless with wrath, suddenly began to increase his bulk. Lomesa said, The sun between his rising and setting used to revolve round that monarch of mountains, the great Meru of golden luster. And seeing this, the mountain Vindhya spake to Surya, saying, As thou every day goest round Meru and honorest him by thy circumambulations, do thou even the same by me, O maker of light. Thus addressed, the sun replied to the great mountain, saying, I do not of my own will honor this mountain by my circumambulations. By those who have built this universe hath that path been assigned to me. Thus addressed, the mountain suddenly began to increase from wrath, desirous, O chastiser of foes, of obstructing the path of the sun and the moon. And all the assembled gods came to Vindhya, the mighty king of mountains, and tried to dissuade him from his course. But he heeded not what they said. And then all the assembled gods went to the saint, living in the hermitage, engaged in the practice of austerities, and the very best of persons devoted to virtue, and stated all that happened to Agastya, possessed of exceeding marvelous power. The god said, This king of hills, Vindhya, giving way to wrath, is stopping the path of the sun and the moon, and also the course of the stars. O foremost of Brahmanas! O thou great in gifts! Excepting thyself, there is none who can prevent him, therefore do thou make him desist. Hearing these words of the gods, the Brahmana came to the mountain. And he with his wife, having arrived there, came near Vindhya and spake to him, saying, O thou best of mountains! I wish to have a path given to me by thee, as, for some purpose, I shall have to go to the southern region. Until my return, do thou wait for me. And when I have returned, O king of mountains, thou mayst increase in bulk as much as thou pleasest. And, O slayer of foes, having made this compact with Vindhya up to the present day, Varuna's son doth not return from the southern region. Thus have I, asked by thee, narrated to thee why Vindhya doth not increase in bulk, by reason of the power of Agastya. Now, O king, hear how the Kalakiyas were killed by the gods, after they had obtained their prayer from Agastya. Having heard the words of the gods, Agastya, the son of Mitra, and Varuna, said, Wherefore are ye come? What boon do ye solicit from me? Thus addressed by him, the deities then spake to the saint, saying, "This deed we ask thee to achieve, viz., to drink up the great ocean. O magnanimous saint! Then we shall be able to slay those enemies of the gods, known by the name of Kalakiyas, together with all their adherents." Having heard the words of the gods, the saint said, "Let it be so. I shall do even what ye desire, and that which will conduce to the great happiness of men." Having said this, he then proceeded to the ocean. The Lord of Rivers, accompanied by sages, ripe in the practice of penances, and also by the deities, O thou who leadest an excellent life. And men and snakes, celestial choristers, yakshas and kinnaras followed the magnanimous saints, desirous of witnessing that wonderful event. Then they came up all together near to the sea, of awful roar, dancing, as it were, with its billows, bounding with the breeze, and laughing with masses of froth, and stumbling at the caves, and thronged with diverse kinds of sharks, and frequented by flocks of various birds. And the deities, accompanied by Agastya and celestial choristers, and huge snakes and highly gifted saints, approached the immense watery waste. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 105. Lomesa said, "That blessed saint, the son of Varuna, having reached the sea, spake unto the assembled gods, and the saints gathered together, saying, I surely am going to drink up the ocean, that abode of the god of waters. Be ye quickly ready with those preparations which it devolves upon you to make." Having spoken these few words, the unswerving offspring of Mitra and Varuna, full of wrath, began to drink up the sea, while all the world stood observing the deed. Then the gods, together with Indra, seeing how the sea was being drunk up, were struck with mighty amazement, and glorified him with laudatory words, saying, "Thou art our protector, and the providence itself for men, and also the creator of the worlds. By thy favor the universe with its gods may possibly be saved from havoc." And the magnanimous one, glorified by the gods while the musical instruments of celestial choristers were playing all round, and while celestial blossoms were showered upon him, rendered waterless the wide ocean. And seeing the wide ocean rendered devoid of water, the host of gods was exceedingly glad, and taking up choice weapons of celestial forge, fell to slaying the demons with courageous hearts, and they, assailed by the magnanimous gods, of great strength, and swift of speed, and roaring loudly, were unable to withstand the onset of their fleet and valorous foes, those residents of the heavenly regions, O descendant of Bharata. And those demons, attacked by the gods, bellowing loudly, for a moment carried on terrible conflict. They had been in the first instance burnt by the force of penances performed by the saints, who had matured themselves. Therefore, the demons, though they tried to the utmost, were at last slaughtered by the gods. And decked with brooches of gold, and bearing on their persons earrings and armlets, the demons, when slain, looked beautiful indeed, like palasa trees when full of blossoms. Then, O best of men, a few, the remnant of those that were killed of the Kalakiya race, having rent asunder the goddess Earth, took refuge at the bottom of the nether regions. And the gods, when they saw that the demons were slain, with diverse speeches, glorified the mighty saint, and spake the following words. O thou of mighty arms, by thy favor men have attained a mighty blessing, and the Kalakiyas, of ruthless strength, have been killed by thy power, O creator of beings. Fill the sea, now, O mighty armed one, give up again the water drunk up by thee. Thus addressed, the blessed and mighty saint replied, That water in sooth hath been digested by me. Some other expedient, therefore, must be thought of by you, if ye desire to make endeavor to fill the ocean. Hearing this speech of that saint of matured soul, the assembled gods were struck with both wonder and sadness, O great king. And thereupon, having bidden adieu to each other, and bowed to the mighty saint, all the born beings went their way. And the gods with Vishnu came to Brahma. And having held consultation again, with the view of filling up the sea, they, with joined hands, spake about replenishing it. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 106. Lomesa said, Then gathered together, Brahma, the grandfather of men, thus addressed, Go ye, O gods! Whither your pleasure may lead you, or your desire conduct you. It will take a long course of time for the ocean to resume its wonted state. The occasion will be furnished by the agnates of the great king Bhajaratha. Hearing the words of the universal grandfather, Brahma, all the foremost gods went their way biding the day, when the ocean was to be filled again. Yudhishthira said, "What was that occasion, O saint? And how did the agnates of Bhajaratha furnish the same? And how was the ocean refilled by the interference of Bhajaratha? O saint, who deemest thy religious practices as thy only treasure, O thou of the priestly class, I wish to hear the account of the achievements of the king, narrated in detail by thyself." Vyasa said, thus addressed by the magnanimous and virtuous king, he, the chief of men of the priestly class, narrated the achievements of the high-souled king, Sagara. Lomesa said, there was born in the family of the Ikshaku tribe, a ruler of the earth named Sagara, endued with beauty and strength. And that same king, of a dreaded name, was sonless, O descendant of Bharata. And he carried havoc through the tribes of the Haihayas and the Talajangas, brought under subjection the whole of the military caste, and so ruled over his own kingdom. And, O most praiseworthy of the descendants of Bharata, O chief of the Bharata race, he had 2 wives proud of their beauty and of their youth, one a princess of the Vidarbha race, and the other of the royal line of Sivi. And, O chief of kings, that same ruler of men betook himself to the mountain Kailasa, accompanied by both his wives, and with the desire of having a son became engaged in the practice of exceeding austere penances. And being engaged in the practice of rigid austerities, and, also, employed in the contemplation known by the name of yoga, he obtained the sight of the magnanimous God with 3 eyes, the slayer of the demon called Tripura, the worker of blessings for all beings, the eternally existent one, the ruling being, the holder of the Pinaka bow, carrying in his hand his well-known weapon, the trident, the God of 3 eyes, the repository of eternal peace, the ruler of all those that are fierce, capable of assuming very many forms, and the lord of the goddess Uma. And that same ruler of men, of mighty arms, as soon as he beheld the god, that giver of boons, fell down at his feet, with both his queens, and proffered a prayer to have a son. And the god Shiva, well pleased with him, spake thus to that most righteous of the rulers of men, attended by his 2 wives, saying, O Lord of men, considering the astrological moment at which thou hast proffered thy prayer to me, 60,000 sons, O foremost of choice men, valorous and characterized by exceeding pride, will be born in one of thy 2 wives here. But they all, O ruler of the earth, shall perish together. In the other wife, however, will be born a single valiant son, who will perpetuate thy race. Having said this to him, the god Rudra, Shiva, vanished from sight at that very spot, and that same King Sagara now came back to his own abode, accompanied by his 2 wives, exceedingly delighted at heart for what had happened then. And, O most praiseworthy of the sons of Manu, i.e., men, they're the 2 lotus-eyed wives of him, the princess of Vidarbha and the princess of Sivi, came ere long to be with child. And afterwards, on the due day, the princess of Vidarbha brought forth something of the shape of a gourd, and the princess of Sivi gave birth to a boy as beautiful as a god. Then the ruler of the earth made up his mind to throw away the gourd, when he heard, proceeding from the sky, a speech uttered in a grave and solemn voice, O king, do thou not be guilty of this hasty act, thou shouldst not abandon thy sons. Take out the seeds from the gourd, and let them be preserved with care in steaming vessels partly filled with clarified butter. Then thou wilt get, O scion of Bharata's race, 60,000 sons. O ruler of men, the great god, Shiva, hath spoken that thy sons are to be born in this manner. Let not therefore thy mind be turned away therefrom. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 107. Lomesa said, O most righteous of kings, when he heard these words, proceeding from the sky, he had faith therein, and did all that he was directed to do, O chief of the men of Bharata's race. Then the ruler of men took separately each of the seeds, and then placed these divisions of the gourd in vessels filled with clarified butter. And intent on the preservation of his sons, he provided a nurse for every receptacle. Then after a long time there arose 60,000 exceedingly powerful sons of that same king, gifted with unmeasured strength. They were born, O ruler of earth, to that saint-like king, by Rudra's favor. And they were terrible, and their acts were ruthless. And they were able to ascend and roam about in the sky, and being numerous themselves, despised everybody, including the gods. And they would chase even the gods, the Gandharvas, and the Rakshasas and all the born beings, being themselves valiant and addicted to fighting. Then all people, harassed by the dull-headed sons of Sagara, united with all the gods, went to Brahma as their refuge. And then addressed the blessed grandfather of all beings, Brahma, "Go ye your way, ye gods, together with all these men. In a not very long space of time, there will come about, O gods, a great and exceedingly terrible destruction of Sagara's sons, caused by the deed perpetrated by them." Thus addressed those same gods and men, O Lord of the sons of Manu. Bade adieu to the grandfather, and went back to whence they had come. Then, O chief of Bharata's race, after the expiry of very many days, the mighty King Sagara accepted the consecration for performing the rites of a horse sacrifice. And his horse began to roam over the world, protected by his sons. And when the horse reached the sea, waterless and frightful to behold, although the horse was guarded with very great care, it suddenly vanished at the very spot it stood upon. Then, O respected sir, those same sons of Sagara imagined the same fine horse to have been stolen, and returning to their father, narrated how it had been stolen out of sight. And thereupon he addressed them, saying, "Go ye and search for the horse in all the cardinal points." Then, O great king, by this command of their father, they began to search for the horse in the cardinal points and throughout the whole surface of the earth. But all those sons of Sagara, all mutually united, could not find the horse, nor the person who had stolen it. And coming back then, they with joined palms, thus addressed their father, standing before them, O protector of men, O ruler of the earth, O king. By thy command, the whole of this world with its hills and its forest tracts, with its seas, and its woods, and its islands, with its rivulets and rivers and caves, hath been searched through by us. But we cannot find either the horse, or the thief who had stolen the same. And hearing the words, the same king became senseless with wrath, and then told them all, carried away by destiny, "Go ye all, may ye never return. Search ye again for the horse. Without that sacrificial horse, ye must never return, my boys." And those same sons of Sagara accepted this command of their father, and once more began to search through the entire world. Now these heroes saw a rift on the surface of the earth. And having reached this pit, the sons of Sagara began to excavate it. And with spades and pickaxes they went on digging the sea, making the utmost efforts. And that same abode of Varuna, namely the ocean, being thus excavated by the united sons of Sagara and rent and cut on all sides round, was placed in a condition of the utmost distress. And the demons and snakes and Rakshasas and various other animated beings began to utter distressful cries, while being killed by Sagara's sons. And hundreds and thousands of animated beings were beheld with severed heads and separated trunks, and with their skins and bones and joints rent asunder and broken. Thus they went on digging the ocean, which was the abode of Varuna, and an exceedingly long space of time expired in this work, but still the horse was not found. Then, O Lord of earth, towards the northeastern region of the sea, the incensed sons of Sagara dug down as far as the lower world, and there they beheld the horse, roaming about on the surface of the ground. And they saw the magnanimous Kapila, who looked like a perfect mass of splendor. And having beheld him shining with his brightness, just as the fire shineth with its flames, they, O king, seeing the horse, were flushed with delight. And they being incensed, sent forward by their fate, paid no heed to the presence of the magnanimous Kapila, and ran forward with a view to seizing the horse. Then, O great king, Kapila, the most righteous of saints, he whom the great sages name as Kapila Vasudeva, assumed a fiery look, and the mighty saint shot flames towards them, and thereby burnt down the dull-headed sons of Sagara. And Narada, whose practice of austerities was very great, when he beheld them reduced to ashes, came to Sagara's side, and gave the information to him. And when the king learnt this terrible news which proceeded from the mouth of the saint, for nearly an hour he remained sad, and then he bethought himself of what Shiva had said. Then sending for Ansuman, the son of Asamanjas, and his own grandson, he, O chief of Bharata's race, spake the following words: those same 60,000 sons of unmeasured strength, having encountered Kapila's wrath, have met their death on my account. And, O my boy of stainless character, thy father also hath been forsaken by me, in order to discharge my duty as a king, and being desirous of doing good to my subjects. Yudhishthira said, O saint, whose sole wealth consists in religious practices, tell me for what reason Sagara, the foremost of kings, abandoned his own begotten son, endued with valor and act so difficult for all other men. Lomesa said, a son was born to Sagara, known by the name of Asamanjas, he who was given birth to by the princess of Sivi. And he used to seize by throat the feeble children of the townsmen, and threw them while screaming into the river. And thereupon the townsmen, overwhelmed with terror and grief, met together, and all standing with joined palms, besought Sagara in the following way: O great king, thou art our protector from the dreaded peril of attack from a hostile force. Therefore it is proper for thee to deliver us from the frightful danger proceeding from Asamanjas. And the most righteous of the rulers of men, having heard this frightful news from his subjects, for nearly an hour remained sad, and then spake to his ministers, saying, this day from the city let my son Asamanjas be driven forth. If you wish to do what will be acceptable to me, let this be quickly done. And, O protector of men, those same ministers, thus addressed by the king, performed in a hurry exactly what the king had commanded them to do. Thus have I narrated to thee how the magnanimous Sagara banished his son, with a view to the welfare of the residents of the town. I shall now fully narrate to thee what Ansuman of the powerful bow was told by Sagara. Listen to me. Sagara said, O my boy, sore am I at heart for having abandoned thy father, on account of the death of my sons, and also on being unsuccessful in getting back the horse. Therefore, O grandson, harassed with grief and confounded with the obstruction to my religious rights as I am, thou must bring back the horse and deliver me from hell. Thus addressed by the magnanimous Sagara, Ansuman went with sorrow to that spot where the earth had been excavated. And by that very passage he entered into the sea, and beheld that illustrious Kapila and that same horse. And having beheld that ancient saint, most righteous of his order, looking like a mass of light, he bowed with his head to the ground, and informed him of the reason of his visit. Then, O great king, Kapila was pleased with Ansuman, and that saint of a virtuous soul told him to ask for a favor from him. And he in the first place prayed for the horse, for the purpose of using it in the sacrifice, in the second place he prayed for the purification of his fathers. Then the mighty chief of saints, Kapila, spake to him, saying, I shall grant thee everything that thou desirest, O stainless prince. May good luck be thine. In thee are fixed the virtues of forbearance, and truth, and righteousness. By thee hath Sagara had all his desires fulfilled. Thou art, really, a son to thy father. And by thy ability the sons of Sagara will go to heaven, i.e., will be delivered from the consequences of their unhallowed death. And the son of thy son, with a view to purifying the sons of Sagara, will obtain the favor of the great god Shiva, by means of practicing great austerities, and will, thus, bring to this world the river that floweth in 3 separate streams, Ganga, O chief of men. May good luck be thine. Take thou with thee the sacrificial horse. Finish, my lad. The sacrificial rites of the magnanimous Sagara. Thus addressed by the illustrious Kapila, Ansuman took the horse with him, and came back to the sacrificial yard of the mighty-minded Sagara. Then he fell prostrate at the feet of the high-souled Sagara, who smelt him on the head and narrated all the events to him, all that had been seen and heard by him, and likewise the destruction of Sagara's sons. He also announced that the horse had been brought back to the sacrificial yard. And when King Sagara heard of this, he no more grieved on account of his sons. And he praised and honored Ansuman, and finished those same sacrificial rites. His sacrifice finished, Sagara was greeted honorably by all the gods, and he converted the sea, Varana's dwelling place, into a son of himself. And the lotus-eyed King Sagara, having ruled his kingdom for a period of exceeding length, placed his grandson on the throne, full of responsibilities, and then ascended to heaven. And Ansuman likewise, O great king, virtuous in soul, ruled over the world as far as the edge of the sea, following the footprints of his father's father. His son was named Dilepa, versed in virtue. Upon him placing the duties of his sovereign post, Ansuman likewise departed this life. And then when Dilepa heard what an awful fate had overtaken his forefathers, he was sorely grieved and thought of the means of raising them. And the ruler of men made every great effort towards the descent of Ganga to the mortal world. But although trying to the utmost of his power, he could not bring about what he so much wished. And a son was born to him, known by the name of Bhagiratha Beauteous, and devoted to a virtuous life, and truthful, and free from feelings of malice. And Dilepa appointed him as king, and betook himself to the forest life. And, O best of all the scions of Bharata's race, that same king, Dilepa, devoted himself to a successful course of austerities, and at the end of sufficient period from the forest departed to heaven. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 108. Lomesa said, that same king, of a powerful bow, standing at the head of the surrounding, i.e., the occupant of an imperial throne, of a powerful car, i.e., possessing every great fighting power, became the delight of the eyes and the soul of all the world. And he of the powerful arm came to learn how his forefathers had met an awful end from Kapila of mighty soul, and how they had been unable to attain the region of gods. And he with a sorrowful heart made over his kingly duties to his minister, and, O Lord of men, for practicing austerities, went to the side of the snowy mountain, the Himalayas. And, O most praiseworthy of men, desirous of extinguishing his sins by leading an austere life, and, thereby, obtaining the favor of the goddess Ganga, he visited that foremost of mountains Himalaya. And he beheld it adorned with peaks of diverse forms full of mineral earth, besprinkled on all sides with drops from clouds which were resting themselves upon the breeze, beautiful with rivers and groves and rocky spurs, looking like so many palaces, and a city, attended upon by lions and tigers that had concealed themselves in its caves and pits, and also inhabited by birds of checkered forms, which were uttering diverse sounds, such as the Bringarajas, and Gandhars, and Datuhas, and water cocks, and peacocks, and birds with 100 feathers, and javanjavakas, and black birds, and chakoras of eyes furnished with black corners, and the birds that love their young. And he saw the mountain abounding in lotus plants growing in delightful reservoirs of water. And the cranes rendered it charming with their sounds, and the kinnaras and the celestial nymphs were seated on its stony slabs. And the elephants occupying the cardinal points had everywhere robbed its trees with the end of their tusks, and the demigods of the Vidyadhara class frequented the hill. And it was full of various gems, and was also infested by snakes bearing terrible poison and of glowing tongues. And the mountain at places looked like massive gold, and elsewhere it resembled a silvery pile, and at some places it was like a sable heap of collyrium. Such was the snowy hill where the king now found himself. And that most praiseworthy of men at that spot betook himself to an awful austere course of life. And for 1,000 years his subsistence was nothing but water, fruit, and roots. When, however, 1,000 years according to the calculation of gods had elapsed, then the great river Ganga, having assumed a material form, manifested to him her divine self. Ganga said, O great king, what dost thou desire of me? And what must I bestow on thee? Tell me the same, O most praiseworthy of men. I shall do as thou mayst ask me. Thus addressed, the king then made his reply to Ganga, the daughter of the snowy hill, saying, O grantress of boons! O great river! My father's fathers, while searching for the horse, were sent by Kapila to the abode of the god of death. And those same 60,000 sons of Sagara of mighty soul, having met with the majestic Kapila, perished, to a soul, in an instant of time. Having thus perished, there hath been no place for them in the region of heaven. O great river! So long as thou dost not besprinkle those same bodies with thy water, there is no salvation for these same Sagara's sons. O blessed goddess! Carry thou my forefathers, Sagara's sons, to the region of heaven. O great river! On their account am I beseeching thee forsooth. Lomesa said, Ganga, the goddess saluted by the world, having heard these words of the king, was well pleased, and spake to Bhagiratha the following words, O great king! I am prepared to do what thou dost ask me, there is no doubt therein. But when I shall descend from the sky to the earth, the force of my fall will be difficult to sustain. O protector of men! In the three worlds there exists none who is able to sustain the same, excepting Shiva, the most praiseworthy of gods, the great lord with the throat of sable blue. O prince of a powerful arm! Obtain the favor, by practicing austerities, of that same Shiva, giver of boons. That same God will sustain my descent upon his head. Thy desire he will fulfill, the desire, namely, to be of service to thy fathers, O king. Then the great king Bhajaratha, having heard the same, went to the Kailasa hill, and betaking himself to a severe course of penances, at the expiration of a certain length of time obtained the favor of that worker of blessings, Shiva. And, O protector of men! That same best of men, in order that his forefathers might have a place in heaven secured to them, received from that very Shiva the fulfillment of his wish, namely the wish that the descending Ganga might be sustained. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 109. Lomesa said, the blessed God, having heard what Bhajaratha had said, and with a view to doing what was agreeable to the residents of heaven, replied to the king, saying, so let it be. O most righteous of the protectors of men, O prince of a powerful arm! For thy sake I shall sustain the river of the gods, when she will take her descent from the sky, she who is pure and blessed and divine, O king of a mighty arm. Saying this, he came to the snowy mountain, surrounded by his attendants, of awful mien, and with uplifted weapons of diverse forms. And standing there, he said to Bhajaratha, the most praiseworthy of men, O prince of a powerful arm! Do thou pray to the river, the daughter of the king of mountains. I shall sustain that most praiseworthy of rivers when she falls down from the third region of the world, heaven. Having heard these words uttered by Shiva, the king became devout, in heart, made obeisance, and directed his thoughts towards Ganga. Then the delightful river of pure water, in being so thought of by the king, and seeing that the great lord, Shiva, was standing to receive her fall, came down all of a sudden from the sky. And seeing that she had taken her leap from the sky, the gods, together with the mighty saints, the Gandharvas, the snakes, and the Yakshas, assembled there as spectators. Then came down from the sky Ganga, the daughter of the snowy mountain. And her whirlpools were raging, and she was teeming with fishes and sharks. O king! She, directing her course towards the sea, separated herself into 3 streams, and her water was bestrewn with piles of froth, which looked like so many rows of white ganders. And crooked and tortuous in the movement of her body, at places, and at others stumbling as it were, and covered with foam as with a robe, she went forward like a woman drunk. And elsewhere, by virtue of the roar of her waters, she uttered loud sounds. Thus assuming very many different aspects, when she fell from the sky, and reached the surface of the earth, she said to Bhajaratha, O great king! Show me the path that I shall have to take. O Lord of the earth! For thy sake have I descended to the earth. Having heard these words, King Bhajaratha directed his course towards the spot where lay those bodies of mighty Sagara's sons, in order that, O most praiseworthy of men, the holy water might flood the same. Having achieved the task of sustaining Ganga, Shiva, saluted by men, went to Kailasa, the most praiseworthy of mountains, accompanied by the celestials. And the protector of men, Bhajaratha, accompanied by Ganga, reached the sea, and the sea, the abode of Varuna, was quickly filled. And the king adopted Ganga as a daughter of himself, and at that spot offered libations of water to the names of his forefathers. Thus was his heart's wish fulfilled. Thus asked by thee, I have narrated the whole story, how Ganga, running in 3 streams, was brought down to the earth for filling the sea, how the mighty saint had drunk up the sea for a particular reason, and how, O Lord, Vatapi, the slayer of Brahmanas, was destroyed by Agastya. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 110. Vyasa said, O chief of the Bharata race! Then the son of Kunti went at a slow pace to the 2 rivers Nanda and Aparananda, which had the virtue of destroying the dread of sin. And the protector of men, having reached the healthy hill Hemakuta, beheld there very many strange and inconceivable sights. There the very utterance of words caused the gathering of clouds, and 1,000 volleys of stones. And people at its sight were struck sad, and were unable to ascend the hill. There the winds blew free, and the heavens always poured down rains, and likewise the sounds of the recitation of the sacred writ were heard, yet nobody was seen. In the evening and in the morning would be seen the blessed fire that carries offerings to the gods, and their flies would bite and interrupt the practice of austerities. And there a sadness would overtake the soul, and people would become sick. The son of Pandu, having observed very many strange circumstances of this character, again addressed his questions to Lomesa with reference to these wonderful things. Lomesa said, O slayer of foes! O king! I am going to tell thee as we heard it before, do thou attend to the same with intent mind. In this peak of Rishava there was once a saint known by that name, and his life had lasted for many 100 years. And he was devoted to penances, and was greatly wrathful. And he, forsooth, for having been spoken to by others, from wrath addressed the hill thus, Whoever should utter any words here, thou must throw stones at him, and thou must call up the winds to prevent him from making any noise. This was what the saint said. And so at this place, as soon as a man utters any words, he is forbidden by a roaring cloud. O king! Thus these deeds were performed by that great saint, and from wrath he also forbade other acts. O king! Tradition says that when the gods of Europe had come to the Nanda, suddenly came over there a number of men to look at the celestials. Those same gods at whose head stood Indra did not, however, like to be seen, and so they rendered this spot inaccessible by raising obstructions in the form of hills. And from that day forward, O Kunti's son, men could not cast their eyes at any time on what looked like a hill, far less could they ascend the same. This big mountain is incapable of being seen by one who hath not led an austere life, nor can such a one ascend it. Therefore, O son of Kunti, keep thou thy tongue under control. Here at that time all those gods performed the best sacrificial rites. O Bharata's son, even up to this day these marks thereof may be seen. This grass here hath the form of the sacred kusa grass, the ground here seemeth to be overspread with the sacred grass, and, O Lord of men, many of these trees here look like the spots for tying the sacrificial beasts. O Bharata's son, still the gods and saints have residence here, and their sacred fire is observed in the morning and in the evening. Here if one bathes, his sin is forthwith destroyed, O Kunti's son. O most praiseworthy of the race of Kuru! Do thou, therefore, perform thy ablutions, together with thy younger brothers. Then after having washed thyself in the Nanda, thou wilt repair to the river Kausaki, the spot where the most excellent and severest form of penances was practiced by Viswamitra. Then the king with his attendants, having washed his body there, proceeded to the river Kausaki, which was pure and delightful and pleasant with cool water. Lomesa said, This is the pure divine river by name Kausaki, O chief of Bharata's race. And this is the delightful hermitage of Viswamitra, conspicuous here. And this is a hermitage, with a holy name, belonging to Kasyapa of mighty soul, whose son was Rishyasringa, devoted to penances, and of passions under control. He by force of his penances caused Indra to reign, and that god, the slayer of the demons Vala and Vritra, dreading him, poured down rain during a drought. That powerful and mighty son of Kasyapa was born of a hind. He worked a great marvel in the territory of Lomapada. And when the crops had been restored, King Lomapada gave his daughter Santa in marriage to him, as the son gave in marriage his daughter Savitri. Yudhishthira said, How was the son of Kasyapa, Rishyasringa, born of a hind? And how was he endowed with holiness, being the issue of a reprehensible sexual connection? And for what reason was Indra, the slayer of the demons Vala and Vritra, afraid of that same sagacious boy, and poured down rain during a period of drought? And how beautiful was that Princess Santa, pure in life, she who allured the heart of him when he had turned himself into a stag. And since the royal Saint Lomapada is said to have been of a virtuous disposition, why was it that in his territory, Indra, the chastiser of the demon Paka, had withheld rain? O holy saint! All this in detail, exactly as it happened, thou wilt be pleased to narrate to me, for I am desirous of hearing the deeds of Rishyasringa's life. Lomesa said, "Hear how Rishyasringa, of dreaded name, was born as a son to Vibhandika, who was a saint of the Brahmana caste, who had cultured his soul by means of religious austerities, whose seed never failed in causing generation, and who was learned and bright like the Lord of beings. And the father was highly honored, and the son was possessed of a mighty spirit, and, though a boy, was respected by aged man. And that son of Kasyapa, Vibhandika, having proceeded to a big lake, devoted himself to the practice of penances. And that same saint, comparable to a god, labored for a long period. And once while he was washing his mouth in the waters, he beheld the celestial nymph Urvasi, whereupon came out his seminal fluid. And, O king, a hind at that time lapped it up along with the water that she was drinking, being athirst, and from this cause she became with child. That same hind had really been a daughter of the gods, and had been told of you by the holy Brahma, the creator of the worlds, thou shalt be a hind, and when in that form thou shalt give birth to a saint, thou shalt then be freed. As destiny would have it, and as the word of the Creator would not be untrue, and that same hind was born his, Vibhandika's, son, a mighty saint. And Rishyasringa, devoted to penances, always passed his days in the forest. O king, there was a horn on the head of that magnanimous saint, and for this reason did he come to be known at the time by the name of Rishyasringa. And barring his father, not a man had ever before been seen by him, therefore his mind, O protector of men, was entirely devoted to the duties of a continent life. At this very period there was a ruler of the land of Anga known by the name of Lomapada, who was a friend of Dasaratha. We have heard that he from love of pleasure had been guilty of a falsehood towards a Brahmana. And that same ruler of the world had at that time been shunned by all persons of the priestly class. And he was without a ministering priest to assist him in his religious rites. And the god of 1,000 eyes, Indra, suddenly abstained from giving rain in his territory, so that his people began to suffer, and O Lord of the earth, he questioned a number of Brahmanas, devoted to penances, of cultivated minds, and possessed of capabilities with reference to the matter of rain being granted by the Lord of gods, saying, "How may the heavens grant us the rain? Think of an expedient for this purpose." And those same cultured men, being thus questioned, gave expression to their respective views. And one among them, the best of saints, spake to that same king, saying, "O Lord of kings, the Brahmanas are angry with thee. Do some act, therefore, for appeasing them. O ruler of the earth, send for Rishyasringa, the son of a saint, resident of the forest, knowing nothing of the female sex, and always taking delight in simplicity. O king, if he, great in the practice of penances, should show himself in thy territory, forthwith rain would be granted by the heavens, herein I have no doubt at all. And, O king, having heard these words, Lomapada made atonement for his sins. And he went away, and when the Brahmanas had been appeased, he returned again, and seeing the king returned, the people were again glad at heart. Then the king of Anga convened a meeting of his ministers, proficient in giving counsel. And he took great pains in order to settle some plan for securing a visit from Rishyasringa. And, O unswerving prince, with those ministers, who were versed in all branches of knowledge, and exceedingly proficient in worldly matters, and had a thorough training in practical affairs, he at last settled a plan for gaining his object. And then he sent for a number of courtesans, women of the town, clever in everything. And when they came, that same ruler of the earth spake to them, saying, "Ye lovely women, ye must find some means to allure, and obtain the confidence of the son of the saint Rishyasringa, whom ye must bring over to my territory." And those same women, on the one hand afraid of the anger of the king, and on the other, dreading a curse from the saint, became sad and confounded, and declared the business to be beyond their power. One, however, among them, a hoary woman, thus spake to the king, "O great king, him whose wealth solely consists in penances, I shall try to bring over here. Thou wilt, however, have to procure for me certain things, in connection with the plan. In that case, I may be able to bring over the son of the saint Rishyasringa." Thereupon the king gave an order that all that she might ask for should be procured. And he also gave a good deal of wealth and jewels of various kinds. And then, O Lord of the earth, she took with herself a number of women endowed with beauty and youth, and went to the forest without delay. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 111. Lomesa said, O descendant of Bharata. She, in order to compass the object of the king, prepared a floating hermitage, both because the king had ordered so, and also because it exactly accorded with her plan. And the floating hermitage, containing artificial trees adorned with various flowers and fruits, and surrounded by diverse shrubs and creeping plants and capable of furnishing choice and delicious fruits, was exceedingly delightful and nice and pleasing, and looked as if it had been created by magic. Then she moored the vessel at no great distance from the hermitage of Kasyapa's son, and sent emissaries to survey the place where that same saint habitually went about. And then she saw an opportunity, and having conceived a plan in her mind, sent forward her daughter, a courtesan by trade and of smart sense. And that clever woman went to the vicinity of the religious man, and arriving at the hermitage, beheld the son of the saint. The courtesan said, I hope, O saint, that is all well with the religious devotees. And I hope that thou hast a plentiful store of fruits and roots, and that thou takest delight in this hermitage. Verily I come here now to pay thee a visit. I hope the practice of austerities among the saints is on the increase. I hope that thy father's spirit hath not slackened, and that he is well pleased with thee. O Rishyasringa of the priestly caste! I hope thou prosecutest the studies proper for thee. Rishyasringa said, Thou art shining with luster, as if thou wert a mass of light. And I deem thee worthy of obeisance. Verily I shall give thee water for washing thy feet, and such fruits and roots also as may be liked by thee, for this is what my religion hath prescribed to me. Be thou pleased to take at thy pleasure thy seat on a mat made of the sacred grass, covered over with a black deerskin, and made pleasant and comfortable to sit upon. And where is thy hermitage? O Brahmana, thou resemblest a god in thy mien. What is the name of this particular religious vow, which thou seemest to be observing now? The courtesan said, O son of Kasyapa, on the other side of yonder hill, which covers the space of 3 yojanas, is my hermitage, a delightful place. There, not to receive obeisance is the rule of my faith, nor do I touch water for washing my feet. I am not worthy of obeisance from persons like thee, but I must make obeisance to thee. O Brahmana, this is the religious observance to be practiced by me, namely, that thou must be clasped in my arms. Rishyasringa said, Let me give thee ripe fruits, such as gallnuts, myrobalans, karushas, and guddas from sandy tracts and Indian figure. May it please thee to take a delight in them. Lomesa said, She, however, threw aside all those edible things, and then gave him unsuitable things for food. And these were exceedingly nice and beautiful to see, and were very much acceptable to Rishyasringa. And she gave him garlands of an exceedingly fragrant scent, and beautiful and shining garments to wear, and first-rate drinks, and then played and laughed and enjoyed herself. And she at his sight played with a ball, and while thus employed, looked like a creeping plant broken in two. And she touched his body with her own, and repeatedly clasped Rishyasringa in her arms. Then she bent and brake the flowery twigs from trees, such as the sala, the asoka, and the thilaka. And overpowered with intoxication, assuming a bashful look, she went on tempting the great saint's son. And when she saw that the heart of Rishyasringa had been touched, she repeatedly pressed his body with her own, and casting glances, slowly went away under the pretext that she was going to make offerings on the fire. On her departure, Rishyasringa became overpowered with love and lost his sense. His mind turned constantly to her and felt itself vacant. And he began to sigh and seemed to be in great distress. At that moment appeared Vibhandika, Kasyapa's son, he whose eyes were tawny like those of a lion, whose body was covered with hair down to the tip of the nails, who was devoted to studies proper for his caste, and whose life was pure and was passed in religious meditation. He came up and saw that his son was seated alone, pensive and sad, his mind upset and sighing again and again with upturned eyes. And Vibhandika spake to his distressed son, saying, My boy, why is it that thou art not hewing the logs for fuel? I hope thou hast performed the ceremony of burnt offering today. I hope thou hast polished the sacrificial ladles and spoons, and brought the calf to the milch cow, whose milk furnisheth materials for making offerings on the fire. Verily thou art not in thy wonted state, O son. Thou seemest to be pensive, and to have lost thy sense. Why art thou so sad today? Let me ask thee, who hath been to this place today? Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 112. Rishyasringa said, Here came today a religious student with a mass of hair on his head. And he was neither short nor tall. And he was of a spirited look and a golden complexion, and endued with eye large as lotuses, and he was shining and graceful as a god. And rich was his beauty blazing like the sun, and he was exceedingly fair with eyes graceful and black. And his twisted hair was blue-black and neat and long and of a fragrant scent and tied up with strings of gold. A beautiful ornament was shining on his neck which looked like lightning in the sky. And under the throat he had 2 balls of flesh, without a single hair upon them, and of an exceedingly beautiful form. And his waist was slender to a degree, and his navel neat, and smooth also was the region about his ribs. Then again there shone a golden string from under his cloth, just like this waist string of mine. And there was something on his feet of a wonderful shape which gave forth a jingling sound. Upon his wrists likewise was tied a pair of ornaments that made a similar sound and looked just like this rosary here. And when he walked, his ornaments uttered a jingling sound like those uttered by delighted ganders upon a sheet of water. And he had on his person garments of a wonderful make. These clothes of mine are by no means beautiful like those. And his face was wonderful to behold, and his voice was calculated to gladden the heart, and his speech was pleasant like the song of the male blackbird. And while listening to the same I felt touched to my inmost soul. And as a forest in the midst of the vernal season assumes a grace only when it is swept over by the breeze, so, O Father, he of an excellent and pure smell looks beautiful when fanned by the air. And his mass of hair is neatly tied up and remains adhering to the head and forehead evenly sundered in 2. And his 2 eyes seem to be covered with wonderful Chakravaka birds of an exceedingly beautiful form. And he carried upon his right palm a wonderful glober fruit, which reaches the ground and again leaps up to the sky in a strange way. And he beats it and turns himself round and whirls like a tree moved by the breeze. And when I looked at him, O Father, he seemed to be a son of the celestials, and my joy was extreme, and my pleasure unbounded. And he clasped my body, took hold of my matted hair, and bent down my mouth, and, mingling his mouth with my own, uttered a sound that was exceedingly pleasant. And he doth not care for water for washing his feet, nor for those fruits offered by me, and he told me that such was the religious observance practiced by him. And he gave unto me a number of fruits. Those fruits were tasteful unto me. These here are not equal to them in taste. They have not got any rind nor any stone within them, like these. And he of a noble form gave me to drink water of an exceedingly fine flavor, and having drunk it, I experienced great pleasure, and the ground seemed to be moving under my feet. And these are the garlands beautiful and fragrant and twined with silken threads that belong to him. And he, bright with fervent piety, having scattered these garlands here, went back to his own hermitage. His departure hath saddened my heart, and my frame seems to be in a burning sensation. And my desire is to go to him as soon as I can, and to have him every day walk about here. O Father, let me this very moment go to him. Pray, what is that religious observance which is being practiced by him? As he of a noble piety is practicing penances, so I am desirous to live the same life with him. My heart is yearning after similar observances. My soul will be in torment if I see him not. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 113. Vipandika said, Those are, O son, Rakshasas. They walk about in that wonderfully beautiful form. Their strength is unrivaled and their beauty great, and they always meditate obstruction to the practice of penances. And, O my boy, they assume lovely forms and try to allure by diverse means. And those fierce beings hurled the saints, the dwellers of the woods, from blessed regions, won by their pious deeds, and the saint who hath control over his soul, and who is desirous of obtaining the regions where go the righteous, ought to have nothing to do with them. And their acts are vile, and their delight is in causing obstruction to those who practice penance. Therefore, a pious man should never look at them. And, O son, those were drinks unworthy to be drunk, being as they were spirituous liquors consumed by unrighteous men. And these garlands, also, bright and fragrant and of various hues, are not intended for saints. Having thus forbidden his son by saying that those were wicked demons, Vibhandika went in quest of her. And when by 3 days' search he was unable to trace where she was, he then came back to his own hermitage. In the meanwhile, when the son of Kasyapa had gone out to gather fruits, then that very courtesan came again to tempt Rishyasringa in the manner described above. And as soon as Rishyasringa had her in sight, he was glad, and hurriedly rushing towards him said, "Let us go to thy hermitage before the return of my father." Then, O king, those same courtesans by contrivances made the only son of Kasyapa enter their bark, and unmoored the vessel. And by various means they went on delighting him, and at length came to the side of Amba's king. And leaving then that floating vessel of an exceedingly white tint upon the water, and having placed it within sight of the hermitage, he similarly prepared a beautiful forest known by the name of the floating hermitage. The king, however, kept that only son of Vibhandika within that part of the palace destined for the females, when of a sudden he beheld that rain was poured by the heavens, and that the world began to be flooded with water. And Lomapada, the desire of his heart fulfilled, bestowed his daughter Santa on Rishyasringa in marriage. And with a view to appease the wrath of his father, he ordered kine to be placed, and fields to be plowed, by the road that Vibhandika was to take, in order to come to his son. And the king also placed plentiful cattle and stout cowherds, and gave the latter the following order: "When the great Saint Vibhandika should inquire of you about his son, ye must join your palms, and say to him that these cattle and these plowed fields belong to his son, and that ye are his slaves, and that ye are ready to obey him in all that he might bid." Now the saint, whose wrath was fierce, came to his hermitage, having gathered fruits and roots and searched for his son. But not finding him, he became exceedingly wroth. And he was tortured with anger, and suspected it to be the doing of the king. And therefore he directed his course towards the city of Kampa, having made up his mind to burn the king, his city, and his whole territory. And on the way he was fatigued and hungry, when he reached those same settlements of cowherds, rich with cattle. And he was honored in a suitable way by those cowherds, and then spent the night in a manner befitting a king. And having received very great hospitality from them, he asked them, saying, "To whom, O cowherds, do ye belong?" Then they all came up to him and said, "All this wealth hath been provided for thy son." At different places he was thus honored by that best of men, and saw his son, who looked like the god Indra in heaven. And he also beheld there his daughter-in-law, Santa, looking like lightning issuing from a cloud. And having seen the hamlets and the cowpens provided for his son, and having also beheld Santa, his great resentment was appeased. And O king of men, Vibhandika expressed great satisfaction with the very ruler of the earth. And the great saint, whose power rivaled that of the sun and the god of fire, placed there his son, and thus spake, "As soon as a son is born to thee, and having performed all that is agreeable to the king, to the forest must thou come without fail." And Rishyasringa did exactly as his father said, and went back to the place where his father was. And, O king of men, Santa obediently waited upon him as in the firmament the star Rohini waits upon the moon, or as the fortunate Arundhati waits upon Vasishta, or as Lopamudra waits upon Agastya. And as Damayanti was an obedient wife to Nala, or as Sachi is to the god who holdeth the thunderbolt in his hand, or as Indrasena, Narayana's daughter, was always obedient to Mudgala, so did Santa wait affectionately upon Rishyasringa when he lived in the wood. This is the holy hermitage which belonged to him. Beautifying the great lake here, it bears holy fame. Here perform thy ablutions, and have thy desire fulfilled. And having purified thyself, direct thy course towards other holy spots. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 114. Tirthayatra Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, "Then, O Janamejaya, the son of Pandu started from the river Kausaki and repaired in succession to all the sacred shrines. And, O protector of men, he came to the sea where the river Ganga falls into it, and there in the center of 500 rivers, he performed the holy ceremony of a plunge. Then, O ruler of the earth, accompanied by his brothers, the valiant prince proceeded by the shore of the sea towards the land where the Kalinga tribes dwell. Lomesa said, There is the land, O Kunti's son, where the Kalinga tribes dwell. Through it passeth the river Vedarani, on the banks whereof even the god of virtue performed religious river, having first placed himself under the protection of the celestials. Verily, this is the northern bank, inhabited by saints, suitable for the performance of religious rites, beautified by a hill, and frequented by persons of the regenerate caste. This spot, in holiness, rivals the path whereby a virtuous man, fit for going to heaven, repairs to the region inhabited by gods. And verily at this spot in former times, other saints likewise worshipped the immortals by the performance of religious rites. And at the very spot it was that the god Rudra, O King of Kings, seized the sacrificial beast and exclaimed, "This is my share." O chief of the descendants of Bharata, then when the beast was carried away by Shiva, the god spake to him, saying, "Cast not a covetous glance at the property of others, disregarding all the righteous rules." Then they addressed words of glorification of a pleasing kind to the god Rudra. And they satisfied him by offering a sacrifice, and paid him suitable honors. Thereupon he gave up the beast, and went by the path trodden by the gods. Thereupon what happened to Rudra, learn from me, O Yudhishthira. Influenced by the dread of Rudra, the gods set apart for evermore the best allotment out of all shares, such as was fresh and not stale, to be appropriated by the god. Whosoever performs his ablutions at this spot, while reciting this ancient story, beholds with his mortal eyes the path that leads to the region of the gods. Vyasa said, Then all the sons of Pandu and likewise the daughter of Drupada, all of whom were the favorite of fate, descended to the river Vedarani, and made libations to the names of their fathers. Yudhishthira said, O Lomesa, how great must be the force of a pious deed! Having taken my bath at this spot in a proper form, I seem to touch no more the region inhabited by mortal men. O saint of a virtuous life, I am beholding all the regions. And this is the noise of the magnanimous dwellers of the wood, who are reciting their audible prayers. Lomesa said, O Yudhishthira, the place whence this noise comes and reaches thy ears is at the distance of 300,000 yojanas, to be sure. O Lord of men, rest thou quiet and utter no word. O King, this is the divine forest of the self-existent one, which hath now come to our view. There, O King, Viswakarma of a dreaded name performed religious rites. On the mighty occasion of that sacrifice, the self-existent one made a gift of this entire earth with all its hilly and forest tracts to Kasyapa by way of gratuity for ministering as a priest. And then, O Kuru's son, as soon as that goddess earth was giving away, she became sad at heart, and wrathfully spake the following words to that great Lord, the ruler of the worlds, O mighty God, it is unworthy of thee to give me away to an ordinary mortal. And this act of gift on thy part will come to nothing, for here am I going to descend into the bottom of the nether world. Then when the blessed Saint Kasyapa beheld the goddess earth, despondent and sad, he, O protector of men, performed a propitiatory act calculated to appease her wrath. And then, O Pandu's son, the earth was pleased with his pious deed. And she uprose again from within the waters, and showed herself in the form of a sacred altar. This, O King, is the spot which distinctly manifests the form of an altar. O great monarch, ascend over it, and thou wilt gain valor and strength. And, O King, this is the very altar which reaches as far as the sea, and rests itself upon its bosom. May good luck be thine, do thou mount hereupon, and of thyself cross the sea. And while thou this day mountest upon it, I shall administer the ceremony for averting all evil from thee, for this altar here, as soon as it gets a mortal's touch, at once enters into the sea. Salutation to the God who protects the universe. Salutation to thee that art beyond the universe. O Lord of gods, vouchsafe thy presence in this sea. O Pandu's son, thou must recite the following words of truth, and while so reciting, thou must quickly ascend this altar, the god of fire, and the sun, and the organ of generation, and water, and goddess and the seed of Vishnu, and the navel of nectar. The god of fire is the organ that generated the ocean, the earth is thy body, Vishnu deposited the seed that caused thy being, and thou art the navel of nectar. Thus, O Pandu's son, the words of truth must be audibly recited, and while so reciting, one must plunge into the Lord of rivers. O most praiseworthy of Kunti's son, otherwise this lord of waters of divine birth, this best storehouse of the waters of the earth, should not be touched, O son of Kunti, even with the end of a sacred grass. Vyasa said, Then when the ceremony for averting evil had been completed in his behalf, the magnanimous Yudhishthira went into the sea, and having performed all that the saint had bid, repaired to the skirts of the Mahendra hill, and spent the night at that spot. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 115. Vyasa said, The protector of the earth spent there a single night, and with his brothers, paid the highest honors to the religious men. And Lomesa made him acquainted with the names of all of them, such as the Bhrigus, the Angiras, the Vasishtas, and the Kasyapas. And the royal saint paid visit to them all and made obeisance to them with joined palms. And then he asked the valiant Akritavrana, who was a follower of Parasurama, when will the revered Parasurama show himself to the religious men here? It is desired on that occasion to obtain a sight of the descendant of Bhrigu. Akritavrana said, Thy journey to this spot is already known to Rama, whose soul spontaneously knows everything. And he is in every way well pleased with thee, and he will show himself readily to thee. And the saints who practice penances here are permitted to see him on the 14th and the 8th day of the lunar course. On the morrow at the end of this very night there will set in the 14th day of the lunar course. On that occasion thou wilt have a sight of him, clad in a sable deerskin, and wearing his hair in the form of a matted mass. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast been a follower of the mighty Rama, Jamadagni's son, thou must, therefore, have been the eyewitness of all the deeds achieved by him in former days. I, therefore, request thee to narrate to me how the members of the military caste were vanquished by Rama on the field of battle, and what the original cause of those conflicts was. Akritavrana said, With pleasure shall I recite to thee that excellent story, O Bharata's son, O chief of kings, the story of the godlike deeds of Rama, the son of Jamadagni, who traced his origin to Bhrigu's race. I shall also relate the achievements of the great ruler of the Haihaya tribe. That king, Arjuna by name, the mighty lord of the Haihaya tribe, was killed by Rama. He, O Pandu's son, was endued with 1,000 arms, and by the favor of Dattatreya he likewise had a celestial car made of gold. And, O protector of the earth, his rule extended over the entire animated world, wheresoever located on this earth. And the car of that mighty monarch could proceed everywhere in an unobstructed course. And grown resistless by the virtue of a granted boon, he ever mounted on that car, trampled upon gods and yakshas and saints on all sides round. And all the born beings wheresoever placed were harassed by him. Then the celestials and the saints of a rigidly virtuous life met together, and thus spake to Vishnu, the god of gods, the slayer of demons, and possessed of prowess that never failed, saying, O blessed and revered Lord, for the purpose of preserving all the born beings, it is necessary that Arjuna should be killed by thee. And the mighty ruler of the Haihaya tribe, placing himself on his celestial car, affronted Indra, while that deity was enjoying himself with Sachi, his queen. Then, O Bharata's son, the blessed and the revered god, Vishnu, held a consultation with Indra, with a view to destroying Kartavirya's son. And on that occasion, all that was for the good of the world of beings was communicated by the Lord of gods, and the blessed God worshipped by the world, to do all that was necessary, went to the delightful Vadari wood, which was his own chosen retreat for practicing penances. And at this very time there lived on the earth a mighty monarch in the land of Kanyakuvja, a sovereign whose military force was exceedingly great. And his name of Gadi was famous in the world. He, however, betook himself to a forest life. And while he was dwelling in the midst of the wood, there was born to him a daughter beautiful as a nymph of heaven. And Richika, the son of Bhrigu, asked for her to be united with himself in marriage. And then Gadi spake to that Brahmana, who led a rigidly austere life, saying, There is a certain family custom in our race, it hath been founded by my ancestors of a bygone age. And, O most excellent of the sacerdotal caste, be it known to thee that the intending bridegroom must offer a dowry consisting of 1,000 fleet steeds, whose color must be brown, and every one of whom must possess a single sable car. But, O Bhrigu's son, a reverend saint like thee cannot be asked to offer the same. Nor can my daughter be refused to a magnanimous saint of thy exalted rank. Thereupon Richika said, I will give thee 1,000 fleet steeds, brown in hue and possessing a single sable car. Let thy daughter be given in marriage to me. Akritavrana said, Thus having given his word, O king, he went and said to Varuna, Give me 1,000 fleet steeds brown in color, and each with one black ear. I want the same as dowry for my marriage. To him Varuna forthwith gave 1,000 steeds. Those steeds had issued out of the river Ganga, hence the spot hath been named, the horses' landing place. And in the city of Kanyakuvja, the daughter of Gadi, Satyavati by name, was given in marriage, and the gods themselves were of the party of the bride. Richika, the most excellent of the sacerdotal caste, thus procured 1,000 steeds, and had a sight of the dwellers of heaven and won a wife in the proper form. And he enjoyed himself with the girl of slender waist, and thus gratified all the wishes and desires that he ever had. And when the marriage had been celebrated, O king, his father Bhrigu came on a visit to see him and his wife, and he was glad to see his praiseworthy son. And the husband and wife together paid their best respects to him, who was worshipped by all the gods. And when he had seated himself, they both with joined palms stood near him, in order that they might do his bidding. And then the revered saint, Bhrigu, glad at heart, thus spoke to his daughter-in-law, saying, O lovely daughter, as for a boon, I am ready to grant thee any object of thy wish. And thereupon she asked for his favor in this, that a son might be born to both herself and her mother. And he vouchsafed the favor thus asked for. Bhrigu said, During the days that your season lasts, thou and thy mother must take a bath, with the ceremony for bringing forth a male child. And ye two must then separately embrace 2 different trees, she a peepal tree, and thou a fig tree. And, O dutiful girl, here are 2 pots of rice and milk, prepared by me with the utmost care. I having ransacked the whole universe to find the drugs, the essence whereof hath been blended with this milk and rice. It must be taken as food with the greatest care. And saying this, he vanished from sight. The 2 ladies, however, made an interchange both in the matter of the pots of rice, and likewise as regards the trees, to be embraced by each. Then after the lapse of very many days, the revered saint once more came. And he came knowing what had happened, by his attribute of divine knowledge. Then Bhrigu, possessed of mighty strength, spake to Satyavati, his daughter-in-law, saying, O dutiful girl! O my daughter of a lovely brow, the wrong pot of rice thou tookest as food. And it was the wrong tree which was embraced by thee. It was thy mother who deluded thee. A son will be born of thee, who, though of the priestly caste, will be of a character fit for the military order, while a mighty son will be born of thy mother, who, though by birth a kshatriya, will assume a life suitable to the sacerdotal order. And his power will be great, and he will walk on the path trodden by righteous men. Then she entreated her father-in-law again and again, saying, Let not my son be of this character, but let my grandson be such. And, O Pandu's son, he replied, So let it be. And thus he was pleased to grant her prayer. Then she brought forth on the expected day a son by name Jamadagni. And this son of Bhrigu was endowed with both splendor and grace. And he grew in years and in strength, and excelled he other saints in the proficiency of his Vedic lore. O chieftain of Bharata's race, to him, rivaling in luster the author of light, the sun, came spontaneously and without instruction the knowledge of the entire military art and of the 4-fold missile arms. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 116. Akritavrana said, Jamadagni devoted himself to the study of the Veda and the practice of sacred penances, and became famous for his great austerities. Then he pursued a methodical course of study and obtained a mastery over the entire Veda. And, O king, he paid a visit to Prasenajit and solicited the hand of Renuka in marriage. And this prayer was granted by the king. And the delight of Bhrigu's race, having thus obtained Renuka for his wife, took his residence with her in a hermitage, and began to practice penances, being assisted by her. And 4 boys were born of her, with Rama for the 5th. And although the youngest, Rama was superior to all in merit. Now once upon a time, when her sons had gone out for the purpose of gathering fruits, Renuka, who had a pure and austere life, went out to bathe. And, O king, while returning home, she happened to cast her glance towards the king of Mardakavada, known by the name of Kshatrartha. The king was in the water with his wives, and wearing on his breast a lotus wreath, was engaged in sport. And beholding his magnificent form, Renuka was inspired with desire. And this unlawful desire she could not control, but became polluted within the water, and came back to the hermitage frightened at heart. Her husband readily perceived what state she was in. And mighty and powerful and of a wrathful turn of mind, when he beheld that she had been giddy and that the luster of chastity had abandoned her, he reproached her by crying out, "Fie!" At that very moment came in the eldest of Jamadagni's sons, Ramanvan, and then Sashina, and then Vasu, and likewise Viswavasu. And the mighty saint directed them all one by one to put an end to the life of their mother. They, however, were quite confounded and lost heart. And they could not utter a single word. Then he and ire cursed them. And on being cursed they lost their sense and suddenly became like inanimate objects, and comparable in conduct to beasts and birds. And then Rama, the slayer of hostile heroes, came to the hermitage, last of all. Him the mighty-armed Jamadagni, of great austerities, addressed, saying, "Kill this wicked mother of thine, without compunction, O my son." Thereupon Rama immediately took up an axe and therewith severed his mother's head. Then, O great king, the wrath of Jamadagni of mighty soul was at once appeased, and well pleased. He spake the following words: "Thou hast, my boy, performed at my bidding this difficult task, being versed in virtue. Therefore, whatsoever wishes there may be in thy heart, I am ready to grant them all. Do thou ask me." Thereupon Rama solicited that his mother might be restored to life, and that he might not be haunted by the remembrance of this cruel deed, and that he might not be affected by any sin, and that his brothers might recover their former state, and that he might be unrivaled on the field of battle, and that he might obtain long life. And, O Bharata's son, Jamadagni, whose penances were the most rigid, granted all those desires of his son. Once, however, O Lord, when his sons had gone out as before, the valorous son of Kartavirya, the lord of the country near the shore of the sea, came up to the hermitage. And when he arrived at that hermitage, the wife of the saint received him hospitably. He, however, intoxicated with a warrior's pride, was not at all pleased with the reception accorded to him, and by force and in defiance of all resistance, seized and carried off from that hermitage the chief of the cows whose milk supplied the sacred butter, not heeding the loud lowing of the cow. And he wantonly pulled down the large trees of the wood. When Rama came home, his father himself told him all that had happened. Then when Rama saw how the cow was lowing for its calf, resentment arose in his heart. And he rushed towards Kartavirya's son, whose last moments had drawn nigh. Then the descendant of Bhrigu, the exterminator of hostile heroes, put forth his valor on the field of battle, and with sharpened arrows with flattened tips, which were shot from a beautiful bow, cut down Arjuna's arms, which numbered 1,000, and were massive like wooden bolts for barring the door. He, already touched by the hand of death, was overpowered by Rama, his foe. Then the kinsmen of Arjuna, their wrath excited against Rama, rushed at Jamadagni in his hermitage, while Rama was away. And they slew him there, for although his strength was great, yet being at the time engaged in penances, he would not fight. And while thus attacked by his foes, he repeatedly shouted the name of Rama in a helpless and piteous way. And, O Yudhishthira, the sons of Kartavirya shot Jamadagni with their arrows, and having thus chastised their foe, went their way. And when they had gone away, and when Jamadagni had breathed his last, Rama, the delight of Bhrigu's race, returned to the hermitage, bearing in his arms fuel for religious rites. And the hero beheld his father who had been put to death. And grieved exceedingly he began to bewail the unworthy fate that had laid his father low. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 117. Rama said, "The blame is mine, O father, that like a stag in the wood, thou hast been shot dead with arrows, by those mean and stupid wretches the sons of Kartavirya. And O father, virtuous and unswerving from the path of righteousness and inoffensive to all animated beings as thou wert, how came it to be permitted by fate that thou shouldst die in this way? What an awful sin must have been committed by them, who have killed thee with hundreds of sharpened shafts, although thou wert an aged man, and engaged in penances at the time and absolutely averse to fighting with them. With what face will those shameless persons speak of this deed of theirs to their friends and servants, viz., that they have slain an unassisted and unresisting virtuous man, O protector of men? Thus he, great in penance, bewailed much in a piteous manner, and then performed the obsequies of his departed sire. And Rama, the conqueror of hostile cities, cremated his father on the funeral pyre, and vowed, O scion of Bharata's race, the slaughter of the entire military caste, and of exceeding strength in the field of battle, and possessed of valor suited to a heroic soul, and comparable to the god of death himself. He took up his weapon in wrathful mood, and single-handed put Kauravas' sons to death. And, O chieftain of the military caste, Rama, the leader of all capable of beating their foes, thrice smote down all the Kshatriya followers of Kauravas' sons. And 7 times did that powerful lord exterminate the military tribes of the earth. In the tract of land, called Samantapanchaka, 5 lakes of blood were made by him. There the mightiest scion of Bhrigu's race offered libations to his forefathers the Bhrigus, and Richika appeared to him in a visible form, and spake to him words of counsel. Then the son of Jamadagni of dreaded name performed a mighty sacrifice and gratified the Lord of the Celestials, and bestowed the earth to the ministering priests. And, O protector of human beings, he raised an altar made of gold, 10 vyamas in breadth and 9 in height, and made a gift of the same to the magnanimous Kasyapa. Then at Kasyapa's bidding the Brahmanas divided the altar into a number of shares, and thus they became reputed as the Kandaviyamas, share-takers. And the exterminator of the military race, possessed of immense strength, bestowed the earth upon the high-souled Kasyapa, and then became engaged in penance of an exceedingly severe form. He now dwells in this Mahendra, monarch of hills. Thus did hostilities arise between him and the members of the military caste, all of them who dwell on this earth, and Rama, endowed with immense strength, in this way subdued the entire world. Vyasa said, Then on the 14th day of the moon, the mighty-souled Rama at the proper hour showed himself to those members of the priestly caste and also to the virtuous king, Yudhishthira, and his younger brothers. And, O King of Kings, the Lord together with his brothers, worshipped Rama, and, O most righteous of the rulers of men, the very highest honors were paid by him to all those members of the twice-born class. And after worshipping Jamadagni's son and having received words of praise from him, at his direction he spent the night on the Mahendra hill, and then started on his journey towards the southern regions. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 118. Vyasa said, The magnanimous monarch pursued his journey, and at different spots on the shore of the sea visited the various bathing places, all sacred and pleasant and frequented by men of the sacerdotal caste. And O son of Parikshit, he in proper form took his bath in them together with his younger brothers, and then went to an excellent river, the holiest of all. There also the magnanimous king took his plunge, and offered libations to his forefathers and the gods, and distributed riches to the leaders of the twice-born class. Then he went to the Godavari, a river that falls directly into the sea. There he was freed from his sins. And he reached the sea in the Dravida land, and visited the holy spot passing under Agastya's name, which was exceedingly sacred and exceptionally pure. And the valiant king visited the feminine sacred spots. Here he listened to the story of that well-known feat which was achieved by Arjuna, chief of all wielders of the bow, and which was beyond the power of human beings to perform. And here he was praised by the highest members of the saintly class, and the son of Pandu experienced the greatest delight. And, O protector of the earth, the ruler of the world, accompanied by Krishna, bathed in those holy spots, and speaking of Arjuna's valor in laudatory terms, delightfully spent his time in the place. Then he gave away thousands of cows at those holy spots on the coast of the sea, and with his brothers narrated well pleased how Arjuna had made a gift of kind. And he, O king, visited one by one those holy places on the coast of the sea and many other sacred spots, and thus fulfilled his heart's desire, till he came to the holiest of all known by the name of Suparaka. Then having crossed a certain tract on the coast of the sea, he reached a forest celebrated on earth. There the deities had practiced asceticism in former days, and likewise virtuous rulers of men had performed sacrificial rites. There he, possessed of long and lusty arms, beheld the celebrated altar of Richika's son, who was the foremost of all wielders of the bow. And the altar was girt round by hosts of ascetics, and was fit to be worshipped by persons of a virtuous life. Then the king beheld the holy and delightful shrines of all the gods, and of the Vasus, and of the hosts of wind, and of the two celestial physicians, and of Yama, son of the sun, and of the Lord of riches, and of Indra, and of Vishnu, and of the Lord Creator, and of Shiva, and of the moon, and of the author of day, and of the Lord of waters, and of the host of Sathyas, and of Brahma, and of the forefathers, and of Rudra together with all his followers, and of the goddess of learning, and of the host of Siddhas, and of many immortal holy gods besides. And in those shrines the king observed various fasts, and gave away large quantities of gems. He plunged his body in all the holy spots, and then came again to Surparaka. And he by the same landing place of the sea again proceeded with his uterine brothers, and came over to the holy spot Prabhasa, whereof fame hath been spread by mighty Brahmanas throughout the world. There he, possessed of a pair of large red eyes, washed himself with all his younger brothers, and offered libations to the forefathers and the celestial hosts, and so did Krishna and all those Brahmanas together with Lomesa. For 12 days he subsisted upon air and water. And he performed ablutions for days and nights, and surrounded himself with fires kindled on all sides. Thus that greatest of all virtuous men engaged himself in asceticism. While he was acting thus, information reached both Balarama and Krishna that the king was practicing penances of a most austere form, and these two leaders of the entire Vrishni tribe, accompanied with troops, came to Yudhishthira of Ajamata's race. And when the Vrishnis beheld that the sons of Pandu lay down on the ground, their bodies besmeared all over with dirt, and when they beheld the daughter of Drupada in a sad state, their grief was great, and they could not refrain from breaking out in loud lamentations. Then the king, whose courage was such that misfortune never could cast him down, cordially met Rama and Krishna and Samva, Krishna's son, and the grandson of Seni and other Vrishnis, and paid honor to them in a suitable form. And they also in return paid honor to all the sons of Pritha, and were similarly honored by Pandu's sons. And they seated themselves round about Yudhishthira, as round Indra, O king, are seated the celestial hosts. And highly pleased, he recounted to them all the machinations of his adversaries, and how also he had resided in the forest, and how Arjuna had gone to Indra's abode in order to learn the science of arms. All this he related with a gladdened heart. And they were happy to learn all this news from him, but when they saw the Pandavas so exceedingly lean, the majestic and magnanimous Vrishnis could not forbear shedding tears, which spontaneously gushed from their eyes on account of the agony they felt. Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 119. Janamejaya said, O thou of ascetic wealth! When the sons of Pandu and the Vrishnis reached the holy spot Prabhasa, what did they do, and what conversation was held there by them? For all of them were of mighty souls, proficient in all the branches of science, and both the Vrishnis and the sons of Pandu held one another in friendly estimation. Vyasa said, when the Vrishnis reached the holy spot Prabhasa, the sacred landing place on the coast of the sea, they surrounded the sons of Pandu and waited upon them. Then Balarama, resembling in hue the milk of the cow, and the kunda flower, and the moon, and the silver, and the lotus root, and who wore a wreath made of wild flowers, and who had the plowshare for his arms, spake to the lotus-eyed one, saying, O Krishna, I do not see that the practice of virtue leads to any good, or that unrighteous practices can cause evil, since the magnanimous Yudhishthira is in this miserable state, with matted hair, a resident of the wood, and for his garment wearing the bark of trees. And Duryodhana is now ruling the earth, and the ground doth not yet swallow him up. From this, a person of limited sense would believe a vicious course of life is preferable to a virtuous one. When Duryodhana is in a flourishing state and Yudhishthira, robbed of his throne, is suffering thus, what should people do in such a matter? This is the doubt that is now perplexing all men. Here is the Lord of men sprung from the God of virtue, holding fast to a righteous path, strictly truthful and of a liberal heart. This son of Pritha would give up his kingdom and his pleasure, but would not swerve from the righteous path, in order to thrive. How is it that Bhishma and Kripa and the Brahmana Drona and the aged king, the senior member of the house, are living happily, after having banished the sons of Pritha? Fie upon the vicious-minded leaders of Bharata's race! What will that sinner, the chieftain of the earth, say to the departed forefathers of his race, when the rich will meet them in the world to come? Having hurled from the throne his inoffensive sons, will he be able to declare that he had treated them in a blameless way? He doth not now see with his mind's eye how he hath become so sightless, and on account of what act he hath grown blind among the kings of this entire earth. Is it not because he hath banished Cunit's son from his kingdom? I have no doubt that Vichitraviria's son, when he with his sons perpetrated this inhuman act, beheld on the spot where dead bodies are burnt, flowering trees of a golden hue. Verily he must have asked them, when those stood before him with their shoulders projected forward towards him, and with their large red eyes staring at him, and he must have listened to their evil advice, since he fearlessly sent away Yudhishthira to the forest, who had all his weapons of war with him and was borne company by his younger brothers. This Bhima here, whose voracious appetite is like that of a wolf, is able to destroy with the sole strength of his powerful arms, and without the help of any weapons of war, a formidable array of hostile troops. The forces in the field of battle were utterly unmanned on hearing his war cry. And now the strong one is suffering from hunger and thirst, and is emaciated with toilsome journeys. But when he will take up in his hand arrows and divers other weapons of war, and meet his foes in the field of battle, he will then remember the sufferings of his exceedingly miserable forest life, and kill his enemies to a man. Of a certainty do I anticipate this. There is not throughout the whole world a single soul who can boast of strength and prowess equal to his. And his body, alas, is emaciated with cold, and heat, and winds. But when he will stand up for fight, he will not leave a single man out of his foes. This powerful hero, who was a very great warrior when mounted on a car, this Bhima, of appetite rivaling a wolf's, conquered single-handed all the rulers of men in the east, together with those who followed them in battle, and he returned from those wars safe and uninjured. And that same Bhima, miserably dressed in the bark of trees, is now leading a wretched life in the woods. This powerful Sadeva vanquished all the kings in the south, those lords of men who had gathered on the coast of the sea. Look at him now in an anchorite's dress. Valiant in battle, Nakula vanquished single-handed the kings who ruled the regions towards the west, and he now walks about the wood, subsisting on fruit and roots, with a matted mass of hair on the head, and his body besmeared all over with dirt. This daughter of a king, who was a great soldier when mounted on a car, took her rise from beneath the altar during the pomp of sacrificial rites. She hath been always accustomed to a life of happiness. How is she now enduring this exceedingly miserable life in this wood? And the son of the god of virtue, virtue which stands at the head of all their pursuits of life, and the son of the wind god, and also the son of the lord of celestials, and those two sons of the celestial physicians, being the sons of all those gods, and always accustomed to a life of happiness, how are they living in this wood, deprived of all comforts? When the son of virtue met with defeat, and when his wife, his brothers, his followers, and himself were all driven forth, and Duryodhana began to flourish, why did not the earth subside with all its ills? Mahabharata, Book 3, Section 120. Satyaki said, O Rama, this is not the time of lamentation. Let us do that which is proper and suited to the present occasion, although Yudhishthira doth not speak a single word. Those who have persons to look after their welfare do not undertake anything of themselves. They have others to do their work, as Saivya and others did for Yayati. Likewise, O Rama, those who have appointed functionaries to undertake their work on their own responsibility, as the leaders of men, they may be said to have real patrons, and they meet with no difficulty, like helpless beings. How is it that when the sons of Pritha have for their patrons these two men, Rama and Krishna, and the two others, Pradyumna and Samva, together with myself, these patrons being able to protect all the three worlds, how is it that the son of Pritha is living in the wood with his brothers? It is fit that this very day the army of the Dasaras should march out, variously armed and with checkered mails. Let Dhritarashtra's sons be overwhelmed with the forces of the Vrishinis, and let them go with their friends to the abode of the god of death. Let him alone who wields the bow made of the horn, Krishna, thou alone, if roused, wouldst be able to surround even the whole of this earth. I ask thee to kill Dhritarashtra's son with all his men, as the great Indra, the lord of the gods, killed Vritra. Arjuna, the son of Pritha, is my brother, and also my friend, and also my preceptor, and is like the second self of Krishna. It is for this that men desire for a worthy son, and that preceptor seeks a pupil who would contradict him not. It is for this that the time has come for that excellent work, which is the best of all tasks and difficult to perform. I shall baffle Duryodhana's volleys of arms by my own excellent weapons. I shall overpower all in the field of battle. I shall in my wrath cut off his head with my excellent shafts, little inferior to snakes and poison and fire. And with the keen edge of my sword, I shall forcibly sever his head from the trunk, in the field of battle. Then I shall kill his followers, and Duryodhana, and all of Kuru's race. O son of Rohini! Let the followers of Bhima look at me with joy at their heart, when I shall keep up the weapons of war in the field of battle, and when I shall go on slaying all the best fighting men on the side of the Kurus, as at the end of time fire will burn vast heaps of straw. Kripa and Drona and Vikarna and Kama are not able to bear the keen arrows shot by Pradyumna. I know the power of Arjuna's son. He conducts himself like the son of Krishna in the field of battle. Let Samva chastise by the force of his arms Dasasana, let him destroy by force Dasasana and his charioteer and his car. In the field of battle, when the son of Jamvavati becomes irresistible in fight, there is nothing which can withstand his force. The army of the demon Samvara was speedily routed by him when only a boy. By him was killed in fight Asvachakra, whose thighs were round, and whose muscular arms were of exceeding length. Who is there that would be able to go forward to the car of Samva, who is great in fight, when mounted on a car? As a mortal coming under the clutches of death can never escape, so who is there that once coming under his clutches in the field of battle, is able to return with his life? The son of Vasudeva will burn down by the volleys of his fiery shafts all the hostile troops, and those two warriors, Bhishma and Drona, who are great on a car, and Somadatta surrounded by all his sons. What is there in all the world, including the gods, which Krishna cannot encounter on an equal footing, when he takes up the weapons of war, wields in his hands excellent arrows, arms himself with his dice, and thus becomes unrivaled in fight? Then let Anirudh also take up in his hand his buckler and sword, and let him cover the surface of the earth with Dhritarashtra's sons, their heads separated from their trunks, their bodies devoid of all consciousness, as in a sacrificial rite the altar is overspread with sacred grass placed upon the same. And Gada and Uluka, and Vahuka and Banu and Nitha, and the young Nishitha valiant in battle, and Sarana, and Sharadeshna, irresistible in war, let them perform feats befitting their race. Let the united army of the Satwatas and Suras, together with the best soldiers of the Vrishnis, the Bhojas, and the Andhakas, kill those sons of Dhritarashtra in the field of battle, and let them swell their expanded fame throughout the world. Then let Abhimanyu rule the world so long as this most excellent of virtuous men, the magnanimous Yudhishthira, may be engaged in fulfilling his vow, the vow that was accepted and declared by him, the most righteous of Kuru's race, on the occasion of the famous play at dice. Afterwards the virtuous king will protect the earth, all his foes defeated in battle by shafts which will be discharged by us. Then there will remain no sons of Dhritarashtra on earth, nor the son of the charioteer, Kama. This is the most important work for us to do, and this will surely lead to fame. Krishna said, O scion of the race of Madhu, no doubt what thou sayest is true, we accept thy words, O thou of courage that is never weak. But this bull of the Kuru race, Yudhishthira, would never accept the sovereignty of the earth, unless it were won by the prowess of his own arms. Neither for the sake of pleasure, nor from fear, nor from covetousness, would Yudhishthira ever renounce the rules of the caste, nor would these two heroes, who are mighty, when mounted on a car, Bhima and Arjuna, nor the twin brothers, nor Krishna, the daughter of Drupada. He possessing the appetite of a wolf, Bhima, and the winner of riches, Arjuna, are both unrivaled in fight throughout the world. And why should not this king rule over the entire world when he hath the two sons of Madri to espouse his cause? The high-souled ruler of Panchala together with the Kakaya king, and we also should put forth our united strength, and then would the enemies of Yudhishthira be annihilated. Yudhishthira said, It is not strange that thou shouldst speak thus, O scion of Madhu's race. But to me truth seems to be the first consideration, above that of my sovereign power itself. But it is Krishna alone who precisely knoweth what I am, and it is I alone who precisely know what Krishna really is. O thou endued with valor! O scion of Madhu's race! As soon as he will perceive that the time is come for feats of bravery, then, O most valiant of Seni's race, he also of beautiful hair, Krishna, will defeat Suyodhana. Let the brave men of the Dasara race go back today. They are my patrons, and the foremost of human beings, they have visited me here. O ye of immeasurable strength! Never fall off from the path of virtue. I shall see you again, when ye will be happily gathered together. Then after mutual greeting and obeisance to seniors, and having embraced the youthful, those valiant men of the Yadu race and the sons of Pandu separated. And the Yadus reunited to their home, and the Pandavas continued their journey to the sacred spots. Then having parted with Krishna, the virtuous king, accompanied by his brothers and servants, and also by Lomesa, went to the sacred river Payasini. Its fine landing place was constructed by the king of Vidarbha. And he began to dwell on the banks of the Payasini, whose waters were mingled with the distilled soma juice. There the high-souled Yudhishthira was greeted with excellent laudatory terms by numerous leaders of the twice-born class, who were delighted to see him there. Present you by HinduMonastery.com